Let's go! Let me see. No, let's see. Okay, that works. Now I need to. What y'all up to today? I'm wondering if y'all had enough. I know I have. It's getting crazy out here, to be honest. To hear all the BS talking points day in and day out. It's really wild when you think about it. And I used to think, man, like people was genuine. And that's probably because I always attempt to be authentically myself at all times.
Baby. Baby. Can you come? I need some help with something. Hello, today. What?
Why is it so easy for people to lie on the internet? I don't really. I'm starting to realize I must be in the wrong, like I'm in the wrong galaxy, the wrong space. I'm in the wrong. It's like I'm in a bizarro world. What's up, hombre? What's up, Genesis? Akron Slim. It's like, for some reason, you're right. You know what I'm saying, Brown? Like, it's the wrong ether altogether. It's like, no matter how much I attempt to have an understanding of what's actually happening, what people want to have a conversation about. When I do a good job of having a conversation and leading the conversation towards a certain way, it seems like people just want to go back into the argument for no reason.
Wait. I'm talking to them.
What is that? Like this whole JP and no captivity thing, like that was weird to me. And at first I used to think, hey, maybe they just dislike me for some reason, but no, it ain't. It don't really have nothing. Is way bigger than anything I ever thought about me. It is something mentally wrong with a lot of men in this space. clearly. Or maybe it's just the internet in general. What up, Nick? And every time I do like try to have an understanding and thinking that people and the human beings out here, they actually want to move in a productive direction. All I get is pushback. I don't understand it. For the life of me, I really don't get it. Why, especially the men, why so many men fight to be with other men? What up, Joshua? It seems like so many men, Davey, that is on in these spaces, they fight to be with other men. You literally will hear them cry and complain about how women act like women. It's like, so what is it that you want women to do? You want women to act like men? You go hang out with your homeboy then. On one end, they say women want love and it's all about duty, but these men out here, they are not willing to do dutiful things. That is a good point. These men are literally out here fighting for the love of other men and say, hey, look, I'm on his channel cooking. I'm on his channel doing this. Like they're not even attempting to implement all the talking points that they say on these channels every day. They don't even attempt to implement it in their own life. They talk a good one. It sounds really well. Thank you, Kim West. I appreciate it. And every time I just hear them talk, and I try to, I attempt to listen and see if it's really something that they want to have a conversation about, or do they just really want to complain? And what I'm seeing that, at least the space that I'm stuck in, no matter how much I try to get out of it, no matter how much YouTube or whatever this is, it won't allow me to. Yeah, motivated visions. I guess most of these people are not for real. What up, Byron? Good day, Dr. G. How you doing? Yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess so. Even though I don't do topics about those type of things, I don't do topics about other content creators or anything of that nature. All I do is talk. Um, Two different issues that I think I have some insight on, that I read about, that I lived, that I experienced. And for some reason, people just keep on paying narratives. And what I'm starting to understand, people just like to deal with idiotic people. It ain't no fun when you have a bunch of people that is attempting to progress and have a conversation about progressing. It's what I'm starting to realize. Most people, well, at least the section that I'm stuck in, no matter how much fun we'll make a good, productive conversation, people want to see fighting conversations. They want they want that goddamn love and hip hop type of situations. Because if people didn't want to have the same conversation over and over again. There is no way that some of these goddamn channels and conversations would still be stuck in around the way how it is. Like people literally regurgitate the same thing every single day. It's like, why is it that why is the YouTube algorithm is keeping me in that position is what I'd be interested about. It gotta be. I'm starting to realize, hey, Miss Jalen, good day. Yeah, you're right, Keisha G. And clearly it gotta be some kind of something else is going on. It's something else. It ain't just because way too often we'll see them, right? So for example, when I had certain people on my channel, they'd be like, oh, look at those bees in your chat. Look at the type of individuals you have on your channel and such and such. And then as soon as those same people that they was just complaining was on my channel, as soon as they see them pop up in somebody else's, like on their channel, they be so happy. That's be the first person they talk to. They can't wait for goddamn Sugar Bun to hop in their chat. Even though for me, it's the worst thing ever. If Sugar Bum is in my chat, Robin M is in my chat, it's the worst thing ever. He got all the crazy, what did they call them? The sister hoodlums. Also, because they over here, they the worst people in the world. All they do is da 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 da. As soon as they come in their chat, man, I love me some Sugar Bum. She funny as hell. Man, that Robert M. Oh man. Should be crazy, man. The same goddamn what's up, very sexy? How you doing? The same men that they say, oh, see, this is the type of man that be on his channel and they male feminists, and you see how he act. And then as soon as me and that person get into a situation where I ain't cool with them, he's on every last one of them channels that criticize him for being on my channel. That shit is crazy to me. I ain't go nowhere, very sexy red. I didn't go anywhere. Just observing, just seeing things for what it is, and you know, just it is what it is. When they over here is a bad thing, but when they go to their channel, is the greatest thing. Is where I don't see why he's so bad. I don't see why she's so bad. I love her. She my work wife. Oh, I just love sexy red. They'll all say like all types of like when you come over here on my channel, you the worst in the world. Oh yeah, you got people like very sexy red over there, such and such and such. And as soon as you go to their channel, man, I love very sexy red TV. They act as if they really try to have any type of conversation, but the only place they want me to have a conversation is on their channel. Get the fuck out of here. I guess so. Very sexy red TV. They and even to this day, they will still try to say, Sharon, you scared to go outside your channel. What the fuck? What? Absolutely, Sugar Bum. They all it seems like they are all lies. It doesn't matter if it's a race conversation. They say, "Oh man, I hate it when but all they want to do is talk about race in a negative way and just race bang for no reason when those actually equate to nothing tangible." Still to this day, they will have a conversation and say, "Yo, the Mexican men, they make less money than black men, but they married more than us." Boy, if you don't get out of here, you did, Miss Jalen. And all these channels, what I really be seeing is that, like, man, if you are not, what I'm starting to realize with YouTube, if you're a black content creator, like, you literally have to go against being black and black women. That is the only way. And then you got to create a circle of people, a circle jerk of other black content creators that agree with pushing out the remedial rhetoric of disrespecting black folks. Exactly, Kim West. And it's more than a, I used to think that, but it's more than just a formula. I think a lot of these people, they really are programmed to think this way. Like, they programmed to think this way. They are programmed to, and the people that can mask it the best is the ones that's going to be the most successful. They make it seem like they talking about everything and everybody, and they are fair. But when you just go and you just scroll down they channel, you see they videos is usually talking down about their own people. So we know Max Payne don't want to have a real conversation, right? Who are they? Why you want me to get to say who's they? And no, I absolutely do not push any kind of propaganda. I push my thoughts and I'm substantiating my thoughts. I don't even use propaganda at all. And I agree, Bubba. And that's what I'm starting to realize that the majority of the people they are not. It is what it is. I got my good friend. What up, Otis? Who? My good friend PhD. She always tell me, if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. And I guess that's my main problem. I don't cheat. I don't buy bots. I don't buy subs. I don't buy views. Everything I did it organically. So I appreciate everybody that even ghost watch and watching the clouds that is afraid to just say, "Hi, I'm from Staten Island." Shout out to y'all too. No, I'm not invited to the cookout. That's for sure. So nah, Pax, I do not bumpkin. I do not do propaganda. I'm really just I really come up here and speak what I experienced in my lifetime. My 43 years of living on this earth and all the ups and downs that I ever been through. That's what I really be having a conversation with people about. All the things I ever read and all the things I was ever wrong about. That's what I'm having a conversation about. Most of the time, I'm usually talking in general, I'm talking about men. I'm not even talking about a black or a white version of it. In my opinion, I think men act a certain way. I think majority of us just move a certain. I think majority of men just move a certain way because they don't have good leadership in front of them. They got people that boss them around. So if you believe that, Bumpkin, if you believe that my propaganda is off of my real life, then fine. I agree with that. But the thing is that we know that it'd be a lot of bullshit. And I think a lot of men they are out in the world a little bit earlier than how men back in the day were. Because even though I think a lot of older men, they was outside working very early, but they still had people leading them towards where they was going. And now It ain't no leadership. It's just people telling these young men what to do, and they don't really understand fully why they doing it. I think, Bubba, I would say thank you to that. I'm not sure if that was a compliment or insult, but I believe I appreciate that, Bubba. Thank you, Otis. I feel that. So, but I'm starting to believe that, hey, man, I don't know if people really actually want to have a honest conversation, to be honest with you. I don't think so. They don't want to have a conversation about love, duty, or none of those shits. Because to me, when we have these conversations, you just see the men talk, man. And it's just so disheartening and it's scary to see so many men have these conversations about love and duty and do not know what they are talking about. Max Payne, I'm talking about men. So that's who they are, men. So for some reason, people like Max Payne and Peyton, they just like they don't understand like what the conversations. Don't worry, I'm gonna drop the link, so I'm gonna get out, try to get out as many thoughts as I can before I open it. I got you, Bumpkin. And so like, and it's just weird to me to see so many men try to be bosses without being leaders. Like, even though I break down the difference between like power and leadership all the time, and I try to explain that power takes away. You a kept what? Oh man. Acid reflow, I appreciate that. I do. I really do stick to my form of thinking. However, what I'm trying to see, what I'm starting to understand is that majority of men don't really want to move forward. They want to stay stuck in being right. And for me, I would rather my relationship move forward than to be right in the relationship. Because when you attempt to be right in a relationship, you cannot move forward. Because if you are attempting to be right in a relationship, whatever that relationship was, friendship, parenting, father, son, daughter, it don't matter. When you're trying to be right in a relationship, it's not going to give you a good outlook. Because you want to move forward with your relationships with people. You don't want to be stuck in like, I'm proving you right or wrong. And I think this is why a lot of people do have a problem with me, because the majority of the time when I'm talking, I'm correct, because I try not to talk about things that I don't understand properly. Yeah, Otis who said it was some storms, but he was okay. Shout out to Sugar Bumpy on it. That's why they don't like your ass. And love, you know what I'm saying? Love is about a deep emotional connection that goes beyond logic. It's the reason you randomly like smile when thinking about someone, right? Love is expressive hugs, kisses, sweet words, and like the little things that make you feel special. That's what it's supposed to be about. And when I be hearing these men talk, they act like those two things that I just mentioned are some kind of blasphemous thing to do with the woman that you chose to be with. Love isn't false. It's the voluntary, organic, it's like an organic feeling of wanting to be close, to share experiences, to grow together. And every time I hear these men talk, they act like this is something disgusting, that you are simp for having that you want to grow with a female. And like love is supposed to bring like energy and excitement. Like it was makes the relationship feel like a adventure instead of an obligation. And these men, when they have conversations, they act like they are obligated to a woman's womb. You hear them talk about it all the time. What's that's why they always keep trying to bring up some what's your relationship like and all these other things. Meanwhile, majority of the men that are complaining, they are single. I don't even know what you're talking about. What you mean they use me for content? Yeah. They got cooties. Oh yeah, a lot of them they do try to play like they whatever the case is. But I don't understand what is the purpose of continuously having this character of fallacy. Why continue it is the part I do not understand. Why keep men single? I don't understand that. Like if we are having a conversation with in general majority of the men are straight, why you keep trying to keep them away from being with a woman? Like you are pushing them away from the same thing that you say you want them to be a part of. What's up, Robin M? Like I be confused. I really don't fucking get it. Like love is supposed to create a space for mistakes and growth, right? It allows patience because emotions and care, it outweighs the temporary frustration that you might possibly go through when you're in a relationship and they act like you cannot have no forgiveness or understanding. Like everything gotta be that is a man that you want to be with. And love usually comes with some kind of physical, emotional, and intellectual attraction. And all of that is chemistry that pulls people together naturally. All of those things combined. And love evolves. It shifts over time and requires effort to keep the connection strong. But feeling itself, I don't know. And I used to believe that too. I used to believe that that's what it really was. It's not, they just want to have sex. Nah, no, it ain't even that. They don't want to have sex with women either. Because if it was just about, hey, I don't want to be with a woman in a relationship, I just want to have sex, and they would not have a problem with women having sex with them, but they actually have a problem with women having sex with men. And you listen to them talk, they have a problem that women want to have sex with men. I have not seen the new numbers for HIV. I'm scared to even look at it, but you could send it to me, please. That's a good one, HT. That is a strong possibility. That is a strong possibility. And I used to believe that maybe they just want to have sex, but no, it ain't. It's something weird about this whole these men just want to have sex. These men don't just want to have sex. Because if that's all they wanted, they would be pushing and promoting this so-called thought culture, whole culture, ratchet culture, because that's what that is, right? All of that is about sex. So therefore, you get all of the sexy red you want. You can have sex with as many sexy reds as you want and not have a relationship with her. And also you could create a baby with her if you wanted to. But these men are against that. So therefore, it ain't the sex. They bash women for being women. They also bash women for having sex with men. It's something really, it's this double-mindedness that they have. Like, which one is it? You want to have a relationship with a woman, or you just want to have sex with a woman? Because either one that a woman does, these men will find a way to complain about it. Every time. CTE activate. So I don't understand it. It's like, which one is it? And then they try to act like, oh, in marriage is all about duty. Duty is about your responsibilities, right? Your commitment and fulfilling expectation, whether societal, personal, or culturally, right? Duty is the commitment to stay and fulfill the role expected of you in a relationship. Is driven by loyalty rather than your feelings. Duty means staying even when love fluctuates. It's honoring a promise rather than walking away when things get tough. Sup, Powder Dusty? Like, that's what it's supposed to be about. So which one is it, fellas? I'm just interested in what's really going on. Duty often involves sacrificing personal desires for the greater good of the relationship or the family. It can mean putting responsibility ahead of passion. So you're gonna have to put your responsibility ahead of some goddamn vagina walking down the street. Stop being so goddamn promiscuous. Circle, circle, dot, dot is hilarious. I agree, zero tolerance. So it's just weird to like to see it constantly, and I don't understand why so many men that cannot implement any of these red pill, incel, manosphere, these no good sucker talking points. They cannot implement any of them in real life unless you stay single, be by yourself, and you have a Pornhub subscription. Like, that's the only way. Like, all these other things that I keep saying that it makes men turn into P. Diddy, Tory Lanez, Chris Brown. We could keep going down the list. What's that Disney star? What's that young lady that recently had a baby? Sakaya Jackson? I believe her name is Sakaya Jackson. What happened to Duty? That man tried to get her to drink bleach while she got pregnant. What? See, this is the problem, that they want things to be made easy for them. That's not what duty. It don't have anything to do with somebody. Need to make it easier for you. Robin up, you didn't see it, Sakash. That's part of in her new she just filed for a restraining order. There's so many women filing restraining orders on their baby fathers nowadays. It's insane. That's a fact. Sky Jackson, thank you, Brownie. Thank you so much. Yeah, in the if you read the restraining order, one of the details in the restraining order, the baby daddy, attempted to force her to drink bleach. I'm sorry, Zero Tar Sky. Which clip, Sugar Bum? So this whole idea that these women are black women delete babies at the highest is because you men that create the babies are the main ones pushing women to have these baby deletions. So stop saying that black women delete babies more than anybody when you are a part of the problem. I don't know why these men keep trying to act like like we gotta at some point we gotta start being able to have men that could talk to these degenerate men and find out who's lying. Is it her that lying or is it him that lying? Which one is it? Because there's way too many in today's day and age of women filing restraining orders on a baby father. How you say it? On your baby father? It's not FAT, it's FAVHER. Their baby father. This is insane. What is going on? Where are all these goddamn men that is protecting? Right, Reed's father. It's insane to me. When are the real men gonna start standing up in social media? Like, where are they? Where? Like, duty provides consistency, ensuring that life isn't just about emotions, right? But also practical needs such as financial, household, family obligation. All these things is supposed to be a part of your duty. Not what feels good. So if you're doing your duty, you would not be busting a nut inside of a woman and then try to get her to drink some bleach afterwards. This is insane to me. Where's his duty at? Where's this duty you talking about? Where? See all these men on these goddamn pimps acting like they some good upstanding men, and then all you do is talk about BS all fucking day. No, I got you, Cyber Dreams. Thank you. I appreciate that. Send that to me. I would love to have that conversation as well. I don't understand it. Where are y'all? What you want me to tell a woman? I'm confused. What is it that you want me to tell a woman? What you want me to tell her? See, this is the thing. What up, hood conservative? I don't know what you mean. I'm stealing your Riz today. I'll drop the link for you. If you think I'm trying to steal from you, I don't know how I'm trying to steal from you, but it's just weird to me to hear these men talk. It's insane to me. I don't understand. It's either y'all want to have sex with women or you don't. Because if you do want to have sex with them, you should not be downing them for having sex with a man. The only thing that devalues a woman is being with a man. That shit sounds crazy to me. Like, if we could just get men to understand that it is your duty as a man to keep your sperm in your body and not give your sperm to somebody else and put it in their body and then blame them for what you have done inside of their body. Well, you let me know. They let you have sex with them. They didn't let you say, bust a nut inside of me. Hood server, I'm doing a show every goddamn day. You think that I have to steal? My brother, I do not have to steal anything. And regardless, if you feel like I'm stealing, all you gotta do is do it better than what I'm doing it. Because everybody's doing a Diddy conversation doesn't mean that you came up. I don't understand. That's crazy to me. That's when we have narrative painting for no reason. To think that I'm trying to steal something from you is wild. If anything, you should say, yeah, I want to build up on that. I want to build up on this topic. I was thinking about this today as well. So therefore, I'm going to do a show about this later on today to give my perspective. It's insane. And like I always do, I always drop the link for anybody that's wanna to have they talking point and we can have a conversation. I drop it every day. People act like as if they can't have a conversation because they are afraid because the woman in my chat is going to beat you up. Yes, clearly by these men talking points, a man's wee wee devalues a woman. Clearly, many relationships are built on duty, right? And so this is why it's weird to me, whether through marriage, family expectations, or societal norms that dictate roles. Duty often comes with strong loyalty, where partners remain together out of respect rather than their emotional fulfillment. It's like duty can keep relationships intact, even when the love isn't strong. It's the glue that keeps people together, even in difficult phases of the relationship. Because love is supposed to make relationships magical, but duty makes them last. The best relationships, they find a balance where love is real, but duty ensures, right? It's supposed to ensure commitment when emotions fade. Some relationships, they do survive on duty alone. Some do. While others collapse when love isn't enough. And so you have to find where the two intersect. You just have to. I don't know, sugar bum. I don't know. They always act like I did something to somebody. I ain't did nothing to her conservative. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know why he think that I'm trying to do something. You know what I'm saying? Like he could hit the link later. He could tell me why he feel like I did something to him, or if he just want to have a conversation. He said he's into this conversation. He's gonna do a show later on. Shout out to Hood Server. Make sure y'all all go check out his show later. He said he's gonna talk about this topic as well. It was on his mind. So shout out to the Hood Conservative. And we're gonna see if he could do it better than me. Like, this shit is crazy. I don't do nothing but show these men love, and the crazy part about it is that I'm starting to see that that's the real problem that they have. They really can't sugarcoat. They really can't, and I'm starting to see it's because I do have general love in my hearts for people. Thank you, Miss Locks. Thank you. I appreciate that. You know what I'm saying? You just said it today. What you talking about, conservative? Like, this is the narrative. You said it today. You just said it in my chat. You said you was going to talk about this on your channel. You said it in the chat. You said I took your topic for the day. That's what you said. They try to act like I'm the crazy one. You wrote that. That's why Sugar Bum is saying, why is Hood Service saying you stole this topic? You said you was gonna. It's insane to me. And I have no problem if you feel like I stole it or I did it before you. Fine, we could still have the conversation. If you were smart, what you would say is like, hey, I'm going to talk about this too. Hop on the panel, talk about your point, and then try to build it up so somebody more than, so people could come and watch your topic as well. And so what I'm starting to understand is that the real problem is that, so now I gotta read again. You're lying in real time with evidence in front of us again. So people understand, like, when you write something, what it generally means. So you think that people don't have some goddamn clues to what is actually going on. This is crazy to me. Huh? This is my contract? Okay. Okay. Yeah, I gotta read that contract again. So I gotta they want me to sign this and send it back to them?
Yeah.
About today?
Yeah, that's the last thing before.
Okay. Like people like Dollar Washer, why are you here? Like if you don't really rock with me, why are you here? Right, Cyber Dreams, we understand what context means. We know what you're trying to say. You think you have to say it literally for us to understand you? I think that's the real problem that they have. I think they're used to dealing with stupid people or some of that nature. I'm not sure. Shout out to the cast. Em says, Sharon, a talking point thief. Fuck out of here. Support the show. Thank you so much. Oh, shout out to my hey, thank you so much, beautiful. She said for the salute and for the love. Thank you so much, beautiful. I really appreciate that. Oh, that's right, Sharon, the talking point thief. You're absolutely right. I can read words. I can read words that ain't written. You goddamn right. Dollar Watson says for pushback, but you don't push back on that. You just say things. Scared to hit the link. I don't know why. I don't know why. Why are you scared to hit the link? But you know what? Let me see if I'll see if the hood server want to come and have a conversation or not. I don't know. We're about an hour in. Let me see if you want to have a conversation. We'll see. We will see right now. Do he want to have a conversation? Let's see. Damn. The link is there. See if Dollar Washer going to hit the link. They show me this pushback of what I said today about love and duty. Let me see if Hood Conservative or Dollar Washer are willing to hit the train so we can have a conversation about love versus duty, the way how I just explained the difference between love and duty. So you could say I took something from you, but I just explained the difference between love and duty. Let's see. Let me make sure the link. Did I post the link? Let me make sure I posted the link. Hold on, let me see. Let me make sure. Okay, the link is there. Okay. Now let's see if anybody disagrees with my love portion of the conversation, or they're gonna disagree with the duty part of the conversation. We'll see. See, now listen, everybody, I believe, wants love. And love is that thing that makes you, I think love is that thing that makes you wake up with a goofy smile, send those good morning texts, write poetry on a napkin like you got hit with the spirit of Langston Hughes. I think love makes you do dumb stuff. You ever seen a grown-ass man stare at his phone? Like he just found the meaning of life? Just like, damn. That's love. Now the thing is, like, we don't know what he's actually staring at because the things that some of these men love, we understand 80% of OnlyFans subscriptions is by who? We understand it. You see what I'm saying? AC, love make you goofy, goddammit. Love make you say Grand Rising King. Oh, that's what it does. That's what it be doing to people, man. But that duty, man, that duty is different. Duty is what keeps relationship together. When love packs his bags and threatens to leave, duty is paying the bills. It's taking care of the family. It's making sure things actually function instead of just feeling good. Duty is that thing granddaddy had when grandma wasn't playing that nonsense. See, we somewhere along the way, right? We started acting like love was everything, like love was gonna solve all problems, pay the rent, and magically make all folks loyal. That's what people think. Because she love you, that makes her loyal, or him. Because that's what these men would say. Why they going out there and cheat? This Jalen, what I do? Oh, the kings be kanging. So that's the thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is why a lot of men why they being disloyal to the love of their life, like how that preacher dude that was wearing the green was why he cheated on her since they got married. He was cheating on his wife before they got married, and he was cheating on her while they got married, and in too recent time. But he says he loves her, so we understand that majority of these men do not believe love and loyalty it coexists with each other. They think love is different from being loyal. This is why they so willing to cheat on a loyal, loving woman. It's crazy when you really think about it. Have you ever seen two people in love with no sense of duty? Huh? It's like two toddlers running a business. Exactly. Everything is fun until something breaks, and then they just start at each other like, well, what now? Because everybody loves each other when there's no responsibility. It is so easy to love each other when there's no responsibility. And Byron Turner, I used to believe that. But nah. It is more men that don't love women, for sure. And then we got this idea that Money Marco, and this is when we know it's just gender banging. Men are more loyal than women. Prove it. Give me some talking points. Say something that's going to say that a man is more loyal than a woman. When men literally say, I love my wife, but I'm going out there behind her back and cheat on her. I'm not going to be loyal to the woman that I love. So where's this loyalty that men be having?
It's okay. We'll make the best out of it.
The white school, that is a bar. That is a possibility, DB. I do speak about that a lot as well. Like men, they definitely have arrested development going on in their mind for sure. And it's kind of sad when you really think about it. And there's nothing wrong with being a late bloomer, but arrested development is something seriously is happening a lot in these internet spaces. Welcome to the show, Smitty. Good day, sir, Mr. Seven. How you doing today?
Respect to you, Sharon. None. Heading out in a bit. Just got a little bit. I figured I can just hang with you. I don't know what the topic is. It seems quiet, so I need some of that in my life right now.
Why you need some quietness in your life? What's going on?
Oh nah, just I mean, just nah, because nah, just I'm a peaceful person. Nothing's going on. It's just I just like peace. I just like to be chill, bro. That's it, man. So I got a nice little weekend plan for myself, and got some things headed for myself in the upcoming
So, what
weeks.
is your thoughts, Mr. Seven, on men saying that men are more loyal than women in relationships?
Are we talking about today?
We talking about today's time. Is that what we actually seeing?
I'm gonna be honest with you, Sharon. I don't see people being loyal. You know me with my answers, bro. You know I don't do certain ways and stuff. I call it exactly how I see it. I don't see people
You don't
being
see
loyal
people doing what?
simply because people in loyal. I'm sorry if I don't know what's going in and out. I don't see people being loyal, period. Simply because people don't have patience. To be loyal, it takes patience. It takes a while to have that loyalty develop. And the only way to have it develop is to have patience throughout each circumstance that arises, depending on what it is. Now we all know what the unforgivables are: stealing from me, putting your hands on me, talking really, really down bad to me and stuff. Like all of that are the unforgivables. Anything outside of that, most people don't know how to develop loyalty to even know what it consists of in its true fashion. I
Mm.
digress. My mic is muted.
So, do you think loyalty is a gender thing? Do you think one gender is more loyal than the other one? Just
All
if
right,
we
so, all
speak
right,
on
watch this, watch this. This is all right, all right, all right, all right. There we go. Because I know how Sharon does. I know how Sharon.
why would you say that? You don't think I'm having a conversation with you?
No, no, no. You are not. I'm just saying.
No,
Like, all
because
right.
like when you say that, it makes other people think that I have some kind of propaganda or
No, no, no. All right, all right. So let me help the
because
people
because
out who not here. No, so let me
you
help
know.
them out. Then let me help them out. No, what I mean by that, y'all, is Sharon is my folks. I wouldn't be up here if I didn't rock with Sharon. So let's get that straight. If I go to your channel, it's because I actually respect you and I rocks with you. Period. I won't be seen in your chat or around you if I don't fuck with you. Now, moving along, okay? Nah, man, I know Sharon likes to word stuff a certain way to get you to answer it a certain way. That's all. And I get it because I do the same thing. I do the same thing, so I see it in myself too. I'm
No,
gonna
so,
say this.
let me tell you what I do. What I do, I want somebody to hold the position so I can understand what we are talking about. Because way too often, what I'm seeing is that a lot of men are double-minded in this space, and
Okay, okay. So I
they
can
can't
speak to
hold
the
on,
thought.
and they can't actually hold the position. So on one minute they were here, and since everybody's agreeing with them, they have this
Right,
position,
right,
and
right,
then they
right.
go to another channel, they will have that position. They keep on going
I've
back and
seen
forth
that.
to they
I've
double-minded
seen that.
instead of being a man and stand on a position and implement that position in their life. And this is the problem that a lot of men are having that I'm noticing.
No, now to that, yes, I definitely can speak to the mindset. When you say who's more loyal, Sharon, I've never dated us. I don't know how loyal we are in relationships because I don't date us. All
That's
I know is
that's
that
that's
you
a
see
fair
what I'm
statement.
saying? So it just
That's a
makes it
fair
tough.
statement, right?
That's
However,
all.
that's a fair statement. However, we do understand that we speak to a lot of our brothers, and
Yes, we do. Yes.
we hear them saying how much they love their woman while simultaneously sleeping with other women and being disloyal to that same person that they say that they love.
Now that right there, like, and that goes to a lot of what I speak against as far as we need to like pick how are we going to present ourselves. If you know me, Sharon, anywhere I go, one thing I try my best, and you too. That's why I say I respect you personally, is because you don't change, you don't switch up. Wherever you go, you're still Sharon. I give you that. I've always said that, bro. So that's real big with me. So I mean, that right there already shows the inconsistency, and it also shows not just that. It also shows, in that manner, the ones who do it, the ones who do that. Yeah, that's that is a double minded side to a way to think. I mean, honestly, all I can really say on that note is, I mean, I do see that myself, and I do agree with you on that.
Okay, so now when we had these conversation, and a majority of men would say they are the most loyal gender, right? And
Okay.
the thing that they would use majority of times is sports. A man would be rocking with a horrible team for many of years to come. All right, this is
Oh
for
yeah, that was me, Washington.
and
Stuck
they
loyal.
would try to use that as in a mixture, like that's the same. Shout out to Jack. Good to see you, Jack. And they would try to make it seem as if loyalty to a sports team is the same thing as being loyal to your mate, and it had nothing to do with each other whatsoever. It's plenty of men that are loyal to their team and never been loyal to their mate at all, not one time. And
Right.
this is the problem that I have is like, hey, let's just be honest. Majority of men, when we hear them talk in these spaces, they would say that, hey, just because I cheated on you doesn't mean I don't love you. Just because I was disloyal to you does not mean that I don't love you. And that's the issue that I have. And we need to start being men and own up to that conversation and start getting men to have a duty for their relationship, not just the sex part.
Well, yeah. All right. So if these men are advocating for actual, what we would call classic marriages and things of that nature, absolutely. That's out of this world crazy to say. Because first and foremost, you must customize. I say it all the time: customize and cater to that woman in particular, in the sense of love is not a one size fits all. So, say he did deal with a chick before that, dealt with that, and whatever, he wound up moving on. That don't mean that this woman gonna take that. You need to learn her, and you need to customize it. So, if loyalty, if love language to her is just me and you, then you don't love her if you don't hold up to that. And same thing with her. If she's not upholding, like, say you demand respect, I guess, that's her, that's talked about a lot. If you don't uphold to that, then she's not loving you, because she's not, I guess how women would say it, the love language, if you would say, right? Some is gifts, some is time spent, some, it depends on what it, all different things. But nah, bro, that's nah, I can't. I don't claim that shit. That's all I'm gonna say, bro. Smitty ain't with that shit. I digress. My mic is muted. I got a few more minutes. I'm about to get out the door, Sharon. I appreciate you though.
All right. Welcome to the show. Hood Conservative. Good day, sir. How you feeling today?
Yeah, good morning. Good morning. Right off the bat, let's just go down the issues real quick here, because this isn't a personal beef. I'm not gonna go off on my little soapbox and start calling you names or nothing like that. But I do know you were in the chat this morning when I was on Nightish's panel, and I did not type these words in your chat about me doing a show later. I said that on Nightish's panel while you were listening. I was doing this very show later. So when I said what I said in the chat, that's why I said it, because I know exactly where this conversation came from. I introduced the subject. Now, feel free to say what you want and comment. It's YouTube, Wild Wild West. Talk about all you want, but I know, bro. That's all I'm saying. Anyway, that being said, the conversation itself about love versus responsibility, I land on the responsibility side. The problem, though, that what you're gonna run into, and I haven't listened to you enough because I kind of just walked into this show like 10, 20 minutes ago. Generally speaking, people are very comfortable with issuing responsibility to men, and we have no idea. We don't have a conversational language for what women's responsibilities are, and this is kind of where I found the problem to lie. We are good with enslaving men with duties and burdens, but women, girls just do stuff, bro.
So, what are some of the things that men are enslaved with duties? Because I do not, in my day to day, I do not know men that are enslaved with duties.
Well, the idea that men are supposed to be the leaders, it's just sort of a given at this point. Like when we have these conversations, it gets thrown in men's faces. Men are supposed to be the leaders. Why? Because I'm a man?
The reason why they are supposed to be leaders is because history shows that men been leaders in history. The most powerful and strongest men are leaders and pillars in their community. And so
Oh,
this
it's
is the
because I'm
reason
bigger
why,
and stronger.
huh?
It's because I'm bigger and stronger.
No, it's nothing to do with physical strength or your size, because majority of leaders that's been transforming the world are not the bigger and stronger men. Actually, the bigger and stronger men are the dumb brutes of the world. They don't actually change anything. They are just there for physical situations. That is it. They are not leaders.
Know if that's actually historically accurate. Up until the modern world, you were the general, you rode at the front of the charge for the most part. Unless you got old enough to, fall back. But generally speaking, leadership is from the front. And only in the modern world, like when we invented the Industrial Revolution, did you actually get to be, some academic type of leader. But no. Leadership starts out with strength and bravery.
No, so yeah, leadership don't have nothing to do with strength in the physical sense. So I think this is where people get things
Well, you made a
misunderstood. So when you
historical
say
argument. Hold on,
right,
you made
and
a historical
historically,
argument, though.
let me finish.
Historically, you're wrong.
Let me finish. So historically, men, when we talk about strength, we are not talking about the physical strength. We're talking about like chess versus checkers. They mental strength, how they're able to see things that other people can and lead other men and inspire other men to lead their campaign. That's what the strength is about. It's not nothing to do with your physical strength.
You say that, but the problem is, in a world before we have modern niceties, you can be the smarter guy. You can be the best battlefield tactician, but I stab you in the chest because you're a punk. What happens to all your battlefield tacticians then? Like, you have to be strong enough to hold the position.
So that's just not true. That we do understand that majority of these people that you say that get stabbed in the chest and the back and all that is because they was able to convince the greater majority to go against the king or whoever that person was, and that's how the society flipped. It was never usually just me go ahead and delete the king, and therefore now I'm the king of this kingdom. No, you got to make the parliament believe in what you're saying and show the narrative that this king is bad for society that we are trying to build, and then therefore the whole nation will go against the king and delete that king. That's what usually happens.
You're talking past the point. The very idea of kings begins with divine right. Means God tells me I have the right to rule over you. And so even with kings, it's based on divine strength and authority. Like, it always goes back to power.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but that doesn't have anything to do with his physical strength again. So his power is
God,
not
bro, that's a godly thing. That's, again, you're taking the argument very simplistically. When you're saying that God charges me with this, that is even bigger than physical strength. That's what I'm trying to say. You're still making my argument, but you just took it to the extreme by pointing out kings. Kings rule by divine right. What is divine right? The power of God. Power, actual physical raw power.
right. So the problem is that's not that man's power, right? That strength that he got from God is not his, right? It's God given to him in that moment of time, because soon as that moment of time is done, he's back to being a regular man again, right? And this is a part that a lot of men try to fantasize about, that they this big, strong, protective thinker, and most men are not that. Most men are not what you are trying to depict them as. And so this idea, now we could go back to it, that men are enslaved to some kind of duty. What proof do you have of that? Because majority of men and women, they always was working together. That's why they got hunters and gatherers. So men and women always was working together.
Well, hold on. You asked me this question a minute ago, and I pointed out the idea of leadership. And you said your only reason for why men should be leaders is basically because we were always leaders. And there's not a real practical argument that you're making here. And so I'm saying, because you don't have a practical argument, all you're ultimately going to rely on is force eventually. And so you're going to force men to assume some pseudo leadership position without giving men any authority to lead. Because by what authority do men claim leadership over women then?
Perfect. So the problem is that majority of men want to use power over women instead of leadership with a woman, right? So when you're leading with leadership, you're not taking away. So
leading with leadership is riddles, bro. Please speak English. Leading with leadership is not a helpful statement.
Right, because it's okay if you understand and listen, then maybe you get the full gist of what I'm saying. So majority of men, they are attempting to lead with power. So they trying to take away. When you are leading your family, you are leading through your own example by you setting the standard and holding that standard, and you are giving to your family. You are you are somebody that is giving. This is the problem that most men miss. So they want to be power instead of leaders.
You see, the problem I'm having with you in this conversation is we settle on leadership as a controversial topic, and you'll find that men are supposed to be the leaders. And then when I ask you why, you really are giving me weak examples. But there's a simple truth: if men are commanded to be leaders, aren't women commanded to be followers?
No.
There you go. Only men have burdens, and this is what I mean. Only men are burdened. Women just get to do stuff.
I don't understand how is that. What are you talking about?
Well, if men are commanded to be leaders, who are we leading?
So again, all right. So if you are a leader in your family, so that means that your wife is not a leader now?
Is she commanded to follow you or not?
No, she's not commanded to follow you.
So you're not the leader then. You're just the guy who thinks he's big.
Right. So the problem is that majority of men, they think of this command, they think about power. And this is the problem, that you cannot take the power out of leadership. And that's why
remember, we're talking about
hold on. And this is why majority of men are not good leaders, because they think they have to lead with power. And power is only going to corrupt, and power is only going to corrupt your relationship, because power takes away from the relationship. Instead of leading gives. And this is the difference, that men got that little bit of nuance is going to make a major difference in the relationship, that you are leading. You're not in power.
So we're all agreeing that men should be in leadership, whatever that means, but you don't want to give men the power that leadership automatically implies. So what is it you're really saying here? I should be a leader with no power.
Yes.
And this is why things don't make sense.
And so this is when people are at the highest level of leading projects and leading situations, leading people, they usually are the ones without power. It's power to the people. And you're supposed to lead.
Name a leader who has no command authority. Name one.
Supervisors.
They have no command authority. They cannot give commands to people below them.
No. Okay.
A supervisor cannot give a command to a subordinate. That's your position.
The supervisor does not have power over the majority of.
You're moving goalposts. You have command over the people under you. Yes or no?
I'm trying to get you to understand, because you are only thinking in literal when we having a conversation, right? So I'm literally telling you that power takes away, right? So you can have somebody that is in power and say, hey, shut the fuck up and do what I say. And then also you can have a leader say, hey, come here, let me show you how this get done. Which one's going to be more successful? The leader.
Now you're talking about styles. No. You're talking about leadership styles and trying to assume that one style is not a leader. No. Both people in these positions have power. They can use the power softly or harshly, but the power is the goal here. That's the only thing that matters. If you're a supervisor, you have power over the people below you, period.
You do not. So you got to serve. So the problem is that majority of people, like a president of the United States, they are supposed to serve. They do not have power over me. We as the people gave him leadership role. We didn't give him power. So
Commander-in-chief of the military, brother. Commander of the toughest army in the world.
Again, that is fine. But what you are missing, again, the difference of when you are actually leading somebody versus when you just taking power of somebody. The ones that are winning, they are leading without that authoritative power dynamic that you got to have in your mind, that shut the fuck up and dribble shit. That's the problem with a lot of men. They want to just rule with an iron fist, and it doesn't work.
I realize this is a theme that pops up all the time in Black conversations. Black men are supposed to be leaders without power. And then you can point to other leaders as examples. The president, you wouldn't listen to the president if he wasn't the king of the military. If he didn't control the biggest, baddest army in the world, the president of America would be worthless.
Right, but also we fired that same person, right?
No, we change the job every 4 years because that's how we keep our national continuity. That's how we keep the government continuing, because we don't want to have a civil war every time a president gets old or something. So we figured out a way to keep it going. But the issue at hand is the president has the power.
He does not. He has leadership role.
He has an army.
Hold on. He does not have the power. He has the leadership role. He's supposed to lead both parties, the Democrat and the Republicans, to move legislation, to change laws, to move the nation forward. He is supposed to be leading. That's why majority of them do not go through executive order, but they go with inspiring both parties to get together, and so we can move the country forward. So again, if we could fire him, how do he have power? We can impeach him. How does he have power? Again, it's leadership over power. A king has power. A leader, he gives the power to the people. And for some reason, in relationships, most men, it doesn't matter what race they are not understanding the difference between power and leadership. And once we can get men to understand that it is a difference between power and leadership, and then we can move forward and have fruitful relationships that's going to
There is no difference. We can't move anywhere if you want men to have leadership with no power. That's a death trap. You set men up to fail. You can't lead your own children if your children are not expected to follow you.
So here's the problem with power, right? Like I said, power takes. So for example, power would say, hey, do as I say, not as I do, right? That's power. But leadership is say, hey, look, this is how we get things done together. I'm moving like this. This is the reason.
You're describing hypocrisy and calling it power.
Let me finish. Just because I'm able to dismantle your talking point doesn't mean that you got to interrupt again. So let me reiterate. Power says, do as I say, not as I do. And leadership is the opposite way. Leadership says, hey, look, I'm moving like this. This is how we are going to get there together. It explains, it expresses, and it shows the path of victory. That's the difference between leadership and power.
You just described hypocrisy and called it power, brother. No, that's literally the definition of hypocrisy. Do as I say, not as I do. That's not leadership. That's hypocrisy.
So
that's not power either. That's hypocrisy.
Okay,
you keep changing terms to sound smart.
So I'm not. What I'm trying to get you to understand that I'm leading my family right now. When I started running, guess what my wife did? She did what? She started running. I didn't say, hey, shut the fuck up and you won't go run with me. Because that would be my.
Why are you assuming bullying here? Why do you assume bullying? Why does everything have to be the man is bad?
Because that's what I'm not saying that the man is bad. I said power is bad.
Why is power bad?
Because anybody that has power, they usually take advantage of that power. Because power
is like electricity, though. Power is a tool. You can't do things without tools. We need tools.
We're talking about something very specific, right? Power takes away.
Is it bad for women to have power?
Power takes away. So whether it's the man,
is it bad for women to have power?
So regardless if it's the man or the woman, that power is going to take away. So I don't know why we are trying to make it seem like because if it's out the man and into the woman, that is going to make the definition change. Power takes away. So it doesn't matter if it's a man or woman.
What does it take away?
I do not agree with the power, right? So
what does it take away? What does that mean?
It doesn't matter what gender it is, but right now we're talking to men. It's nothing but men on this panel, so I don't know why you want to have a conversation about if power is good for a woman or not, because it doesn't mean anything. When we're having a conversation that men need to learn how to be leadership and stop using power as a way to lead, because power corrupts. Because when people have power, they tend to tell people to do as I say. And this is why a majority of men, when they are in relationship and they have a power dynamic in a mind, what they tell the woman is that, hey, I love you, but I'm going to cheat on you. That's the issue.
I think you're making an emotional argument about an objective subject. We're simply talking about power, not women's hurt feelings. Why? What does power take away from? You said power takes away. What is it it's taking away from?
It takes away from the relationship.
What relationship? We're simply talking about power. Like, I don't understand how power takes away from a relationship.
Because when you are leading in a relationship and you're leading with good faith and love and respect and duty, you are not taking away from the relationship. You are adding to the relationship.
Are we saying women aren't attracted to men who exercise power?
Are you going to talk to what I'm saying, or are you just going to keep changing the conversation?
Well, if women are attracted to men who have power, it would seem like a powerful man is a foundation for a relationship.
Yeah, but that's if you looking for a certain type of relationship. Majority of men are not in power. That's number one. Number two, it's never going to be something that is 100% of. Yes, you're going to find some woman that is degenerate, that's willing to deal whatever Puff Daddy says. He's a man of power, and power destroys. Exactly what I'm trying to show you. Power, it takes away even from the man himself. So a man like Diddy, he wanted to live in his power. Guess what? Now his ass in jail. He wanted to have power over Cassie. That's why he started whooping her ass. That's what power does. And again, we could keep going down a list of men that want to deal and dive in lust and power, and we see where they end up at. So we got to get men to understand the difference between power and leadership. Leadership is going to create and fulfill a power dynamic within your relationship to be fruitful, when power is going to take away from that situation that you think that is positive for that woman.
You're separating leadership from power, and I'm telling you, it's impossible to be a leader without any power. What are you leading if people aren't commanded to follow you? If they haven't sworn to follow you, if they haven't actually like claim their side of the deal, you're putting men in a one-sided deal situation here.
Right, and this is what the issue is, right? When I'm literally doing it in real time, right? I don't lead my family with power. Right, so I'm living it. Almost 20 years married. We've been 20 years together and almost 20 years married. So I'm living proof that you can absolutely lead your family without using your power against them to take away from
I don't know what
family.
that means, bro.
And
are you telling me that you live in a house where you
I've been
explaining. No, I'm trying to understand. Are you living in a house where you don't have any authority? I don't get what you mean.
Say what?
No, I'm trying to understand what you mean when you talk about your relationship. Are you telling me you live in a house where you don't have authority over anything? What does that mean?
Right. I don't understand why this concept is so difficult. Are you a religious man?
Somewhat.
Okay, so we understand that you could be benevolent, right? You could be a benevolent dictator. You can have free will.
Benevolence. Benevolence.
Right. You can have all these things, and the human beings, they still can be. They can have their free
will. You didn't answer my question. You didn't even attempt to answer my question, though.
I've been answering your question this whole time, but you just rejected.
Well, I asked you a direct question, and you redirect. I asked a direct question. Are you explaining to me that you live in a home where you have no authority? Is that what you're saying to me? It's a yes or no question. I'm willing to listen to a million words.
It's only a yes or no question to somebody that is trying to be disingenuous, right? Because
I'm being very genuine. So are you saying you have no authority or you have some authority?
You're not being genuine at all. Because now you're confusing power with authority.
What's the difference?
Okay, so therefore it is a big difference. Shit.
Oh, so authority and power are now somehow drastically different concepts.
Well, yes.
I'm so done talking to retarded niggas, bro. You have a great day.
That's fine with me. I'm living the way how I'm supposed to live, not you. This is the problem with a lot of men, and this is when they get frustrated because they purposely are attempting not to understand. And then when somebody has clear thoughts and they have experience with their clear thoughts, then that's when they've got to run away. In real time, that happened. The majority of the great leaders of these worlds do not have this power of what you think it is. Majority of the men that lead with power, they asses go down, literally.
Does this look like me being a main coon?
Welcome to the show, Ambassador 750. Good day, sir. How you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling good, man. I'm feeling good.
So what's your thoughts?
Nah, man. I wanted to agree. I just can't. You can't separate not having the power and the leadership. I mean, that's a hard thing to sign off of. You know, leadership implies responsibility, but to remove power from that person means that you're going to take all the consequences of burdening responsibility. So what would be the point of even doing that errand? I mean, to get paid? I mean, I don't know. It'd be hard for me. It'd be really hard for me to, just outside of a relationship, say, take. I mean, you'd have to give me a solid offer for me to be the head of something, take the face of something, but I have no ability to correct or steer the ship or anything like that. I'm just taking the blows. That's a tough one to say.
Do you believe in whooping your kid's ass?
Yeah.
Well, then that's why you have a problem with power versus leadership.
I mean,
because you believe that whooping your kid's ass is a show of leadership, which it is not.
no, I didn't say that. Now you're connecting it. No, I didn't say
Okay,
that.
you think that I'm connecting things. So what is the purpose of whooping your kid's ass?
The
Discipline.
purpose, discipline. I
Yeah,
mean,
what-
yeah. Some of these things are kind of like,
It is
that
not.
to me sounds purposely
It's okay.
obtuse.
Just answer the question. We could work
Discipline
through it
is
together. It's
discipline
not
is
about.
discipline.
Hold on. Let me just talk to y'all. I don't know why y'all be so afraid to just speak y'all goddamn mind and hold a position. What I'm saying, what is the purpose of whooping your kid's ass?
There's a variety of different things. It's discipline. It's maybe creating a fear from a fear from you that's a lot more of a controlled fear. So when they're growing up, they can deal with the actual consequences of what you're trying to get them from. It can be an artificial fear and all that stuff. There's a lot of different things.
Perfect. So now, can I do those same exact things that you said without whooping my kid's ass?
It's possible, but you ever heard the saying, how do you teach a kid from touching the stove? Touching a hot stove?
Nobody so I'm glad that you brought up something like that, right? Nobody teaches their kid what hot is by touching the stove.
No, they don't. But the stove, yeah, go ahead.
It's a metaphor, and it's okay. So this is how easy it is to break
right.
down these. Okay, that's how easy it is to break down these metaphors, right? So again, y'all try to attempt to use power and say, "Hey, you touch the stove, it's hot. You're gonna burn yourself." That's how you teach. But regardless, majority of people do not teach their children by touching a hot stove. They say, "Don't touch that. You're gonna hurt yourself." This is
are you implying? Are you implying that metaphor?
That's not what
that's not what that means.
Hold on. I do not need double-mindedness. I'm literally explaining something. Again,
no, you creating something though. We can admit that. It's all right.
You brought it up. Don't say I'm creating something that you brought up.
No, I didn't bring it up.
I brought it up.
Yeah. I'm pointing out you did. I'm just saying, like you that's not what the analogy means.
Yeah,
the analogy means like if you could tell your kids 1 billion times, do not touch that stove. The analogy is literally saying most of the time for them to actually learn, they will touch that stove on their own with you just telling them don't touch that stove. Exactly. That's all I'm saying.
Exactly. So right. I don't know why y'all so again, and I'm explaining to you how majority of human beings do not touch the damn stove. Again, when we are leading, majority of people that are having successful children, they are teaching through their leadership skills and they are living it, not just putting power on them, saying, I'm going to whoop your fucking ass. You better not smoke a cigarette. And guess what? Most of those people do. They go and smoke a fucking cigarette. So again, it is a horrible example to whoop your children's ass to show them discipline, because actually you are showing them lack of discipline because you have to physically show them how to do something instead of teaching them through logic and thoughts and love.
Well, I mean, that's
actually discipline.
Yeah, that's not discipline. I just have to say, fuck the discipline part. Like, experience is what teaches us all, right? You cannot, I can tell you a billion times to do something.
Stop. I'm talking about something. And then for some reason, y'all try to change it when y'all losing at a fucking argument, when you cannot literally explain what you were talking about. Now you are changing it to something else. Now, this is what I was just talking about.
This is you.
This is double-mindedness. I'm telling you that absolutely, to have a successful relationship, majority of people that are successful in their relationship, they do not run their relationship with power. Most companies is not run with power. Most of these successful people are not running shit with power. Donald Trump got to answer to somebody. He is not a king.
Yeah, listen,
Sharon,
I'm not arguing with none of that stuff you're saying, but the point is, like, it seems that you are set in saying you're right more than actually.
Don't change the topic. Talk about
nobody's changing the topic. You are. You done went all around the world about Trump being a king to just get away from talking about power and leadership. Yes, it is power leadership. Pussy got power also. That's for earlier when dude asked if women got power. Yeah, pussy got power. They literally say that. Being the president, you are a leader and you still have power. They literally say that the president is the most powerful man on the earth. So yeah, anybody in the leadership position has power. That's what you're avoiding. You're doing all this rigmarole and shit just to get off. Like, it's all right, bro.
If it's not absolute power, it's not power.
Hold on. This is difficult for me sometimes. I can't believe that this is men that think like this. Okay.
Sharon, I said the comment of the spare the
There's no need to rush. We here. Just because you hear some silence doesn't mean you have to hurry up and start talking. Nobody's going to run away because it was silent for 2, 5, 10 seconds. Calm down. Relax. I need y'all to really think. Because at this moment, it seems like y'all are just talking with no coherent thought whatsoever. Power allows a person to dictate decisions through fear and coercion. That's what power does. Do we agree
so
with
you're
that?
saying power only comes through fear and coercion?
That's what I fucking said. Talk to what I'm saying. Don't ask me what I said after I said it.
I mean, it's for clarification. So are you saying power only comes through fear?
Most of you men are not running your goddamn relationship through no power. So I don't know why y'all try to argue like you are.
Nobody is. That's the problem. That's what I'm saying, Sharon. You the one getting. Listen, you doing all this because you trying to prove your point. I'm not even trying. I'm not saying I agree, disagree, none of that shit. I'm saying, like, let's just be factual. Most men, you just sat here and said out your own mouth like 5 minutes ago, most men don't even have power. And now you're literally saying 5 minutes later, most men try to run their relationships through power. Nigga, you just sat here and said they don't have power.
Please, let me say something to the goat, and then I'm gonna let you have it. Please.
Hold on.
Sharon, let me just say this, and then I'm gonna let you have it.
Hold on. You will have time. Hold on. I don't know what y'all in a rush to do. Relax. I don't know why everybody wants to just jump in and say anything. Just hold on. I got you, Cash Kid. You're going to get a chance to talk. When you hear these men talk, majority of the time, they act as they are in power with their wife. They're not acting like they are in a relationship. They act like they could just dictate things. This is why a lot of men believe in whipping somebody's ass like they children, because they cannot lead anything. And this is why they got to use power, because they have no leadership skills. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand. And so the reason why a lot of relationships fail is because men attempt to use power instead of using their common sense. This is why we keep having this goddamn gender banging situation. And majority of the men that is promoting and pushing power for men to have over women are the men that do not have good relationships. Do you understand?
Yeah, but I'm just saying that's not most men. That's the only thing I'm pointing out. You can't say like, okay, I got an example of this happening, and then say this is how most men act, or this is how most men want to be. That's being disingenuous.
Okay, so here's the problem. So the majority of the men that I'm speaking to, this is what they are saying, and you telling me not to believe what I'm hearing.
No, I'm telling you to stop saying it as if that's the absolute. I guess that's what somebody brought up earlier. Absolute. Like, this is what men in general are doing.
It's a problem with double-mindedness of men. Y'all want me to ignore the things that I'm seeing on a day-to-day basis. Say, well, it's not an absolute. It's nothing in these conversations is 100%. So stop even bringing it up. When I say men, I mean majority. I don't
I'll
mean
get
all.
So can I say this,
Yeah, it's not
please? Okay,
majority.
to the spare the rod comment, please. So I said spare the rod, and in the Bible, the whole thing is spare the
Okay,
rod,
I'm not talking
spoil
about.
the
Hold on,
child.
we can get to the Bible in a second. So, KT to go. I don't know why y'all like to just change the conversation.
I didn't change my conversation. We still here
I was
on the
talking
same
to
place.
Cash Kid. He trying to
Oh,
change
my
it to
bad.
the Bible conversation. It's like I can't hear. I got you.
It's the same. Okay.
But what I'm saying is this. So again, when I'm having a conversation, so this way you will completely understand. I said men, and when I'm saying men, that's majority. So I don't know
And that's
why
a
you're
lie.
talking about absolute.
No, because I'm saying you're saying you literally are saying you're talking majority, okay? You just said most men are not in positions of power. And then you're saying because there are examples of men in the power who have abused their power, that this is now what most men do or want to do.
What I'm trying to explain to you, majority of men, when they're in a relationship, they are pushing a relationship in a power dynamic, even though they do not have it. And this is why they fail at relationship. This is why they fail at life. And this is why they go to jail, because they believe in this power situation that they do not actually understand. And if they was
They don't have any power.
if they was working with leadership, they would not be trying to coerce nobody. They would not be trying to dictate decisions. They would not be trying to fear people into doing things. I do not want to fear my wife into being with me. I do not want to fear my wife into not leaving. I want her to be who she is, and I'm going to hopefully choose the right person, and she respects and love me enough to respect who I am, and vice versa. Not out of fear.
I
Not
think
out of
I'm caught up.
power
Let me
dynamic.
interject for a minute.
So even when I'm explaining it, for some reason, y'all cannot understand it. It's weird to me.
Okay, I think I got you. I think I
Before
got you, Sharon.
you go, Cash Kid. So what I just said, KT to go, do you understand what I'm saying? Or do you, matter of fact, not understand? Do you disagree with what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't know why you arguing. Go ahead. Go ahead. AR was ahead of you, Cash Kid. What's up, AR? What's your thoughts?
Hey,
Good morning.
okay. So the whole
Yeah, this dude just can't wait to talk, huh? Go ahead, Cascade.
Hey, thanks, guys. Thank you. I've been waiting. Okay, so to the whole thing about the power versus leadership in a relationship context. You said let's not talk about the Bible, the kids. Okay. In a relationship context, like T the goat said, and like another person said in the chat, pussy power. And I've told you this before, Sharon. Women have control access to sex. That's the power that they have. They have power over the sexual access. The power that men have is the access to relationship. So a woman can't force a man into a relationship, same way that a man can't force a woman into sex legally. So that's the only power. So that's the power dynamic. So everybody there has power, and
All right.
just to show you, and then I'm gonna let you have it. Just to show you, there are women. Wait, let me
Hold
just
on.
finish.
Cash
And
Kid.
then,
Cash Kid. We understand. So now, with that being said,
okay.
women's power is the abilities for men to have sex with them, correct? Right?
Even in marriage, they can
Yes or
hold
no?
out.
Okay, yes or no? Yes.
Yes.
Okay, women that use that power against a mate, does it usually turn out good for them or usually turns out bad for the relationship? Which one?
Bad. If they abuse it, yeah,
Okay, so
bad.
it usually turns out bad. Again,
Abuse.
it doesn't matter. So again, in your own
It does matter.
language, I'm proving to you that power is going to affect the relationship in a negative way. Literally.
No. You're skipping over something here, Sharon.
This is why you got to go with leadership instead of power. So the reason why
You're skipping over something.
and the reason why majority of men have failed relationships because they believe that they have the power over the relationship, so they do whatever they want to do. They say, "I love you, but I would not be loyal to you, but I'm going to keep you in this relationship because I love you." That's why that power dynamic doesn't work. And when women use the pussy power, that power doesn't work because they could go get a vagina from somewhere else. So either way, when you're trying to use power in a relationship, it does not work in the long run. Thank you.
That was long-winded, okay. But the thing is, you skipped over is the word abuse. There's a difference between using and abusing. Everybody has to use power. That's why we're in a relationship, because of the power dynamic. The power dynamic is always there. So there's a way of using your power that is good for the relationship and for everyone involved.
Okay.
And there's a way of
Stop.
abusing that
Okay,
power,
stop.
misusing that power.
Hold on. So as a woman, how can she use her power of vagina in a good way? Yeah.
She can say, "Hey, bro, go get that promotion or whatever, and
She can
I'm gonna
sell
do
that
X, Y,
motherfucker.
Z."
Nah, I just thought.
You know what I'm saying? Women can be very inspirational, bro. And that's the power that they have with their sexuality. That's when it's used right. They can be very inspirational to their man.
So
But when it's
hold on.
abused,
So your idea of it is what? Say it again.
inspiration is the good use of the sexual power of women.
How is inspiration?
Music. That's why
How
you
is
got
inspiration?
music, bro.
Hold on. How is inspiration the same as power?
I'm saying their power, the power of women is the power to inspire. That's a power, bro.
Okay.
The
Oh my
power of
God.
Martin Luther King to talk and inspire people, that's power, isn't it? That's power. Words have power.
Oh my God.
Okay, you are trying to say leadership and power are not equal, but they are intermingled, bro. A leader is a powerful person. Like Tita the God said, a leader has to be a powerful person. You can't be a leader if you're not powerful. Let me just say that. You can't be weak and a
So
leader
you
at
do
the same
understand.
time.
So this is the problem with a lot of men, right? I'm starting to like it's annoying that y'all don't understand context. All right. When you say a powerful person, oh man, that love is powerful is not the same as the context of we are having a conversation about the power dynamics in a relationship. And I need men to not be so stupid about it.
I literally said you can use or abuse.
Hold on. Each context that you changed it was a different definition of the word and a different movement of the word.
No,
We
same
understand in
thing.
the English language, I could say money, I could say chicken, I could say skrilla, I could say male, and all those things in different contexts was going to mean something different. So please, I need you men not to be so dumb, right? And when we're talking about power dynamics in a relationship, we are not talking about those other things that you try to do
You're
by saying
misusing your power right now, bro.
it's power in influence. We understand there is power in influence. But when we are talking
And
about
right now, you're not using leadership, Sharon.
all of a sudden, y'all don't understand what the fuck we talking about.
Calling men dumb, that's using your power, bro, not using leadership. So you're
That's
contradicting yourself.
that's using what I'm hearing, right? So literally, we are talking about something. And you're trying to add in all these other things into the situation to say that that's what we're talking about when we are not.
You're literally contradicting yourself. You have the power, you have the influence.
Oh my God. So again,
and you're using it to put down men.
I'm trying to get some, like, we understand that you could change the context of the word by saying, look at the power in the electricity. Now, when we say that, is that the same conversation as having a power dynamic in relationship? When we talking about power and electricity?
I was not talking about electricity, was I?
Yeah, I understand that.
I was talking about
Yes or no?
relationship
Yes or no?
context.
Yeah, okay, so yes or no? When we are talking about power,
You're bringing in other shit. You do see that, though, right?
Listen to what I'm asking you. When we are talking about power and electricity, are we talking about the same kind of power in a relationship? Yes or no?
No, you just brought that up from nowhere.
Thank you. So now, when we're having a conversation about power dynamics in a relationship, don't try to add other elements into it. So now, woman using her pussy power, how is that a positive in a relationship?
Okay, let me lay it out for this like this. We can say, yo, that girl has that guy wrapped around his finger. That means in the relationship dynamics, she is powerful. Like there's the whole that's why we got all these love songs where I'm weak for you and all this. But if it's used for good, if that love is not abused, if that power is not abused, then it's a good thing. They're both winning. But if now she got him wrapped around his finger and then she's twirling him all around like a mouse, then that's a bad thing. So it's the same thing, it's the same power.
Okay,
But
so
here
you have so what
well,
you're saying is all right. So okay, so what you're saying is that it ain't no answer. You just hope that your woman is just going to use it for good, and that's it. You don't have no actual answer.
what are you talking about?
This is how double-minded y'all are. Y'all don't even understand what y'all are saying.
Panelists, help me, please.
This is why I try to get y'all to hold a position. That's what a good leadership would do, right? They say, "Hey, this is my position on this topic, and let's have a conversation." Not say, "Well, you could put the, for example, you could put the light over here, or you could also put the light over here." It depends on what you want to do with that light. Do you want the light to shine here, or you want the light to shine there? That is not a good leader.
I mean,
I'm
good
saying
leadership. Good
you want
leadership
to
for me,
separate light
we have to
from the
listen
light.
and come to a common ground, right? Like, if we being honest, Sharon, what you just said was literally, if it's any power dynamic in a relationship, then the relationship will fail, correct? And then y'all was just arguing about pussy power. So now we've established that both ways, male or female, somebody got some form of power.
Oh my God.
I'm sorry. Hello, Mr. Bracy. Hello.
All these
Hello,
saying
gentlemen
like
on the
he doesn't
panel.
know what's going on. Hello.
I had to listen. You guys got my hands shaking right now. I have a question. So we are both humans. Women and men are human beings, correct?
Yes.
No.
So what I'm hearing is that the only power that both humans have is our sexual participation. And also, I heard the other guy say that men have power over relationships, meaning you have the power to pick and choose a wife. Am I assuming, or is this what you meant?
I think that's to me. And I said the women have the power of sexual access, men have the power of relationship access.
So, in my rebuttal to that is that you guys are so narrow-minded that you believe that human beings' only power is their sexual ability and their ability to be with another human being. How about power to just move around? How about power to walk and make money? How about power to
Relationship context cipher. Context.
See, but you're
Toronto
confining
just
women
going on about it.
to our
He was
ability
giving
to
shit
open
to
up our
black
legs.
men
You're
about context.
confining men ability as to be a man in order to pick a woman. You guys are so narrow-minded that you can't understand context. You don't understand nuance in conversations. This is why you guys argue. This is why you guys appear to be combative, and so forth. This is why we cannot move the conversation forward. I believe that men are worships of their phallus. You guys are penis worshipers. You think that your power lies in your penis. Let me ask you this: without your penis, what do you have as a man?
Everything else.
So if you have everything else, right, why is your first example of this power dynamics based on sexual participation?
I
If you
said
have
that's what the
everything else.
woman
I
has.
don't think they actually got
No,
your question.
no.
Women
You
have,
said the woman.
not the men.
You just recently said that a woman's vagina can inspire a man to be astronaut. That's what you just said.
Sexuality, not her
No,
vagina. I said her
But
sexuality.
sex do not inspire men to do anything. If that was the case, we would have all of
Are
these
you a
men
man?
out here. We would have all of
Yeah,
these men out here
yeah, man.
doing.
That's where I gotta jump in, Miss Nightmare. How would you know what inspires men?
Exactly.
I don't know what inspires me. I'm
You
going
just told us
based
what
off.
doesn't inspire men.
Listen,
You just
Okay, all
relax,
right, hold on,
sir.
hold on, hold
I'm
on, hold
going
on.
based off what he said. See, I understand context of conversations. I'm going based on what he said,
Okay.
not on based
I
on
said
what
it
I
does
think.
inspire.
Okay, all right, all right,
I'm not saying
all right.
it doesn't.
Hold on. So, Cash Kid. So this way we could just start getting back to a conversation. What inspires a man other than vagina? Go ahead.
I said a woman's sexuality. Dude, have you guys seen the statues that
Stop
since
again.
Michelangelo and everybody has created?
Hold on. I asked you a very specific question. Is there anything else other than sexuality that inspires a man?
Or do you mean coming from a woman or just in
From a
general?
woman?
Okay,
Exactly,
we can.
exactly. Good question.
Okay, so I'm a man, and I can tell you that sexuality is not the only thing that inspires me. So, Nightmare, please continue with what you were saying before these idiots interrupted you.
Yeah, because I'm trying to understand the narrow mindedness of these men. And then when you are giving them sound questions to try to get them to substantiate their arguments, I didn't say it like that. I didn't do it like that. It doesn't make sense to me. I'm going based off what this man said. And then here come Auntie jumping on me, talking about, what do you know? You're not a man. You're not
What
I
a
did
just
I
asked you a
say?
question. How do you
Okay,
know
But
what
listen,
inspires men?
let
I
it
can't
finish.
tell
Hold
women
What
what
did I say?
inspires them.
on, y'all. Hold on.
I'm going
Let it
based
finish the
off
thought. Got
what's
you,
this
Auntie.
guy? I can't see. Cash, whatever. I'm going based off what he
Cassie,
said. Now
what did I say?
you can't come to the party after we are already partying, Auntie. You got to come in and fill out the room, sir.
Fair. So, go ahead, Auntie. Would you like to? Because Cash Kid did a horrible job. Go ahead,
No,
Auntie.
look, I can't tell a woman what inspires women because y'all know that. I can ask you what inspires you, but I can't tell you what's going to inspire you. She just told us what does and what doesn't. Or actually, she told us she doesn't know what inspires men, but she knows what doesn't inspire men. So make up your mind.
Well, my rebuttal was I disagree with the comment he made, sir.
Right.
Mm.
I didn't give an
Which
example of what
part?
I knew what was inspirational to a man. I said I disagree because I feel that it's narrow-minded because you are confining human women to their sexual participation with men.
Right.
And I said that it was in the context of a relationship. We're not talking
So
about president.
Okay, so let's just be
so
honest. The main
prior
thing,
to that, prior to what he said, KT said, "Oh, pussy power." He threw out pussy power.
correct. And so let's
Mhm.
just be honest. The main thing that inspires men are other men. Let's just be honest about it.
What?
That's for Sharon. That's Sharon.
Right.
We know.
I get it. I get it. I get that y'all want to try to fight back on it because you don't want to seem gay. Whatever.
No, how many country wars have literally been started about females?
Majority of men follow other men to be great.
Stop projecting, Sharon.
It's not about projections. It's about being honest. This is why history is so important. This is why they make statues of men. This is why Kobe is revered by so many basketball players. This is why Michael Jordan and
The Mona Lisa.
what the fuck is going on? It is okay. And this is the problem that a lot of you men, y'all get confused. Y'all don't know if it's your sexuality or is it just your inspirations to be great. You don't know which one. A lot of you men are confused. This is why you're double-minded. Me, I understand that, hey, I see a great man and I'll say, hey, dude, I love what you did and I want to do like that and be better than you. And I'm not confused about if I'm sexually attracted to him. Men like you, on the other hand, when you have a man inspired, you get confused and you don't know if you actually love him or you just want to be inspired by him. And that's why you got to say, hey, whoa, what you mean other men inspire
A
you?
whole lot of projection there,
These
Sharon. A
people,
whole
these
lot of
people are
projection.
playing. You would think that it's the women encouraging men to get as many bodies as possible. I've never talked to a woman that was like, "Oh, you have 100 bodies? That's so sexy." It's men bragging to other men about the bodies they have, and their friends saying, "I have this many bodies," or rapping about how many bodies, or getting so many bitches that they then go and try to pursue the same goals, objectives as those
And
men.
that's my question for you.
Are you asexual? Are you asexual?
It's great.
Hold on. Let AR finish his thought. Auntie wanna to have
Yeah,
something
you got it.
to say
You
about
got it. You got it.
Yeah, get AR finish and Auntie, you can go right after.
Auntie had a question because when Cash Kid said that women's power is so and so, you didn't confront him and say, how can you tell women what their power is? So from his perspective, it could be that women's power is that because that's just how his sexism rocks. But when Nightmare said the thing about what she's. I can't remember exactly what she said. And you wanted to hop on and say, "How can you determine what a man?" God damn, Cash Kid, can you shut the fuck up?
I'll give context when you
just
so
don't
land. No, when he lands and he finishes asking me the question, I'll give context.
How come when Nightmare said the thing, you were like, you're not a man, so how can you determine what men find to be inspiring? But you didn't say the same thing about Cash Kid finding women to only have power and sexuality.
I'll be more than happy to tell you, because I really don't even like the term power. I think what you really mean to use is the term leverage, and that goes both ways. That's going to happen.
I'm not using the term. I'm just quoting.
No, I'm just saying. I'm talking about what Cash Kid said. It shouldn't even be power. It's just leverage in a relationship. Men are going to have it. Women are going to have it for different reasons. That is what it is. She talked about what inspired men. Just like I would have disagreed with Cash Kid if he said, well, this is what inspires women. It's like, how the fuck do you know? How the hell do you know?
That's
You
what
gotta
he
ask
did,
the woman
but
about
then you
that.
jumped on me. That's exactly what he did.
I would have said the same
you
thing.
jumped on me.
You
jumped on me. No, I did. Listen, whatever. You can't punk me on the panel, sir. It's a wrap. But anyways, listen, you can't punk me, bro. You can't punk me on them. Whatever. You jumped on me like I give a fuck. You jumped on me like I give a fuck. This man said the only power a woman has is her sexual participation. And I disagree with that wholly. I disagree with that wholly.
I mean, but that's obviously wrong.
And you have a right to disagree. But that doesn't mean somebody, you know what I'm saying, somebody came up here trying to punk you. I just asked you a question. Chill out.
No, you didn't. You came up here as I was speaking and you interrupted me. So like I said before, you can't punk me and I'm going to go on mute.
Oh my God, ain't nobody trying to punk you. Get up out of here with that shit, man. I know you ain't running victim haven over here.
Okay, so you're not listening were you not listening before you hopped on?
Yeah, I have been. I've been listening for a minute now.
Okay, so you did hear Cash Kid say that, and when you hopped on, you didn't address him.
Like I said, when he said power, I told you I would replace the word power with leverage.
Now, though.
People have different. Well, I didn't really see much of a problem because I understood what he meant. But when she said she knows that this doesn't inspire men, I'm gonna say, how the fuck do you know that?
You just told her when she said what she said. You just told her, oh, if I had heard him say that, I would have confronted him.
I didn't even disagree with her. I just asked her, how do you know that?
Right.
I didn't even disagree with her. I just said, how do you know that?
Okay,
how do you know what inspires men?
That's what you said. You said it. You're not meant to phone you as
Stop trying to figure out what I'm trying to tell you and just listen to what I'm saying.
Hold on. So that's what she was saying. That's why she used the word trying to punk her, because you addressed her. And so instead of saying, hey, regardless of she's asking clarifying questions or not, you question her. Say, Cash Kid, what the fuck are you talking about, Cash Kid? Because Cash Kid was saying nonsense.
Why are you always trying to put it on me, Sharon?
It's okay.
She said it.
It's okay.
She said that
shit. See, I never.
So she was trying to get clarity out the situation.
Yes.
She wasn't
I never
said
said my opinion. I never said my opinion about his comment. I'm asking him, how do you say that women can inspire men only through her sexual participation? This is the issue that I have with his narrow-mindedness. He's confining women only to the power of her sexual participation. And like I said, my first question was, are men and women human beings? You all agreed. So if we all agree that men and women are human beings, how can you confine me as a whole human to my sexual participation?
I could actually answer that for you.
Because I was up here, chill. Let me say this real quick though. Y'all really like, if you're coming for clarity, get clarification, because he never said the only thing y'all have to offer is sexuality. Sharon asked him to name some things. The first thing he named was sexuality, well, basically some sexual stuff, and then that kind of became the topic. But it was never him just saying. He never once said this is the only thing y'all got to offer.
Because you can't make up nuance. Listen, you cannot make up nuance for his comment.
Yeah, just
You can't give him an out. You can't give him an out.
Giving him an out is what was there. Y'all can't act like that didn't happen.
We'll give Cash Kid his own shovel to bury himself. Well, he left, but we could have just asked
him because he always just interrupted. We got to be able to hear each other speak, please.
Yeah, Cash Kid, answer, please. What else besides what is between a woman's legs and her sexuality? What other quote unquote power does she have in your eyes? Here's your shovel.
Okay, I got it. I got it, Aya. And after I answer this, I have a question for you. But to answer, to answer nightmare, or is it cyber dreams? We were talking, and Sharon specifically even called men dumb for this, but we were talking specifically in the context of a relationship between a man and a woman, not as a sister and a brother, but as a romantic relationship, as a sexual relationship.
Are you
And
gonna
we're
answer that
talking
question?
about power versus
He's not.
leadership. Wait, we're talking about power versus leadership. So, what power? The power now, I said, everybody has the power. Women have the power of sexual access. We can force y'all to get
Okay,
down
you got
Or
okay.
and
does
Let's
a
do
again,
woman
that.
have
again.
besides
Hold
sex?
on, hold on,
And
hold on. So
men have
again,
the
hold on,
power
hold
of
on, hold
relationship.
on.
Now
Oh my
stop
God,
right there. You
hold
gave
on.
him a
So
second
again,
chance to
right.
add on, and he still went back to his same
You
comment.
see,
So
KT?
Exactly.
KT, are you going to bail him out again?
No.
Okay, all
I'm
right.
just
Then
pointing out what
who?
actually happened. He did
Okay,
ask him to explain it and he stopped there. I
so now
wasn't
this is
saying
when
he had
okay,
more. I'm only
hold on,
saying
I'll
hold
that.
on.
bail him out.
So this is when we start to understand that we are picking up the content, but for some reason, there's a lot of men, especially the double-minded men, they are afraid for us to just hold a position. So as soon as he says it, and he said it a second time, and now we understand his position, this is when y'all get defensive. I don't understand what is the problem. You are a man, be one. You got a
Where
position.
did
You
I
think
get
that women
defensive?
is only power is vagina. Fine, stand on that so we can have a conversation. So the men that's out there that understand that you are not making sense, or maybe some men that is on the fence, we could steer them in the right direction. That's the difference between power and leadership. We could lead other human beings into the right direction instead of power and saying shut the fuck up and listen. And because when you use power, you tend to have a mindset like Cash Kid. That is the issue.
You'll
Sharon,
use the power to beat
Sharon.
somebody, though.
I know y'all. I know y'all hate that I could see it and
Nah,
and point it out.
Sharon,
I like
this is
to
what I
work
was
with
saying
I'm
yesterday.
a
love.
powerful
It's not
leader.
like an algebra problem where you can just plug in the variables. You talk just like you're talking about you just like she said, you're talking about actual human beings here. So believe it or not, that's all some people bring. Like that's the only value they have. Just like some men, all they got is a couple of dollars and they're just a piece of meat and they get treated like that by some women.
Okay.
Some women, that's all they got is
Okay.
box
Perfect.
between their damn legs, some good looks, some arm candy. That's all they are.
Okay.
Some
All
are
right.
just dumb as a box of rocks, and you can't trust them. Like
Per-
that's what it is. That's the only value they have. I'm
okay.
not saying that's the case in
All right.
all women.
I'm gonna address
Most
it.
of us would
But
like
Cash
a woman
is
to have.
saying that.
Hold on. Hey,
No,
hold
one
on.
second. Let me land. Let me land. Let me 30
Hold on.
seconds. Not even. Some women, yeah, they got what we love. You know what I'm saying, between their ears and their heart, all of those other things. But a lot of them ain't worth a shit.
Okay, that's
That's what
fine.
it is. Just like a lot of these dudes ain't worth a shit. So y'all get a couple of dollars out of them, screw them, and keep moving. That's
Perfect.
what
So
it is. Some people
okay.
ain't got no damn value. Go ahead, bro.
Okay, perfect. So perfect, right? So, and that is what we was having a conversation about, right? So those people that use those powers are usually not going to be good in a relationship. The man that only use his money as a power for a relationship, he's usually not going to be very successful in a relationship. A woman that's only going to use her vagina as a way of power of controlling, she usually not going to be very successful in that relationship. So again, y'all are proving that power is not a good dynamic to lead with in a relationship. And this is why I'm saying leadership is different from power. Thank you, NT. I believe,
Listen,
hold on, Cash Kid. Again, hold on,
all
Cash
human
Kid.
beings have value. The issue is people are corrupt and they pick up bad habits. They lack character. What NT is describing is a person who lacks character, whether it's a male or female. But all humans have value.
And what part of that is the power? I think that's what we're trying to figure out. Like, what Sharon mean is like
Yeah.
using that power in a coercive way. Because I know you're not talking a broad sense of power. Is like you're talking about something very
No,
specific.
can I
So we're
clear
trying
it
to
up?
figure
Yeah,
that part
that
out.
don't make sense. That's what I'm saying.
And
It's
I
the
have
power
something that might
dynamic
clear
that's
it up.
fucking it up.
Right.
The
So
power
We
dynamic is
don't
this
think
way.
you do, Cash Kid. Can you
hold
stay
on.
With
muted,
a
please? Thank
woman,
you.
Hold on.
with a woman,
Hold on. I've been explaining that. Y'all just don't want to accept it.
No, it's like, is it specific? Are you talking specifically about a extreme coercive type of power? Like we're talking about like physical abuse, the ability to make someone poor and dilapidated. You know, is that what we're talking about when we talk about
Okay, you
power?
know
Or are we
what?
talking about,
Okay,
what are we
perfect.
talking about?
I'm glad that you asked that. So, can you tell me what leader abuses somebody physically or emotionally? Oh, okay. You
You
can't.
mean
I
like
guarantee
what?
you this. I guarantee
Like
this.
what?
Look how much easier it is. Can you show somebody that's leading with power that abuse physically and emotionally their partner? Can you?
Nigga, what?
You can lead someone to a ditch.
What?
You can lead someone to a crater. You can lead someone to a ditch in the side of the road.
Oh my
So
God. Stop with the double-mindedness. Literally.
No, because now we got to define leader. You mean like in a positive sense?
Oh
Like
my
lead them
God.
where? Like what are you
This,
talking
this is
about,
what
man? That's what we're trying to figure out.
this is the problem that I have with double-mindedness. Literally. Puff Daddy is example of power being abusive physically and emotional in a relationship. Point blank, period. Literally.
you equate power with evil.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I was about to say, yeah, yeah.
I
I get what you're saying. That's an extreme example, though, Sharon, and I get it,
Yeah,
bro.
like
That's like an
I'm
example of
assuming.
tyranny
hold
and
on.
absolute
Please let me
power
finish.
corrupting
Please
absolutely.
let me finish, please. And so now when we have leadership, we can literally give you examples of people that's leading in a relationship. Barack Obama, Michelle Obama. We could literally say that he is not using his power over his wife. He allows her to be autonomously her. She got her own podcast. She say what she wants. She can say, hey, I did not like my husband. That's how much autonomy she has. That's leadership.
Hey, did she have? Hey, one second, though, Sharon. Did she have that
Please,
autonomy
no,
when
hold
she
on.
was
It
the
doesn't
first
matter what
lady
the
in the
outcome.
White
Hold
House?
on.
No,
Hold
hey.
on.
What
I
do
don't
you
want to.
think
I
she
don't
was
want
able to do that when she was
I didn't
the
bring up
leader of the
those
free
two.
world?
That I did not want to bring up those two things to focus on that alone. What I'm saying is giving you two examples of one that led with power and one that is moving a relationship through leadership. It's too easy.
Led with
But
power.
they
Led.
both have power.
Even though
Leader.
I painted it,
That's why this is
Led with power.
confusing. Because Obama still had power. Like that's what's very confusing about this. You're just
right?
saying
Because
he's not
no, it's
using it
only
for bad.
confusing. It's only
He doesn't have
confusing.
any power anymore.
It's only right.
He doesn't
Okay,
have
I
Exactly.
any
think
anymore.
So again,
wisdom is the word
hold
we
on,
need to
hold
enter here.
on,
Wisdom.
please. So this is why we understand that you are not listening to the conversation, right? Because he wasn't always the president. When he was married to her, he was not the president. When he was married to her, it was before he became a senator. When he got married to her, is when he was broke. He had his
Yeah.
intelligence. So again, this is the problem with a lot of men. Y'all want to be double-minded so badly. Y'all
You
want to have
don't make
everything
sense.
in the literal sense, and we know what context of a conversation is. That man
You
found Michelle way
Sharon.
before he had this so-called
Hey,
power.
Sharon, you can't
Well,
sit here
I
and
have a
say
question.
that
I have a
they
question.
don't have
Is
so
there
but you
such thing
saying he
as
had
position of
power.
power? Is
hold on.
there a thing as position of power or having literally power? Is there can it be both?
Yeah, I difference between the two. As far as Obama's concerned, I would just say this. Now that he's no longer the president, you see him having to show up to functions and all of this stuff by himself, no first lady on his arm. You didn't see that when he was the president, so something changed. But go ahead.
Fine. And so what I'm trying to show you is that when you're dealing with power, you are using abusive tactics, you are coercive, you are dictating, you are not allowing the other person to be autonomous and want to be around you. You are forcing the other person. This is why a lot of parents gotta physically whoop their child's ass because they cannot show it through their own actions. This is why they
Okay.
use ass whooping, and then when a child grows up and they use their hands to solve issues, they're going to tell that same kid that you should not be putting your hands on somebody. It's insane to me.
I'm gonna go back to the Obama thing, right? So
No, don't go to
again,
the Obama thing. Just
when he
have a
was
conversation.
president, and
Hold
like
on.
Auntie was saying, if that
Hold on. Just have
what's
a
up?
conversation. I gave
We're
you examples. Jesus
okay,
Christ.
that's what I'm saying. We're continuing the conversation. I'm just sticking on that example, so I don't make a new example that further dilutes the
You don't
conversation.
need to use no
So listen,
example. Just
are we
talk.
now saying that he wasn't in power when, like
This is why.
Auntie was
Okay, let me
saying,
stop.
now that he's not the president, she's not at
Let me
every
stop you
event?
because you're not. Let me stop. You're not able to follow the conversation.
Oh my God. So sticking to the example you used to not further dilute is not following with the conversation. I'm very confused. See, this is what I'm saying. I think you can't admit, like, sometimes you just say it wrong,
All right,
or
man.
it's
Okay,
the bad leadership.
you guys using Obama like the average dude out here is Obama, as if
No,
any dude
I
out here is
mean, what
Obama.
the fuck? He's the one that brought this
I'm
up.
point.
He's
I'm
making
gonna
the
talk
Or
about it.
comparison.
did he?
Don't say this
Hey,
like
or
we
did he?
brought up.
We can
I
talk
brought
about
up
it.
Obama.
We
I
can talk.
didn't
You're
bring
not
that
diddy
up.
either.
These are the examples Sharon brought up, right?
Okay, so is it possible that Michelle Obama, being married to Barack, they had a discussion, was like, hey, There are things that are
Hey,
expected.
you're not listening, bro. Like, I'm not being funny. You just trying to do the argument for argument's sake. My point is Sharon is saying that
Obama and Michelle
Obama
Obama
never
in a
had
position of
power
power
over
is an
Michelle.
example of
Been
that.
able to finish.
He's saying it was only leadership. He never had power.
Hold on.
And I'm addressing that.
Hold on. Let me slow it down for you. Again, I was giving you examples that we could relate to and we could have an understanding, not to pick apart the actual relationship.
Nobody's picking apart the relationship.
Because I'm giving you an example of how one used power in his relationship to coerce and dictate the relationship, while another used leadership to move.
That's what I'm saying. You have power with leadership. Regardless, that's the whole thing you've been trying to say. Oh, power, when you got leadership, it ain't no power involved. That's what I'm saying. So are you now saying Obama didn't have no power?
So this is what I'm saying when I'm okay, my God. This is what I'm saying. Now you want to use the word in a literal sense out of context.
No, I'm talking about in the relationship.
I'm giving you the
She's
example.
not showing at events with him no more.
I'm giving you the example.
She was the whole time he was president.
I'm giving you the example of how it is separate, but yet you still trying to conflate the two. That's the issue that I keep having with y'all, and I do not understand for the life of me why y'all keep doing the same thing over and over. I literally separate it, and then now you want to bring it back to that is the same thing.
No,
Mr. Brayson, you can apply that logic to all sitting presidents and their wives.
So let me tell you the difference. Right, and so the difference is
because you don't see Ivanka at no fucking meetings.
I'm gonna try to further give you a separation between the power and the leadership situation, right? I'm gonna try to again. So leaders, right? They create a clear vision and motivate others to achieve through inspiration, not just authority. So that will be the difference between power, where they are dictating and using fear and coercion, versus a leader creating a clear vision and motivate.
Okay, tying this back to the regular conversation, you're saying most men are trying to use fear and loathing against bitches. This is wild.
Okay,
but that's all I'm saying. This whole shit is you contradicting yourself.
Okay, so now we back to that. So now we get back. So yes, majority of men are attempting to use power to control their wife. Yes.
But what power?
This is crazy.
And
you trying to say you
explaining
Well, I'm gonna say the physical.
Hold on,
physical power. Physical power.
Don't just say.
Okay, so you're saying most men physically intimidate their women or their wives? Is that what you're saying? Most men do that.
At least that's what they express on these panels. Yes.
Okay. All right.
And then
we know that's not actuality.
And then we also not just have examples of the panels. We have examples of this girl Sky Jackson that literally just put a restrainer on her baby father that told her to drink some bleach. That is another example of it. We also have DDG, another example of her having bruises and him sneaking into her house. That's again using his physical force. Again, we have Holly Berry, a man using his physical force. You want me to keep going? Mary J. Blige, her man was using physical force. Like we have so many examples of men using physical force as to show their power instead of leadership, is what I'm saying. And we keep trying to act like we don't understand these things are happening in real time. We literally have Shannon Sharp.
I don't understand that's the majority. That's not the majority.
Hold on, it's okay. We literally have Shannon Sharp in recent time again. She was willing to do things for him, and he still wanted to take it from her. Literally, he got now 10. Now we understand that he had 10 situations throughout the years where he had to use force because it's a power situation. For some reason, y'all do not want to understand it, even though I'm giving you example after example.
Let me see. So what it sounds like to me, I think I understand what you're saying. You're defining power as the abusive use of leverage. That's what it sounds like.
That's exactly what he's saying.
Right, because I'm assuming power as in the presence of leverage. So I think that's where, we're getting confused. If you're saying that the abusive use of leverage, no, I can agree with you. No, that's not a healthy relationship.
Okay,
but you don't have You don't have leverage with strangers. So we're talking. I mean, you don't have leverage with strangers. Yeah. You guys are.
Well, if I'm bigger than you, then I have physical leverage.
Listen. Again, y'all keep trying to change the word power, which is fine. However, I gave you examples of men using power in a negative way. And yet, you cannot show me a man using power in a positive way within a relationship.
Sharon, this is where we're gonna have the problem.
No, do
you
what I'm
you literally made up a definition because it's not the definition. You're not using the dictionary definition.
I need
you literally not. You gave us the different explanation. This is why Auntie is like, okay, I
Yeah,
get you
but
meaning it like this.
if we have a definition now, then it's not relevant.
No, it is because the actual word has an actual definition, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So how are we
That's
supposed
why I
to
didn't
avoid
really
the
like the
actual
word
definition
power.
to say
Yeah,
now the definition should be what Sharon said? What the fuck? What are we doing here?
Because there are plenty of people in the world that are bigger, stronger, a lot more physically intimidating by other people, but hold no power over them. Hold none.
That's where we start getting confused again, because
No.
if we're specifically talking about
He mean
abusive
like
use of leverage,
interpersonal
then
relationship,
he is,
interpersonal
You
relationships.
know what? Let's define the word power. What you think the definition of power is? KT, since I'm using it wrong.
The Oxford, it has the fuck what I think. It's an actual. That's what I'm saying. Like it's an actual
so
word.
Don't tell me what you are saying. Tell me what's the definition of power.
Look it up. Let's all read it. Fuck it.
So you don't know.
Just say yours, man.
Hold on. So you don't know the definition of power?
No, I don't know dictionary wise. I don't.
I'm glad now. So what makes you think I'm using it incorrectly?
Because it's not the like saying that power is the abuse of hold up, power was taking advantage of like your leverage, like that type thing. I'm not saying that can't be a form of power, but I'm almost positive that's not the definition of power.
You can't.
Like power is just
the dictionary power means what?
Probably the ability to have more.
Hold on, I will give you the exact definition of it, and then I will show you how I'm bringing it into a relationship, right? Because this is what Cyberjus was telling you. Right? We understand that it's a conversation and what the context of the conversation is, right? When I say power, I ain't talking about no fucking electricity.
Well, the possession of control, authority, or influence over others.
All right, so this is what I'm saying. When you are not being in the conversation, now you want me to be literal to the exact definition of a word when we are literally having a conversation about the whole dynamic of a power in relationship. And I'm giving you examples, and I gave you examples.
We've all said we don't believe that's power. You just keep saying that is power.
But you gotta understand the definition, the word itself.
Because he's not
the word itself has its own construct of what it means.
Right. And then when
it has its own dynamics. The word power itself has its own dynamics.
Correct. And then when you add it to the conversation, now you change it. But anyway, we could just go with what the literal sense of power, right? Ability to act or do, strength, vigor, or might. Now you tell me with that definition, what about power you should be using in your relationship? Go ahead.
I'm not advocating for power or arguing about power. You are. That's my point.
So, but we can use, Mr. Bracey, we can use ability to act or do.
Now, you just read the definition, so we know what you're saying is incorrect because what you've been implying is not power.
Relax, KT, relax. We have the definition here. Just relax. So we can use this one, ability to act or do, in the context of what we're talking about with the examples of all these rich, wealthy men. That their ability to act or do, their ability is their money. So that their money gives them the leverage and the ability to act or do.
I agree. But that's where the argument starts.
And back to the thing, that's not most people. Most men are not Diddy. Most men are not.
So let's bring it down to the levels of working class men, right? What are their ability to act and do? Working class men.
Not much. If you want me to be honest.
I would like to go a step further. Not even just working class men. When you're talking about coddled entertainers, like let's say a Chris Brown, for example, there's a dude that's likely been a coddled entertainer and just performer since he was probably about 12, 13 years old, something like that. Like the dude's probably never been told no a day in his life. You know what I'm saying? So there's a difference between that and then grown ass men that might have a similar net worth, but they're self-made. They're usually gonna have a different mentality toward people.
Okay, so again, so what in a relationship you should act or do something with vigor and strength. Go ahead, tell me what in the relationship you should be doing that with.
I told you
What?
it's in the bedroom, Mr. Bracy. It's their penis.
Nah,
I told you that.
I agree with
I told you
that.
that.
look, in an actual healthy relationship, any resource you have, whether that be power, wisdom, whatever, it's supposed to be a compliment to your significant other.
No,
Man,
again,
they got that
Same,
stroke.
same thing applies to
hold on.
women.
No, no, no,
It's
no,
They got
supposed
that
to
vigor,
hold
in a
and their
healthy
stroke.
on.
They
relationship.
got that
Hold
might
on.
and the stroke.
No, I'm
Hold
just saying
on,
you're supposed to
hold
be
on, Auntie. Hold
complimenting
on,
your
Auntie.
significant other,
It's an
not
emergency situation.
Hold on.
yeah.
I need. After y'all asked me to use the exact definition, and then I'm able to use the exact definition, right?
Yeah,
The
and I
exact
use it in
definition,
context.
and still related to
Yeah.
what I am saying. You cannot now change the definition of power again, right? So we put it very focused. So in a relationship, you should not be using your strength and your vigor to move your wife into doing something. You should do it.
They do. It's
You
called
should
the penis. The
they
penis.
absolutely right, but you should be
Okay,
doing it through inspiration. Is what I'm
I
saying.
want to
You
get.
should be having a clear vision of what you want your
With Mr.
family
Bracy.
to be doing. And I don't understand. Like, even when I give you the exact definition, y'all still act as if you don't understand, which is wild to me.
But we have
I got. I
examples
got. I
that
got some.
Nah,
I
penis
got.
I don't
vigor
understand.
ran out.
I,
It ran out
I
with
gotta
Shannon
say
Sharp.
this is an example of the double-minded
Y'all
shit
hear the
you
young
be
lady?
talking about. Y'all just
No,
flip
no,
the
I don't know if
argument
y'all
to
have
now
a
the
delay.
offer is the same thing Casket was
I'm
saying.
not sure if y'all have a delay, but the young lady was talking. Go ahead, Cyber Dream.
I'm saying we're using the definition in the context of the conversation about relationships. And Mr. Bracy asks, so what are men doing in relationships to equate these attributes in the definition? I said the penis, like I said before. Males worship
No,
their
now
phallus.
y'all flipping the
right?
argument to what y'all was just dogging
No.
Casket about.
No,
Y'all
I'm
literally
not.
now doing that. That's what I'm saying. This is an example
What
of
is
the
he?
double. This is the
What is he
example of
talking about?
double-mindedness
What?
shit. You're now saying what the men have to attribute is the penis. Now we
No.
taking away and we actually
Oh my
using the
God.
word, right?
No,
That's what I'm
no.
saying. Now y'all
Hold on,
flipping to the
What?
argument y'all
What?
was just dogging this man for.
Hold on.
KT.
I'm not.
Hold on.
We're saying what are men using the definition? How are they using the definition? That's not me attaching this as an attribute, KT.
Right. God damn, you can't be.
You're
this
literally saying it's what they doing, but saying it's not an attribute.
Oh my
You know
God.
what an attribute is?
Hold
Yes,
on.
ma'am.
Okay, hold on. So hold on. KT, do you know I asked the question and she answered it? So now it's your turn to answer the question. I don't know what you missed.
Repeat the question then, please. Maybe
This
I
is
didn't hear it.
This is insane to me. I ain't gonna lie to you.
He said, reading the definition. Who put the definition on the screen? Who was that?
The wrong class.
Sure.
Can you please put the correct definition again? So again, KT to go by the definition of the word using strength and vigor. What are you doing that is using strength and vigor? And that's the definition of the word power. To do an act with strength and vigor. What acts are you doing in a relationship that contains power?
You keep arguing that. That's what I'm saying. We've all said we don't think what you're talking about is power, and I don't think that. That's what I've been saying from the beginning. You're using the wrong word. Most men don't apply power to their women, or how you're even saying it. They're abusing their authority is what you're talking about.
No, I'm
Abuse
not.
of authority.
Okay, so again. So I gave
Like
you
it's
example. So I
it's
gave you
clear.
example. So again, I gave you example. Is Sean Puff Daddy Combs using his power within the relationship dynamic with him and Cassie?
Yes, it's Sean Diddy Combs most niggas.
Okay.
No, it's Sean Diddy Combs most niggas. We're going back to the beginning because this is what the conversation about. Most men.
All right.
He's on a rigor mortgage, whatever.
So I will show you how most men are using power in a relationship. And I've been telling you how most men are using power within a relationship.
With the penis.
Oh my God.
That's what I'm saying. That's what y'all arguing.
Can I get a real life
That's
example?
my answer,
and this is what Casket was arguing, and this is what y'all was saying he was wrong on. So again,
I'm trying to talk to your dumb ass. I don't know.
You ain't, bro. Yell, scream, do all you want to. That ain't nothing. You're being childish. It just shows that you have to.
You are
to
not
act
understanding as being childish. I literally said.
No, I can't understand. If you don't make sense. It's that simple.
I literally said power allows a person to dictate decisions and influence the outcomes, right? That sometimes through fear and coercion is one of the first things I said about using power within a relationship.
No, you
So
didn't.
why do you not understand what I am saying?
Yeah, now you're using the dictionary definition, something you didn't use. Coercion, none of them words power. Like, let's be honest.
Hold
You
on.
didn't use the
That's what I
dictionary
said
word.
earlier.
And now you're saying from the beginning, that's what you said. It is what
Yes,
it is.
and
I'm not going to argue about it. Yeah, I mean, I see you getting emotional about it, but I'm just saying, I'm
because
being
you're
honest.
just
I'm calling out
talking.
what you're saying.
I need you to understand that I'm
Y'all get mad
talking
and
to
calling
you.
me idiot.
Oh my fucking God. I'm talking to you. I expect you to have a back and forth. And you just talking while I'm talking instead of answering anything that I'm actually saying.
He fucking high.
Daddy, you know that you're making me keep doing this wobbly instead of straight by scaring me.
I'm sorry.
Because you're too loud.
I'm too loud. My voice is a little strong. I apologize.
Sharon, if I may, if you don't mind, please.
Yes, please.
Shout out to the panel, peace to the panel. KT and any other male that is on this panel, especially the married men. You don't have to answer, but I'm going to explain the difference between power and leading by example. If you married, if you believe that your wife should do what you say just by saying it, if you believe that, you don't have to answer it, then you're leading by power. So of course you're going to have this reaction. And I had to learn the hard way. But if you're leading by example, not by power, not by do as I say, not as I do, if you believe your wife should do what she should do what she is told by you without no question, you're leading by power. If you're leading by example, you're just leading by example and your family will follow. Let's use the Barack example. Let's use that. Before he was president or senator, he was married to Michelle Obama. I guarantee you probably he was leading his family. He wasn't leading with power. Yes, two can exist in the same room, but when he was married, I guarantee you he was leading his family. But when he became senator, let's go up. When he became president, of course he had power. When you have power, you don't have to really do nothing. You just say, because he's the power. He's the top guy. If you're leading, you're leading by example. You're doing it first, and then the people will follow you. You can apply that to life. You can apply that to the army. Drill sergeants, platoon sergeants, they're in the field with you. They're leading first, and the troops will follow. The colonels or the the generals, they're giving orders. Yes, they put their work in first, but they're giving orders, and you're going to do it. That's the difference. So let's cut the nuances and stop playing games. We know the difference. If you expect your wife to do what you say, then you're leading your relationship by power. Own it. But if you're leading by example and you're not telling her what to do, you're actually leading and she's following, like he gave you the perfect example. He exercises, now his wife exercises. That's leading. He's not on the couch saying, you better go exercise, you're getting fat. That's power. I land my plane.
So what I heard is you saying there's a journey to evolve into power. Once the man has the journey and he gets to power, he got the power, rightfully so. And I'm good with that as a woman.
Yeah, again, I don't know how long you listen. I'm just pointing out. He said that when you have leadership, you don't have power. And I get that you saying that you can abuse your authority, which is like I said, been saying, it's just the wrong word. You can abuse your authority. You can abuse your power.
Okay, hold on, please. The problem is this. Y'all keep saying I'm using the wrong word after we broke down the word, and it's not the wrong word. So don't say I'm using the wrong word. Don't say Elvis, you okay? Oh, she don't gotta run, goddamn it.
I didn't want to say nothing, but okay, like he saw it too. All right, cool.
But so again, so don't say I'm using the wrong word when you cannot give a different word.
I just did it. Abuse of authority, abuse of power. Abuse is what you're talking about, just frankly.
I'm talking. I don't know why you keep doing that. I'm literally talking, you just start talking. That's crazy to me.
Because he's not.
Because when I start talking, you just gonna start talking also. But I mean, fuck it. That's what I'm saying. It's not like I can say much anyway.
Right. I don't do that. So again, if I'm using the wrong word to you, even though we went by the literal definition and in the definition of how I'm bringing it within a goddamn conversation about dynamics in a relationship, please explain to me, how am I using the wrong word?
Yeah, you read the definition again.
Why?
All right, Casey.
If you're not able to follow along with the conversation.
No, I'm asking, because you had two. You had the one you read, and then you read another one from World Class. I don't know if they were different. I know you said
read a different definition. No, I did not.
So you didn't read one at first with just us up here and nobody put it in the chat?
What the fuck is going on? This is the one that he put. The ability to act or do, to do, strength, vigor, or might. Now, what things you do in a relationship that you have the ability to do with your woman that has strength, vigor, or might? What is it?
Yeah, anything. What the fuck? Strength, vigor, might. What the fuck?
Let me go in this, man. Let me go really quick. So I actually want to get your idea of like what happened here, Sharon. So when it comes to a power dynamic that happened with me and my wife, I want to get we worked at the same job. We were in a training where we were about to see something that if you were to see something and you start getting asked about it, everyone starts getting involved. So she wasn't aware that if she sits there and watches this conflict, that HR is going to start coming around and asking people about this. I'm walking out and saying we need to leave. I did it twice, and then I used my physicality. I grabbed her and we just moved out of there. And just like I predicted, HR starts going around and starts figuring out who sees what. Now, how does power relate to that?
I don't know.
Well, I can say that your ability to use that power in that situation was to save her job. Is that what it was?
Yeah, what ended up happening was HR got everybody involved. People seen it, they explained it, and they just chose to lay those people off. And anyone who's involved in that.
Well, that's true. That's the true ability to use power in its right context, because you use physical power to save. So yeah, you did the right thing, in my opinion.
Yeah, but going back to my point, that's what I'm saying. Power is an everyday thing. I'm just pointing out how you making it right.
Or where you use it externally. That's not what the discussion is about.
You have enough intelligence to use power in such a way, but you use power in such a way that it saved their life, it saved their job. You get what I'm saying? So Sharon, Mr. Bracy is giving examples of people's ability to use power to destroy life.
Exactly. So that's what I'm saying. When we talking about power, you use power in your everyday to day thing. That's all I'm pointing out.
Can you give us an example from your own relationship where you used power?
If my wife literally says move this, leadership. If my wife says move this, or if my wife says I think I want to do that, you know what I'm saying? I think I want to move listen, this would be power and leadership all in one. My wife says, hey, I've been thinking about, my wife says, I've been thinking about changing around the living room.
Stop.
If she says,
hold on, you're not understanding what he's asking you, clearly.
So you just said you don't do that, and then you just, you know what I'm saying? It's a walking contradiction.
I'm not doing what you're doing. I don't know why
you interrupted me, and if you don't, you overtalk me.
I'm stopping you because you're not understanding the question.
All right, motherfucker. I understand the question, brother.
All right, so answer the question. What are you using.
Yeah, my strength, the might, power, might, the ability to do, use, might. Remember that? Vigor. Hey, my wife, prime example, my wife, I bought her a car. I told her to go up there and get registered. She went and talked to the dude. He said there, he was basically telling her, you can't get this. I can't get this car with no tags in your name. I went up there, I used a little bit of my vigor, and he literally got us them tags that day. So I'm saying you can use power every day. Now, what you talking? We all use power every day, even with your leadership, because it goes hand in hand. Everything you saying don't exist together. Now you're trying to say it. So I've been saying from the beginning.
It's insane to me when we literally give you definitions and you don't use it correctly. This is crazy.
How did I not use it correctly?
KT, that registration was just a societal negotiation that you displayed. It has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Is that not
We're
what
talking
power is?
we're talking about relationship power. So that example that you gave is you using your power externally, not on your
Yes, so
partner.
what y'all talking about isn't relationship power. Y'all talking about a relationship
so I can finish
abuse.
what I'm saying, please. Damn. So what we're talking about is using your power against your partner. When have you done, or using your power at your partner instead of just leading? For example, when my girl and I went to our concealed carry class, I didn't say you need to go to this concealed carry class or else, or you're going to do this because I said. I just said, hey, I feel like it'd be better if we went. We both got our concealed carry. Blah blah blah. She's like, okay, sure, that's leadership, because I didn't pressure her to do it. I didn't force her to do the thing. I'm not using power to force her to do something. You said the example you gave was the dealership thing, something about him not listening to your partner or whatever. So you went up there with her and basically forced him.
No,
Use your aggression. Okay, well, you went up there by yourself. That's fine. And you use your physical ability or you as a man, whatever, in a way, in an aggressive way or in a whatever way, to make him do something. So you did something and use your power to make him do something. We're asking you, when is that good to do in a relationship? And the people that do that in a relationship.
Gave the examples. Now y'all saying y'all don't get where's the good? I just gave you the good.
What was the example?
And again, back to the actual conversation.
What
most
was the
men
example?
do not abuse their power in their relationship.
What was the example? Nobody's saying most. We're not saying. I didn't say most men did.
I just gave an example of me using power in my relationship.
What was the example?
We're gonna stay on the car.
So I'm gonna ask the question again because you're not listening. What is an example of you using your power to force your girl to do something or your partner to do something? And why is that a good thing instead of just leading in a way?
Nobody forced their part. That's what I'm saying. This is where y'all talking about abusing shit. Forcing people is not good ever. Nobody does that in relationships on the basics. That's all I'm pointing out. Most people are not forcing anyone to do anything. You use your power in relationships is in for your guys' benefit. That's why they say power couples.
This is how crazy. This is why it's so hard to not use these words, right? You're literally agreeing with me, but for some reason you want to disagree. You have not gave an example of how you use power within your relationship. You have not. Literally, when we actually did how you use power, you deferred it to
your
wife.
How is the example not? You're talking about forcing someone to do something.
I'm literally talking.
That's not the word. That's not what involves power, is it? It doesn't say force. You're not forcing someone to do shit. You're applying it as if that has to be the context of when you use power. Because remember, you're saying power is bad. Leadership is different, and that's not the same.
Mr. Bracy, let's just use Ambassador's great example of how he used physical power. Let's just use that.
This is crazy to me.
Because for some reason, KT, he can't draw the difference between him going to a man and doing power to whether of his wife. Look, he got me talking crazy. I can't even speak.
Like literally, you just said your wife said, "Hey, babe, I couldn't get the registration." And then you went down to the office. That don't have nothing to do with anything what we talking about.
Because you're talking about people abusing their authority, bad positions. Every time the main thing you say is, did he have financial control of Cassie, right? Is that physical?
I need you to understand what we are having a conversation and just talk to the conversation. Like you be talking about things that we are not talking about.
KT, it's actually funny because he gave a perfect example of leadership and he doesn't even know it. Your girl came home and was like, they didn't give me my tag or whatever. She didn't say you need to go up there and get me my tag or else.
She did
You
not.
said, oh, they didn't? Okay, I'm gonna go do this for you. She didn't force you to do it. She didn't coerce you. She didn't do anything. She didn't show strength to make you want to do it or
That's
anything
what
like
I
that.
just
You
told
just
y'all.
But
led.
AR,
You just led as a man and went up
I
there
said
and got
that's
it.
an example of leadership and power in a
AR,
relationship.
You
they're,
use
When
your
you use
they're
power in a
missing.
relationship, does it only
missing
apply
it.
to the person you're
Oh,
with?
God.
You use your power externally. You use your power against other people. We're talking about using your power against your partner.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. When you
AR,
using
but
something against somebody, it's not for a
KT,
relationship. What the fuck do y'all understand about that?
relax, woosah. But AR, you got to understand there's a trust
Niggas been up here
factor
screaming and
in
yelling the whole
leadership,
time they
right?
telling me stop.
His wife had enough trust to come tell her man her grievance. And she had enough confidence, right, that this man that she trusts was going to rectify the tags. There's a nuance to everything. You know, nuance is the leadership, okay? The nuance is the trust factor. Like Ambassador's wife, if Ambassador's wife did not trust his leadership, she would have bucked up and had a whole scene inside the office place. Like, come on, you know what I'm saying?
She would try to use her power.
Yes, but she trusted his power, even though it was a force. It was a physical force.
I'm not arguing with a lot of this. Y'all just don't understand. This man has been arguing from the beginning. If you have leadership, you don't have
else has been
power.
arguing. I'm talking
now
about
we're saying,
But Mr.
no,
Otis
listen,
broke it down. There's a journey in leadership. There's a journey into leadership. Leadership, and then there's a journey that happens when you evolve into power. You can't just jump from a peasant to power. You have to put in the work. You got to be in the trenches. Someone has to see you doing something consistently. So they say, okay, he is an expert at doing X, Y, and Z.
I trust their word, their leadership, their opinion. I
Leadership
agree. I'm not arguing with y'all. I think y'all just missing the
leadership
point.
is influence, right? When you are a true leader, your influence is people watching you. That's your influence.
Yo, this is insane to me. I don't know. I think I'm starting to think they just want to argue with me.
Yeah.
Like this can't be for real. When I'm giving you an example, and then you gotta say the same thing I'm saying.
No, I don't even care to argue. You don't, like I said, you the one been doing the yelling and screaming for being real. I'm just saying, y'all literally saying, Otis gave the explanation.
Can you please?
Sharon has been who's arguing this the whole time.
I do not want to
Sharon didn't give the explanation. Now we going off of Otis.
It's my show. Thank you. I do not need a recap of what just happened. Like I wasn't here. I don't.
Yeah, so that means you were incorrect. Because you didn't explain this, and you're still not explaining that. You're just now taking credit for what he said and saying, "Yeah, that's what I said," and it's not.
You are the one that did not explain yourself about how you use power within your relationship.
Yeah, again, using something in a relationship is not using against somebody. Do y'all not understand that? When you use something in your relationship does not mean you use it against somebody, especially the person you're with. And what you're talking about, that is abuse of power. And again, that's what makes that abuse of power.
Fucking God. And again, I'm giving you examples of how power is used and there's nothing good came out of it in a relationship. And I'm asking you, where have you used power and it turned out good, and yet you still?
Well, now you're saying mine's don't apply.
Started talking before I finished my conversation. I don't understand that.
But Mr. Brace, you can't forget that their premise of power solely hinges on sexual participation. So they can't think outside of sexual participation.
It gotta be.
KT and
So
Sharon's
I give an example
of
outside of sexual participation, and y'all say that's unaccepted. Even though you did say, ma'am, y'all, and I said it from the beginning, this is leadership, which comes with power. Like you said, it's a progress, right? She trusted me enough. So yeah, I had that power. So that's what I'm saying. But
you're not saying what you think you're saying.
Okay, so if I start going to the gym, lifting weights or whatever, and my girl decides to do the same thing, what power did I display?
Leading by
her. Okay, so that's just leadership, right? Doesn't have anything to do with power. Using power internal to the relationship.
Is Miss Nightmare was saying they are simultaneous in a relationship. If you trusting that person to be a leader, you giving them the power. Another point I was making, because he's trying to say, y'all, I guess y'all trying to argue you don't have power.
Stop there. Stop doing that. Stop doing that, please. This is the problem with double-minded men. Everything means everything. Nothing has a position. It's not how leadership works. Everything cannot mean the same thing, especially after we define it.
Well, what you defined ain't. What you defined was literally power, man. Am I incorrect? The definition we had was for power, not abuse of power, right? Those are two different things.
Regardless of you want to add an abuse to it. I don't have
no,
to
you're adding the abuse. You literally keep saying, what have you used against your wife for your relationship?
Exactly. So tell me
abuse, nigga. That is a force.
Without using abuse, because I never use the word abuse. Can you give me an example of when you use power on your wife in your relationship between y'all two? Anything else.
But KT, you gotta use the definition.
Please.
You gotta use the definition in your answer.
Go ahead, KT, to go. Can you do that?
Yes, I just used. I don't know why I'm doing this again. I just gave the definition. I don't really want to do that.
Okay, KT, do you think there's a standard that men need to get back to holding that they're not currently holding?
Yeah, for sure.
What's that standard to you? What was it before, and what do you think?
Just holding it down. Just holding down the fort and keeping it solid. Stop being fuck niggas. Like, stop being niggas trying to hop online to be seen, and you know what I'm saying? Stop being like ego-driven niggas. Just do what's best, make the smartest decision, and hold down your family. The progression of your family come first and foremost.
Gotcha. Do you think that?
Don't lie, you ain't got that. Come on, this ghetto language. Come on, AR, stop. No cap. You ain't got that.
What are we talking about? What did I say?
What you just said was a whole bunch of jibble.
What are you talking about? Being honest with my family and making sure they the first and foremost.
You didn't say that though. But you didn't say that. You said niggas online, keeping it solid.
Stop being an ego.
Stop being a fuck nigga. What does that mean in reality? Come on now.
That means stop sitting here saying stupid shit just to appeal to people. If be honest and true to what you say. Either stand on it or don't, or more importantly, have
you don't do that, KT. You don't do that.
I do.
You don't.
I
you
do.
got up here and said, I don't know.
First
of all, you said, I don't know the definition of power. But then you're combative with Sharon, talking about he's using the definition wrong when you admitted that you didn't know what the fuck the word meant.
Did we read the definition, man?
Negro, you said.
Did we read the definition?
It doesn't matter.
Yes
you said you didn't know.
Did we read the definition?
You said you didn't know.
Sharon correct on what that definition
just like one of them niggas you talk about online, trying to be seen, talking like they know something.
Okay,
see, that's what I'm saying. You're not answering it. You saying it to apply your emotion.
Hold on. So again, this is what we tend to see, right? People just want to be correct instead of just actually having a conversation. Because he still don't understand the definition of the word. That's why he keep using. I'm saying, what you saying? Did that apply to that word? Was that what that word's definition was? I don't understand what is wrong with y'all. I'm talking. I don't get that. I don't understand that. Have some goddamn control of yourself. Again, you're not able to give examples of how you use power within your own relationship. You have not.
I just did, but you said because I didn't use it on my wife, it's not power.
Oh my
God. Wow.
Again, no, we're saying that you use it against your partner. It's not going to work out well.
No, yeah, that's because that's abuse. That's my point. That's my whole point, y'all. That's not what power is.
So is anytime you use power against your partner abuse?
Most likely, yeah.
This man.
That's the whole point.
Yeah, so that's abuse. That's what I'm saying. Like he just said, is that not abuse? So what are you getting all this, man? He just said what I've been saying. That's abuse. That's not power.
Hold on. Again, you don't have to put abuse of power. You don't have to put abuse on it. Whenever you just said that anytime you use power on your partner,
He said abuse your power on your partner.
No, he did not say that. He said
No.
when you use power
Against your partner. Is that
Against-
abuse?
Yeah.
That's you're
Abuse of
using it
power
against
isn't a
him.
word. That's two different words that you're putting together to make a statement. Abuse of power isn't a word. We're talking about power.
I asked you if anytime you use power against your partner, is that abuse? You said most of the time, pretty much all the
Yes.
time. That's the whole point that people have been making on here, which is if you use power against your
And
partner.
the point is, I've been making is most men are not abusing their power.
Okay, so now
What does that got to do with anything?
Because that's what the topic was. That's what I'm saying.
Oh,
Y'all
okay.
acting
It's
like
been
I'm
so
tripping
long.
because I remember what the topic was from the beginning. Y'all don't let the niggas talk so much. I done forgot what the point was.
No, again, you cannot like yo. This is crazy to me. Okay, we can use a different. I'll use a different one. That's only one that I use, right? I only use one thought in my head so far about power allows person to dictate decisions, right? And they use it through fear and coercion, right? Power can also exert it through threats, right? Manipulation, domination. It's about making things happen by any means necessary. Power often comes from a title or a position.
Yeah, and then they start bringing up Obama. Then they brought
That
up
was his
Obama.
example.
You didn't seek
That was
power
his
for-
example.
So many people they seek this power for personal gain. Use it to elevate their own status rather than uplift others. We see men do that all the time. Again,
Yes. Do most men do it? That's my only point.
Yes,
No.
because you
Go
cannot
on.
give me examples, right? I'm giving you examples of how most men are doing it, whether it's either on his panels or celebrities. And for some reason, as I give these
If
examples,
a nigga don't agree with you, he exuding his power in his relationship. What the fuck?
So, Mr. Bracy, power has is duality. So, Mr. Ambassador, I love his example because he really genuinely wanted to understand that what he did, was it a negative or a positive? So, power in itself, when you're dealing with males, has a dual function. You can use it to save a life or destroy a life.
No, I don't think power is good at all.
Well, Ambassador said he used his power.
So again, this is all I'm pointing out. Y'all. I'm not tripping. This is what I'm trying to say. Y'all don't.
You don't understand conversation, KT. So you need to just stop just jumping in, please. I understand you have this need to be right, but just relax. Give me example of power that you are using it in the greatest of good. I do not see it. Show it. Just go ahead and give me yours instead of just trying to argue with me, and then we can have a conversation.
Well, I don't agree that power period is only going to be used in a negative way. Like if you're out with your partner and you feel like something is wrong and you say we're going home, she's like, well, I don't want to go home. Why are we going home? Get in the car. So you're using your power to get her into the car and leave the situation.
I disagree, and this is why I disagree with y'all. So to me, that is again using leadership, right? Because if you use the power, use the grab her, just throw her in the car, that would be using your power.
Might do that too.
Right. So that would be using your power, and I think that would be a negative way, and she's not going to receive it. If I say, hey, babe, we need to go. I think we need to leave because it's she see the vision of what I'm explaining, and she understands all these things that I envision, and she gets in the car. That is using my leadership. That is not using my power.
Yeah, but you're taking it as she's doing the same analyzing and getting the same situational awareness. Sometimes you don't have time to explain the situation. Just get in the car and let's go. So if she's like, all right, let's go.
Perfect. So let me jump in.
You might have to physically grab her.
Right. And so now if my wife knows, like we talking about a relationship, she knows who I am and what I do. If I say let's go, my wife is not going to argue with me about let's leave.
I'm not saying
in the car. So now when we talking about physically grabbing her and just saying that we walking down the street, nothing is happening.
Oh.
He froze.
Yeah, I'm about to say.
So my question is, can women use that same power on their husbands? Even though we're physically weaker, yeah. Can we apply that?
That's what I'm saying. Even when he's talking about sexually, I think y'all may have took it there. I don't see him saying like coochie power is bad. Like
that's what you
Coochie make a
said. That's
nigga
the
stay in
first
the
thing that came
crib.
out your mouth. Pussy
That
power.
wasn't
Come on
my
now.
mouth. That was Cash Kids. That was not my mouth.
What?
I just pointed out that I said that after he asked the question, and then didn't nobody say nothing because he's talking about, well, do women have any power? And I was like, I just threw it out for a quick and I said it. I was like, well, quickly, just to answer bro question, a quick one they say is the pussy got power.
So my power with my fiance is my influence. I'm able
I
to
agree with that.
see his friends. I don't like none of his friends. All of his friends are jealous of him. When I go around his friends, right?
Yeah.
Well, he had me around I refuse to go around his friends now because I see them picking at him, and him being the man. I don't want to see my man getting bullied by other niggas.
Degraded.
Like,
I agree.
you know what I'm saying?
And listen,
so
that's what I'm saying.
I pulled him to the side. I told him, watch this, watch that. He recently came to me and said, yeah, you were right about X, Y, and Z. So I used my influence to get him to detach from his friends. He been knowing these men for 30 years since they was in the sandbox. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But because he make a certain amount of money and they still have arrested development, you know what I'm saying? There's like a, they how can I say? They
behind. It's all right. They the hood. They the niggas in the hood, and he want to look out for his man.
They pick at him and shit. He's the joke of the day or some shit like that. But I'm asking, can women use that same power?
Look, Sharon, let me just say this real quick. When I'm saying
I think the issue is basing the
negative
relationship off of the power. So everything or most things being based off of using your power, whether it be influence, physical power, or some other power that you have to manipulate the relationship the way that you want it to go. So in your example, that was one particular instance. But if everything he was doing, you were like, oh, I don't like that, so I'm gonna use my influence to control him. I'm gonna control him by the type of friends he has, overall the job he gets, what he does on Saturday, all these other things. That's when it's an issue. Using it for a particular instance that he was in a bad situation he was in is completely different.
And I just want to point out real quick,
context.
but I wasn't saying pussy power in the negative manner.
What you're saying is what
Mr.
Bracy been saying the whole time.
Pussy power in the bad
I know,
way.
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm trying to get KT
about your power. KT, just relax. Just relax.
What y'all now exclude me from the shit that I've been arguing from the beginning, y'all?
Just relax. We're staying in flow with the conversation from 2 hours ago. Okay, just relax. So what AR just said
wasn't here. I just brought this up. Now y'all acting like this is something new. Y'all bringing up. Chill.
No,
I brought up pussy power in the beginning because you want to let me explain.
Need to be right.
I brought up. It's not a need to be right.
The reason why I hit the panel
he don't
because
he don't understand that he has this need to be right. He really Jesus. He's not getting it, and he's not allowing people to talk. He think that we all doing the same thing. He think that we cut him off, and he don't realize that. Let me read a couple before I get cut off. I'm bringing back up in a second. It says, "Take your talking points to the patent office. Fuck out of here." Also, it says, "Power over leadership stifles growth. Low morale." Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you so much, beautiful. And also, it says, "Thanks always. Cup of coffee, BNYT." What that stands for?
I don't know.
What is it? What is it?
BNYT. Black nigga YouTube? I'm not sure. Thank you so much, beautiful. I appreciate it.
Listen, only reason why I came up, I got triggered when they said a woman power only between her legs. These niggas got us all women fucked up.
Yeah, I mean,
I usually stay in the chat,
So
but I got triggered.
We're not talking about you, KT.
And shout out to my guy. It says, "Bring me back up, God damn it." I got something to say.
Like this, he really said the power of a woman is between her legs. Like, are you kidding?
I brought that because you're right. I did say it, but y'all didn't. I just want to explain.
Stop right there. When I mentioned it, stop, KT, stop. When I mentioned it to you, you said, "I didn't say that." Now you're mentioning it now.
That's the only thing they have to offer.
That's the first shit came out your mouth, Negro.
But I didn't say that's the only thing. Where did I once say that? That's what I'm saying.
Negro,
you talk a lot, and y'all act like I'm stupid because you do the talking. I'm listening
What?
and
So why
talking. I
why
can
didn't you
walk
give
and chew
what
bubble
first
gum. It's
first
not hard.
why was that your first point to
I
go to for
use
why
that as an
that
example
was the
because
part?
those women, a lot of time, I'm talking about it's a
Okay.
common quote. Pussy got
Okay.
power.
Yeah,
Girls run the world.
you
It's
could have
not a very common quote.
you could have went a different route, and two, you didn't give other examples.
No, but
So
I
don't
did it
say
because it was the common
okay, all
thing.
right.
Like
So don't
most
get
people have
upset.
heard
So
of
don't get
that.
upset that people don't think that you have, or people think that you don't have another opinion about
No,
this
yeah,
how a
you would
woman
have to
had when
be
you only
upset
give
when
one
you don't
example.
even ask. You just imply.
No, or how about
Because it shows stupidity.
you
Now
express
you've
it?
made
How
a
about you
whole thought
express it?
process on what I think based on how you feel.
Here,
And
KT,
you
how
didn't
about
even
this
ask me.
time? How about next time you just express
Just
those
like,
other
no, how about
examples?
like this time when I was sitting here saying, this is what Sharon saying, y'all riding D and acting like he right or wrong and shit. And all I'm saying is this one point now, the nigga admits that, and now y'all trying to still flip it back on me. I'm not tripping, y'all. And I'm not even getting mad about it, but y'all really got to stop acting like, seriously, I'm just being crazy and talking or wilding. No,
You
I'm
are kind
really
of
not.
being crazy and wild.
I'm
Respectfully.
not. I'm pointing out exactly what I was saying, and then y'all acting like well, you wrong. I'm not, bro. I'm not even. It's not a
Hold on,
point. It's
all
not about being right or
all
wrong.
okay. Without you going on these, I don't know where your
Tangents.
mind be going.
Yeah,
I
temper
don't know.
tantrums.
So you believe that your example of power is your wife coming to you with a problem and then you solving it? That's your position.
No, I mean that's what I'm saying. She came
Yes.
to me with the problem, but I solved it on my
No.
own. It wasn't like she told me to go up there and get it fixed. She accepted that she
Lord,
wasn't
this
gonna get
guy,
her thing.
he has, you lack understanding, KT.
I'm asking you something, right? And you went on a tangent, saying the same thing over. So I'm trying to get the understanding of your definition of your example. Your example of your wife displaying her power is telling you of an issue that she had.
No, my power.
Okay, so now what power did you use in your
Like I said, she
relationship
sat here and said she wasn't getting it.
so how you gonna start talking when I'm like I didn't finish talking?
Because you about to ask me to give an example?
No, I wasn't.
Oh God, that's crazy. Go ahead.
I was gonna ask you to explain how you use your power on your wife in that example.
Yeah. Using my power on my wife, you don't have to use your power on your wife. That's the point.
So no, the point is that we're having a conversation about relationships.
Yeah, in a relationship, to use your power for a relationship's sake. You can benefit your relationship and not do anything to your wife. So you can literally sit here and say
when you using your power outside of your relationship, that is not in your relationship. You understand that?
No, I could literally sit here and say, because I have financial authority, I will take $1,000 out of our shared joint bank account and put it into these stocks if I feel that way because she trusts that. And then when I make a come up, let's say, right, if my money doubles, triples, whatever, I put it back into that account. That's me using my power.
No, that's not. This is what we're trying to get you to understand. You're not understanding.
Oh, I got an example. When Sharon's daughter, she used her ability to, because her dad loves her dearly, to tell Mr. Bracy, you're too loud. And he took his leadership and understood, okay, I'm too loud. I apologize. The baby had the ability to use her power over Mr. Bracy.
Right.
Okay.
And her power is Mr. Bracy's love for her. So that gives her the ability to say, Dad, you too damn loud.
And if I was using power, I would have said, shut the fuck up, kid. Stay in the child's place. That would have been me using my power. And I believe we all agree that would not have been a good use of fatherhood. Even though we all was grown up saying that grown people saying stay in the child's place. A child is supposed to be seen and not heard. Like those are all examples of power being misused. Okay? That is not leadership. And I keep giving you the example of the difference. Because if you take your power of your $1,000 and you just do whatever the fuck you want without consoling your wife, that is not a good relationship dynamic.
But also, Mr. Bracy, if he doesn't have a track record of investing and making money as a wife, no, you ain't finna take $1,000 and put it in some gambling, whatever it is. I think that's gambling to me, and think you finna just come up.
Right.
Because you haven't been investing for years, and I don't see any
I was just
profit
using
from
it for an
this.
example. The
Right.
bigger
Yeah,
point is you
Right.
just said
And we're using your
as y'all said
example.
with ambassador too. Okay, that would be a prime example. It's just
Do you
using your
disagree
power.
with? Do you disagree?
You're doing something to benefit your relationship.
What you're not understanding, right? For some reason, I don't know why. After we start using definitions, you still want to just conflate definitions.
This is what you are doing.
Yes, but
Literally.
okay. So if that's what I'm doing, substantiate that.
You're not sticking to the definition. The
Substantiate it.
definition of power doesn't mean you have to abuse somebody with it. It doesn't even mean you have to use it on any. It doesn't attach itself to.
Okay, so substantiate you using physical power where it is a positive thing. Go ahead, substantiate it.
Well, me and
Power
AR doesn't
isn't
agree
just
with Mr.
physical.
Bracy on that. Me
Power-
and AR, we
That's-
disagree with Mr. Bracy on that. We believe that power is duality.
I don't.
That's
agree
what I'm
with
saying. Power isn't just fit, and that's all. That's what y'all get. Y'all really coming up on
But
me crazy when I'm
I'm
arguing.
you.
That power
KT,
isn't just physical.
I need you to substantiate your
Listen.
argument. Don't just say things.
I only
Substantiate.
said
I
that
did,
because
and you saying you
I
don't
only said that because
substantiate what I
KT
said.
said we was riding your dick, so I had to
Right. I got
I had
you.
to give him context of
And
why
so-
we not riding your dick.
So I want to make sure we
I mean,
understand.
you literally do. No offense.
I need you. You disagree. Substantiate your argument because AR and Cybergen, they will be able to substantiate their own arguments. So
Yeah.
go
So
ahead,
again, when my
KT,
wife
go
sat there and said the tags
substantiate
were out,
your
okay, he
argument
said,
of how you have to shut the fuck up sometimes. That's number one. And number two,
get out your feelings, get your thong out your butt, man. Put your skirt down and shit. You being real emotional today. You good?
oh my God. I don't know why y'all think that is some kind of insult. And anyway, go ahead. Substantiate your point.
As I said, my wife came to me and said, okay, they're not giving me the tags. I said, nah.
What that have
They
to do
gonna
with
give
your
you them
relationship? What does that have to do with your relationship? That has to do everything to do with your car, nothing to do with your relationship. Please substantiate your relationship.
What the fuck? My wife wanted the car. Is my wife not part of the relationship?
No, your car is not a part of the relationship.
No, my wife is though, right?
Yes.
And what she wants is part of the relationship, right?
No.
Yo, stop, man. That's what I'm saying. Fuck it, I'm done. I can't believe like y'all niggas really act like y'all on some leadership and you older. I can't believe I'm 31 and this how y'all niggas act.
Because
Like it's really stupid and logic. It's wild.
The reason why, because you cannot give everything that your wife wants.
But
So
that's not a part of the relationship.
Oh my God. I'm pretty sure if you was to ask your wife right now.
Nobody said giving everything you want. I'm saying people wanting things. Is that not a part of a relationship, Sharon?
No, it is not.
All right.
Damn, you dumb.
They always backtrack in their own statements. You notice that they always say something and then backtrack in their own statements. KT does that a lot. He's a liar. KT's a straight up liar.
And I'm upset. It's not like I'm just saying this shit. I'm just.
He's a liar. He'll say something and say he didn't say it, and then 40 minutes later say, "Oh, I said it." KT is a liar. It's hard to have conversations with people who are disingenuous and they will lie about the smallest things.
That shit is crazy to me.
But it was cool. I loved it. Kate, no YouTube nigga punked me on no panels. So
KT just has a problem with context, and it's not like today is not the first time. I don't remember what conversation we were having like last week or something. We were talking about reading between the lines. He doesn't do a good job of recognizing certain things, or he wants to be very specific.
No, he lies. He lies.
I'm not gonna call him a liar.
I'm calling him a liar.
Yeah.
I'm standing on business. He's a liar.
I ain't say all that.
Only reason why I hit the panel. Only reason why I hit the panel because these Negroes up here talking about the only power a man and woman have is sexual participation. Are they serious?
I bet you if that dude, I don't remember what his name was, Cash Kid or something like that. If this was one of those podcasts where all they did was rant about that, he would have been on there all day. But give him some pushback, and motherfucker just want to leave.
So I told him, without your phallus, what do you have? Well, we have a lot of things, but you don't lead with that. Whatever you lead with, that's your strongest belief.
Yeah.
It's a bar. And I was surprised that he wasn't able to recognize that the car had nothing to do with the relationship. That's wild to me.
Because he's a liar. He cap a lot.
Like literally, you know that you like however long y'all was with each other before that car, you know y'all was in a relationship before that car.
And then he didn't understand that. He said, okay, I can use my power and take $1,000 out of my joint and invest it. But if you are a day trader by skill, how you just go take $1,000 and invest in something?
Oh man.
Now you're abusing your ability to go into the bank account.
Yes. That's what that really is.
I want to ask him, Mr. Bracy, do you know what ability means? I wanted to ask him. I didn't want to be petty.
It's so I don't know. I'm starting to see that a lot of it's starting to seem like it's the majority of men are having a hard understanding of what context is of a conversation. This is why they turn it to a literal conversation. It's weird. I'm like, hey, yeah, I'm about to get this chicken. What you mean? I thought you was vegan. It's like, what the fuck? You know, I'm talking. That's money in Brooklyn. That's what we call money. We call it chicken. Oh, but you know, chicken actually means poultry. So I thought you was vegan. Like, why would you? All right. So what about cheese? Oh, that's dairy, isn't it? I don't know. It's like, what the fuck is?
No, they're used to talking to people who smoke weed. I don't smoke weed, so I have a strong memory. You know what I'm saying? He's used to talking to weed smokers.
That's a possibility.
He said he used to smoke what 10 blunts a day or something.
And he high now. When that man is high now.
I mean,
he literally said, "Oh, I don't like fuck niggas and niggas who be online talking like they know something." He do it, and he talking about himself.
Hey, a lot of them do
This
that.
man said he did not know the definition and argued against Mr. Bracy about the definition.
That shit is crazy. Hey, we made 2 men quit today too. They couldn't maintain their.
Well, 3 if you count Hood Conservative or whatever that first dude was.
Oh, so who else is KT, Hood Conservative, and who else?
Well, thank you, AR, for having my back, man. Thank you for having my back, man.
AT.
Oh, yeah, Aunt T got up here. What's her name? Aunt Diddy. Aunt Diddy got up here. He got up here and was just jumping on me.
Yeah, it's just like a habit. It seems to be a habit of these men that they just don't check other men, but somehow they want to check a woman talking about something. A woman make a mistake, and now it's, oh, let me jump on it. And it's like, but the dude over here is talking about what power a woman has, and you're not even confronting him about that.
No, I was giving him a sound question. I was literally trying to. I didn't even give my example. He's about what you know about a
man. How you gonna inspire a man?
I'm like, nigga, you can't punk me. Get the fuck out of here. Because I said he can't punk me. Now I'm emotional. Nigga, I'm standing on. I'm 10 toes down, Negro.
And it seems like these type of men, they just don't last long if you're going against. Like, it seems like they just want to be in an echo chamber, and if they're not in the echo chamber, they run away. Like, if you really believe in what you believe in so passionately, keep that same energy when you're being confronted for your views, just like when you're being supported for them. Yeah. But they seem to, tuck tail and run. And then PhD would say something, and it's like, Otis got to go. Yeah. He see PhD, but he's gone.
See, I have a certain skill set. I have a certain skill set.
Look, and she even bother him. Yeah, she just threaded him in the chat.
Yeah, she just said something in the chat. He was like, he didn't say bye, Shrine. Hey, y'all have a good day. I got it. He didn't even make an excuse. He just dipped. And you're like, leave studio.
I mean, Otis, you see, these men don't understand that they first impression on these YouTube streets. They're trying to do a PR campaign for the past, that all the fuck shit that they said in the past and the bad behavior, and now they want to come and like do a PR campaign.
Yeah.
I think I don't think a lot of the men really understand that they double minded. To be honest, that's why they can't really stand on any position that they have. Like I could, even if I want, I could stand on a bad position if I wanted to, and I'll do that.
Someone in the chat said Otis has learned to jab and go.
But you know what I'm saying?
That's
Hey,
a
y'all,
good
like
one.
even if I had a bad position and I could argue the bad position as well if I needed to. Like I don't
Yeah.
understand why they have this double-minded. It could be this and it could be that. But we're talking about the majority of men. Like,
but we up here riding your manhood.
That was crazy. Just because you can't substantiate your own argument. That's wild.
I thought it was pretty clear from the beginning. We were talking about, or at least most of us were talking about using power as the vehicle to get things done in a relationship the majority of the time. Now, there are some instances where maybe you feel like, whether right or wrong, that is the way to do things. Cyber gave her example of the dudes around her man who she felt like a piece of shit. She felt like maybe she had tried the more leadership. Hey, I don't think you should hang around them because X, Y, and Z, but he wasn't getting it. So she did another route, which she exerted more power with her influence. She gave one example. She's not saying that's how her entire, she bases her entire relationship off
I said, these are Negroes that's going to kill you, going to kill you. These are the ones going to shoot you.
Now, and it seems like a lot of these.
And guess what I did, AR? I stopped going around them. He'll invite me out. They'll have a party. I was like, I don't want to be around them niggas. And I've been doing that for a year. I want to be around them niggas. Yeah. He don't go around them like that.
Oh, good.
But it's hard for you guys. He grew up with these guys from the sandbox. You know what I'm saying? So it's hard to get out of, men are tribal. Men are tribal. They gotta have their niggas around. You feel what I'm saying?
Shit, not me. I want to be around my wife, big old booty every day.
I'm talking about when y'all out in them streets, you gotta have your niggas around. You know what I'm saying?
I love
because men are dangerous. See, men know other men are dangerous.
That is very true. Very true. I don't even like how most men smell. So like when they get around me, I'm like,
smelling men.
Yeah, man, they be having all that goddamn cologne. I'm like, god damn, bro.
They're trying to hide something.
Clearly, I'm like, why you smell like that? I shouldn't smell you from that far away, bro. You walk past. Nah, ugh. I don't like how they think. Clearly, majority of them things weird. I don't know what's wrong with them, to be honest.
I'm gonna say this before I go. They always bring up Obama and Michelle. Oh, she was quiet when the White House. I said, but then you don't understand that she's exerting her influence. That's every sitting president. You don't know what's going on behind. She's not finna go out there. This man is in position of power. Why would his wife, right, get out here and be running her mouth? No sitting president wife have done that. So why are we putting all this burden on Obama and Michelle Obama because they're black? John F. Kennedy's wife wasn't out there. And he was assassinated.
Damn.
I think it started with if I want to say Nixon or Reagan's wife. As first lady. I think that's when first lady started being more involved in things. I think. But I just think it's a shitty example and I think it goes to show that I don't know. I'm not gonna say that. It's kind of disrespectful, but I'll just say when my girl graduates law school and whatever she does after that, if I go to her job, I'm gonna act a certain way. I'm gonna do certain things that I think are expected of me and that represent my partner well. She doesn't have to tell me that I need to do things. And the same could be said with Michelle Obama. Like, she's first lady. That position alone holds a significance. Let alone you're married to the most powerful man on the planet. You're going to act accordingly because you are in a certain position and your partner is in a certain position and you don't want to embarrass them. And that's no different.
Exactly.
So it's a stupid example to give because there is no power that Obama needs to exert onto Michelle for her to act a certain way. She's just a lady and she's in that position. She knows that this is the way I should act for my partner.
Bar.
But AR, they're using the fact that they didn't see her out there. Right. And they're assuming that, she must have been submissive. They want to say the words, but they can't. They want to say, "Oh, she was submissive,"
and plus they know what they would do if they had that kind of power.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the real thing. This is why so many of them, they don't realize how much they attempt to lead with power, and this is why a lot of their relationships fail so quickly. Is because of this so-called idea of a power dynamic instead of having a relationship dynamic. AR just gave the example of a relationship dynamic. She becomes the leader of her firm, but whatever the case is, he goes to her corporate party. He's going to act a certain way to make sure he don't disrespect his wife, his girlfriend, his partner, whatever you want to call her. So he already have this idea like, hey, we got to move and act a certain way.
So let me ask you guys this: When did
let
we start?
Cass get back up here so we can hear him fucking ramble.
Let me ask you guys this: You guys are married. I think you guys are older than me, except AR. When did outside influences enter the home?
When did what?
Outside influence enter the home.
I think the only way that can happen if it's bad leadership within the house. If both parties have different leaders, like so if the mother is running the daughter or the son, whichever one, they have an outside person leading them in their own relationship, I think that's when outside influence can dictate things.
Because when my man come home, I call him a cupcake because he just melt around me.
Mm-hmm.
No, I call him buttercup cupcake. He just melts around me, right? And I melt around his ass too. But when we out there in them streets, you ain't gonna say he buttercup,
right?
I'm saying when did our sanctuary of our home where we can be free to love each other, when did that get tainted with all this outside shit?
Yeah, because right. So, and that goes to what I was saying. And so, like, if I'm with said person, me and her, and we are making a decision what is best for us, and then therefore y'all are leading your household. But when you allowing uncle, cousin, auntie, and all those other people say, "Hey, this is how a man is supposed to move," you let her go outside and tell whatever the remedial rhetoric that people say. That's when the outside influence gets you, when you're not paying attention to your partner. You got to pay attention to your partner. And this way, when you do that, you're not using power dynamics. You're using your personal dynamics with each other and understanding that person. Mm-hmm. And that's what I think happens.
Like I be getting them in positions, he be giggling. He all of this, right? And I tell him, and then Sharon, that's what he say. I'm a man. I said, ain't nobody go no. We're in the house. Ain't nobody go no.
That is hilarious.
There's some positions you shouldn't even do that.
See, there you go. See, told you. That's how it happens. Ain't no man should be putting it, and he'd be the main man with both his legs up in the air. Touchdown.
You see where Sharon goes.
I didn't mean sexual. Let me substantiate my comment.
No, but cyber. So look, but that's how it goes, right? So you just talking about just regular.
Yeah, I got them giggling and shit around this one.
Right, you talking about regular.
Yeah,
and as soon as they come, hey, ain't no man should be in no position. What do you think?
Listen, he literally lights up like a little boy.
Right, because he loves his woman.
But I would never tell nobody outside the house that shit.
Guess what? They be trying to get on.
Just playing.
They be trying to get on AR. Oh, you better hurry up and wash those dishes. Like that's some kind of disrespect.
I'm like, you damn right. I better.
Like, man, damn right. You guys are not honest. They get on these panels and don't be telling the truth. Y'all be capping. Y'all be melting in the house.
I love my girl. She works school, and y'all talking like it's an insult for me to be doing something at the house.
Okay, one question to you, Nightmare.
What do you guys say that's so important that you can't shut up and wait your turn?
Dude, you've been simping on here long enough, don't you think?
Well, what's simping? Define simping, Cass.
All men simp in the bedroom.
Well,
all y'all simping in the bedroom.
Tell us what simping
I'm a woman. I'm a heterosexual woman. All y'all simping in the bedroom.
Tell us what simping is, Cass. No, tell us what simping is.
What you're doing, always
okay, tell us what
pedestalizing
simping
women.
is. Tell us what simping is. Don't make it a fucking circular definition. Simping is what you're doing. What is simping?
Pedestalizing women is simping.
Pedestalizing women?
He's saying putting women on a pedestal. So he wants to be. He wants
But what
women
did I
to be
say
the
that put women?
footstool. He wants women to be the footstool of a man.
That would imply that I put women above men. How have I done that? Other than addressing, you goofballs that hop on here and interrupt Cyber when she was talking. You guys got on here, was yapping. She get on here, start talking. Y'all motherfuckers want to come on and start talking while she's talking.
Right there. She interrupts people all the time, but you don't say anything about that. You put her on a pedestal.
When she came on, because there's like 6 dudes on here talking. And so when someone else comes on to give her a different perspective, I want them to give a perspective. I don't want to hear y'all niggas that have been talking for 30 minutes. Keep on yapping about some bullshit. She's asking you a question. She asked you a question. Auntie hop on to interrupt her. Talking about, why are you assuming you're not a man? How can you know what a man thinks? When she's asking you what you meant by what you said. So he's not even addressing what she's saying. And then she says that you said what you had said. He said, if I had heard him say that, I would have addressed it too. Okay, I asked him, how did you just start watching? No, I've been watching. Okay, so you did hear Cash Kid say it and you still didn't address it. So don't get on here acting tough because a woman is talking. That's the issue. I'm not pedestalizing women. I'm degrading these pathetic men. I'm calling them out. Because maybe y'all niggas aren't on the same pedestal as the women you're talking to, and y'all need to know that. It's not me pedestalizing women as a whole. It's just a lot of y'all are bums, and I'm letting y'all know.
It's white knighting. It's nothing new, bro.
Okay, I don't give a fuck what you want to call it. You are bums, and I'm calling you out for being bums. And you think that is somehow me pedestalizing women when I'm just talking to you as a person.
But you know what? We have to give him a grace because Jamaican culture is very misogynistic. Damn. So we got to give him some grace.
Absolutely.
I know I don't.
Shit.
It's not my fault he grew up in a subculture. But he has the internet. He has the internet. Do you live in the U.S., Cash Kid? Do you live in the U.S.? Does this dude live in the U.S.?
No.
He has access to the U.S.
I'm gonna give him a little grace because they're raised in that
That's
culture.
the issue. You give these bums grace, and that's why they still bums.
Only in this moment. Only in this moment.
They like us bad boys. If you haven't noticed, they like us bad boys. They never liked you, White Knight. What is that?
What is your partner? Hold on. What does your partner do? Cash Kid, what does your partner do?
That's a lie. I'm a woman who dates
Cash Kid, what does your partner do?
Hold on,
Cash Kid. That's a lie.
Cash Kid, what does your partner do?
Cash Kid, do you have a girlfriend?
What's a partner, bro? I'm not.
Cash Kid,
do he date men? That's the question. Do he date men?
Hold on, Cash Kid, do you have a girlfriend?
No, no one that have elevated to that status.
Like, we already knew that was coming when he said that dumbass shit. We knew that was coming when he said, they're like bad boys.
Listen, I want to, hopefully I can speak for all the women in the chat. We women, like, who's in the chat, I assume that we're productive women. We got our own money, got our own everything, right? I've never dated a gangbanger and I grew up around them. I never dated a dope boy. So when they come at women, y'all just like the bad boys, you're lying. You like the bad boy.
Yeah.
I never said about a dope boy.
You pedestalize these bad boys and you want to be like them. And you think because they attract a certain woman that all women like that.
Exactly. I've
and
never
you try, and the reason you were single, the reason that you don't have a girlfriend is because you can't even imitate them. You want to imitate them so bad, you want to attract these certain women. You are stuck between because you're not a good dude, you're a bum. And you want to be a bad boy, but you're not a bad boy enough. You're not like those other bad boys that you pedestalize to attract the women that they attract. So you're stuck between. The women that accomplish shit don't want you, and the women that don't accomplish shit but want a man that accomplishes enough that they don't have to accomplish anything don't want you because you don't do that.
Damn.
What are you talking about?
And also, listen,
what are you actually
Pimp and Ken, the definition of a simp is a fake pimp. It has nothing to do with men loving women. So they just took the word and just, corrupted the word. Pip and Ken said, "Oh, he a simp because he want to be like me."
Hey, y'all cooking
I
today.
asked you, Cyber, in your household, who's more powerful, you or your man?
In my household?
Yeah, in your
Who's
relationship.
more powerful? My man.
Yeah. All right. And who leads?
But it's not toxic. It's not toxic. I
Yes,
lead
exactly.
myself.
I didn't say it was. I asked. Second question: Who leads?
He doesn't live with me. So
I didn't ask that. I asked in your
I'm giving you
relationship.
context of
Who
my
is in
relationship.
power?
Who's in
You said
power?
he is.
Yeah, when he
Who
pinned
is
me
more
down,
powerful?
hit
You
it from
said
the back. Yep.
He was a nut.
good for him. Good for
Oh
him.
God.
I hope you have a fat ass. But okay,
Wow.
so who leads?
And give me context to your question.
Leads
In
what?
your relationship,
So,
who leads
Cash
the
Kid,
dynamic?
hold on, Cash Kid. So here's the problem. You don't understand what leadership is, so that's why you just asking a general conversation. What women have you ever led in your life, Cash Kid?
Every woman I've ever met.
Okay, and why none of them stayed with you? You led them away from you?
Led them to better men. Are you like the bum in your friend group?
How? I get to choose who stays with me. I get to choose. I'm a fisherman. I'm a sports fisherman. I hook them up. I take pictures. I show them around, and then I throw them back into the river from whence they came.
So you have no career.
Okay,
Your career is all based
perfect.
on that.
So that means you're not looking for a relationship, correct?
I do have relationships. What I'm saying is they are suited to me.
Let me be a little bit more. Let me be. You're not looking
so
for. You're not
he
looking
a 304
for.
trying to ask people questions.
So Cash Kid, you're not looking for a monogamous relationship. I should ask, right?
Yeah, like Solomon, I can handle a harem. So
Right.
yeah.
Okay, so
I gotta
you're looking to deal with multiple women, and those multiple women is also dealing with multiple men, correct?
No, that's haram, bro. That's haram. They
Right,
only deal with me.
I'm trying to get to some understanding. You don't have a woman, but the woman that you have sex with them, and then you throw them back to the ocean. So when you throw them back into the ocean, what happens to them after that? They go ahead and what? What happens?
They keep swimming. Another fisherman might catch them and take them home and put them in an aquarium, but that's not me.
Perfect. So if
you hear his analogy? This guy is sick.
Yeah. If you are somebody that wants to have women like Solomon, why are you throwing them back into the ocean and not keeping them?
Because he can't feed them.
You see how she interrupts. AR, are you gonna put her in check? AR.
Put her in check.
Are you gonna put her in check?
You're a sick male, and you need to get off this panel. You're a sick individual.
That's why you like
That's
me.
why
You
you're
see that?
sick. You're a sick individual. You think women are just to be picked up, hooked, and thrown away. Get up off this panel.
That's crazy.
You're a sick
I
man.
know you like me.
Kashka, what is the most accomplished woman you've ever been with, and how long was the relationship?
You know that man never been in a relationship.
What do you mean the most accomplished? What, as if her accomplishments would somehow be mine by associating? Is that what you're trying to say?
No, I'm saying that you can't get a woman that's been accomplished. You can't get a woman, what they would call a quote unquote high value woman. I just don't think that you could get someone that's accomplished. Like you can't get a woman and have them in a relationship with you for a period of time that actually does something with her life. That is my point. I think that you go after girls that you find to be the lowest bar, even by your own rhetoric, the lowest bar, because that's the only thing you can get. And so I'm asking you, when have you been in a relationship with an accomplished woman, and how long was that relationship?
Dude, like I said again, I keep a stable. I don't have a
girlfriend. I don't give a. Okay, so when's the last time you were in a relationship? When's the last time you had a girlfriend?
Okay, like 2 years back. That was the last time I had a girlfriend.
Okay, and how long was that relationship?
A few months.
A few months. Okay. So what did she do? What was her work?
She was a security guard, actually.
Okay. What did so?
Okay, let's
Did
see
she have
what
a
you
degree?
say about that.
Did she have a degree?
No.
Okay. Did she
And
have? So she was getting paid what, like minimum wage or something?
no, not minimum wage, and I wasn't in in her pocket. So what's the point of all this?
Okay.
Like, let's get to the point.
Listen, on the internet,
That the
all
women
men
that you go
claim they
after
have a
are
harem.
the woman
All
that
these
you go
men
Are
claim
you
after.
they have a
saying
harem.
that? What?
The point is that you say women are only good for what's between their legs, their sexuality. The woman that you dated, respectfully, it seems like that may have been the only thing she really had because she didn't have a career. So that is
Okay, let
why
me
you
turn
do
it
that.
back
You
to
can't
you.
get a woman. You can't get a woman that has climbed up the corporate ladder. You can't get a woman
Let
that
me
has a
turn it
degree
back
and
to
works in a
you.
specific field. You go after.
Let me-
You can only attract these women that you think are bottom barrel. That the only thing they have is their sexuality, and then you project that.
That's what.
You are a bum.
Okay. Hey,
You were in
I get you.
a
So,
relationship. You were in a
what
relationship
CEO
with a
are you
security guard
dating?
for a few. You could only hold it for a few months before she found someone
What do
better.
you mean only
What does that
hold
tell
it?
you about
Dude,
you?
I choose the relationship. I choose the relationship.
Okay.
How far when it starts?
So
How
so
far
why
it
did
goes
y'all
on?
why did y'all
How
break up?
far it
Why did
goes?
y'all break up? So you chose to date a security guard for a few months.
Yes, because I
Okay.
don't care about her degree. I didn't care.
So why didn't you choose a woman that's accomplished? Since you are this cool big bad dude and all women like bad guys, why didn't you go after a woman that's accomplished? Why didn't you pick one?
Accomplished in what sense? Like, I don't care about the degrees, bro. I don't care about
What do you care about?
Hold on,
social
hold on.
studies.
Let me try to jump in real
Of course
quick.
you don't.
Cash Kid, what do you do for a living?
I'm an entrepreneur, physicist, philosopher. What else? Engineer. Do you need? I'm a polymath, so I do a lot of things.
What? How much you make a year?
Nigga, wait. Am I with the IRS here? What is going on here?
Okay,
Like,
what is
I
your
think we're
tax
getting
bracket?
away
What is
from.
what tax bracket are you in? Are you in the U.S.?
I'm not in the U.S. First of
Okay,
all.
so let me figure out what you're in Jamaica.
All this to say,
What
like,
do you
what
guys
does
use
this have to
USD
do
or
with
what do you
this
use?
conversation?
We're trying to explain to you how you're a bum because you had the question earlier when I called you a bum. How am I a bum? And so we're trying to describe to you and show you how
Okay,
you're a bum.
now I get the
Hey,
point.
look, hey, look. Hey,
If
look,
you were in a
thank you for the
lineup, they're not going to choose you. That's the
So
point.
this is what I'm not understanding. Why does a man who is not in this country, USA, have so much vitriol towards American women? You don't
Because
date American women.
they go down there on tour on their little
When did I
vacations
show
and
this
do
to
stuff
you
with the
guys?
dudes down there, and so
It's
that's
not
why
my
he
fault.
is this dude.
Well, Jamaica don't even have a
It's
good
not my fault you
GDP.
guys don't understand
Jamaica is
reality.
poor.
Like,
Jamaica
what are
is
you guys
poor.
talking about? We were talking about relationships, right?
And
We
so
were talking about a man and a woman in a relationship.
But you're not in the U.S.
So Cash Kid, what we trying to get you to
And
understand?
so
What we trying to get you to
in the
understand?
US, relationships are different.
You live in poverty. You have a poverty mindset. You probably got poverty pain. You talking about you can handle a Harlem? Like, come on, get up out of here.
Hey, you hear this,
You
right?
don't make
Before
any
you start
money.
white knighting when I go in on
You
her.
don't make any money.
Hear what?
Okay, hold on.
Hey,
So Cash
you do
Kid,
hear this, right?
hold on,
So don't start
Cash Kid,
white knighting when I
She
go
calling you a
in
bum,
and
hold
start
on, y'all.
she's
Hold
right.
on, hold on. Let me get an understanding. So
What's the
Cash
issue?
Kid, you want AR.
Go get an
Hold
abortion, son.
Hold on, Cash Kid.
He said, "Go get an abortion."
Cash Kid, you want us to check.
Then get some
Hold on,
some
Cash
government checks,
Cash Kid.
some food
Government
stamps.
checks.
Cash Kid. So let
How
me
you
get this
what do you know about food stamps? And you in Jamaica?
Like, let me understand
I
this.
know
Cash.
that that's what you live on.
Hold on. Who do you listen to?
Who?
Hold on.
What?
Hold on. Cash Kid. Who do you listen to that you got these talking points? Who are you listening to?
What's up? I listen to you, Sharon.
That's a damn lie.
He said food stamps, Sharad, and
Like,
government assistance. You wish your country had government assistance.
Like, what are you talking about,
Nah,
Cash?
that's what you
So,
live on.
okay,
We
so
don't
Cash
do that.
Kid, you said you're an
We don't
entrepreneur.
have women
Okay,
taking
okay.
Yeah,
abortions like
Wait, hold on.
you live
Okay, hold
on
on, hold on, hold
U.S.
on, hold on,
assistance.
thank you.
If the U.S.
hold
if the
on,
U.S.
hold on.
didn't come down there as tourists, y'all would have nothing.
All right, hold on.
Hey,
So,
his
all right,
his, his
so
There is
hold
subsidizes
on,
no
hold
way
on,
bananas.
hold
for
on,
this to
hold
take
on,
that.
y'all. Hold
Hey,
on,
he
hold on.
get plantains for
Hold on.
his subsidizes.
hold on, hold on. So, Cash Kid, like, we usually over here where we at, when somebody say they're an entrepreneur, that usually means they are broke. So that's number one. Number two, what is your actual business? What are you entrepreneuring? Or are you just an entrepreneur nigga? Which one is it?
I sell bricks.
Of what? What kind of bricks?
Ganja.
What mhm. What kind of bricks?
What kind of bricks you know of? Bricks.
The ones that they make out of clay, like, so you just grab up mud and you make
Building bricks. Not the kind that Nightmare is snorting up her nose. No, I'm talking about actual
right.
bricks.
Right. So you play in the mud. So you get some mud and you put it in a mold and you actually create bricks.
Yeah, not the kind that
Right.
Nightmare is cooking on the countertop.
Right.
You said
So
that
so
already.
you literally in the mud, barefoot, creating mud bricks, and you saying that's what you are entrepreneuring. Correct?
It's bricks, bro. It's houses. Where are you living? Bricks are
You
the
know
Where are
why?
cornerstone of
You
you
know why they
living? We're
need?
civilization,
still
You
bro.
trying to
know
figure
why
out
they
where
have
you
mud
are.
bricks? Because they don't have the
Bricks,
chemicals or the
houses.
infrastructure to have
Like
concrete.
how are you gonna diss a guy who builds you houses? Like how does that
You
even
don't
make
build us.
sense?
Cascade, what country are you in?
No,
Because
you got wooden
I think we
houses
thought
that
you were in
go up
Jamaica, but other
like
people are
a
saying
mat.
you're somewhere in Africa. So which country are you in?
You got wooden houses that go up
Cascade, what
like a
country are you? We
match
don't care
at a
what country are
flight.
you in?
This dude said he makes
TZ,
mud
Tanzania,
bricks.
representing from the East Africa.
Tanzania?
No,
What?
Sharon said that.
Tanzania?
Welcome to Tanzania. Yeah, welcome, guys.
I heard y'all got nice beaches. I'm not gonna lie, I heard y'all got the best beaches in Africa.
The
That
best,
was from
the
someone.
best, bro, the best.
Yeah.
All right. So
Peace and love over
all
here.
right. So your business is working barefoot, making mud bricks, and you want us to believe that is going to get you this high quality woman that you are trying to argue about today, and that you are a leader.
Your business is sitting on the internet talking smack,
Mm-hmm.
but you say you have a quality wife, so
Mm-hmm.
I think there's something there for me. Yeah.
Right.
But
So here's a problem. I'm not just saying it. You see mines, right? Like you see, I get my food. My kids is homeschooled. So I have things that you can see that things
You
is
want to see
happening,
my
right?
brick?
So for
Nigga,
you,
what's going on? You want to see my brick
for
factory?
example, you have not able to sustain a relationship past 2 months. So that's the difference. I'm showing and proving, and you talking.
The difference between men and women, at least old school men and women, is men are never in a rush to get to a relationship. Again, it comes back to the power dynamics. Women have the power because we guys, old school masculine guys, not you, Sharon and AR, you're not part of this club, but we guys like to chase tail, okay? And that's where they got their power.
how old are
And
you?
what they want
Did he
is
just say
us bad boys.
chasing
Wait,
tail is masculinity? That's what he
wait,
said.
wait.
Not building
And the
infrastructure, not building
nightmare,
hospitals, not inventing
nightmare,
anything. He
nightmare,
said chasing tail is
nightmare.
masculinity.
After I hit it once and quit it, she wants to hang around. That's her
What?
problem. So I have the power
No,
of the relationship.
you smell like outside. I would never deal with you. You smell like outside, sir.
Cascade, is your career is the thing that you
Outside
do
smells
in
good.
Tanzania
Very funny.
is the thing first, why did you think that you should come on a US centric podcast or talk whatever and
Because the internet.
project what you view Tanzanian women to want as the same thing as what American women would want. The men here accomplish things respectfully. You guys build houses, and that's about as far as you guys have gotten, which I respect it. You guys are still climbing up the evolutionary ladder. But in the U.S., we do a lot more than just build houses in this country. And so the things that she's talking about, the inventions, all that stuff, we do in the U.S., you guys don't do in Tanzania. So that might be why you view it that way. But two, is your career or what you do, your job, is the job that you do in Tanzania, is that considered luxurious or anything like that? Or is it just like a common job that everybody does? Like, how hard is it? How difficult is it to get your job in Tanzania?
Why is a guy who has a letter for a thumbnail? He doesn't even have a profile picture avatar.
You have a profile picture of Batman. You have a profile picture of Batman. That's not even, that's U.S. made.
He's so sassy.
It's not even Batman. It's not even
Black Panther. Okay, that's fine. That's still U.S. made. That's still U.S. made.
That's that demon. He got a picture of his demon.
Yeah, it's still U.S. made. Black Panther still U.S. made. How difficult is it for someone to get your job in Tanzania?
Sorry, Black Panther is what? Sorry, Black Panther is what?
How difficult?
No, AR, they gotta have a big foot to stop the mud.
No, Black Panther is what? Black Panther is an American.
If they got little feet, they can't get that job, AR.
Is that the only thing? Is that why he's not answering? Like, if I look up Tanzania right now and I look at the most common work, like the labor force, I want to see what it is. So Tanzania.
I just want to know if I'm talking to a white guy or a black guy.
You're talking to both. You're talking to both.
You got a white guy voice.
You're talking to both.
You're both.
Yeah,
you're both.
And a black American and a white American are both superior to you.
What's the white guy's voice?
How are you both?
Someone who can pronounce words is a white guy's voice, right?
How are you both?
Yeah, and this is you know the sad part about it, like no matter like is this red pill instead is manosphere, these no good suckers, they tend to like grab these type of personality traits and to have them talk.
Yeah, do you realize you're turning this conversation into all this?
Mr. Bracey, he's in Africa talking about food stamps, yo.
That's
like, are you? He said food stamps. He's in Africa.
He don't know, didn't he don't know.
So you guys is food stamps is a cow or a chicken? Y'all get cows and chickens?
Yeah, it's wild.
We don't do food stamps, lady. Don't you get it?
What y'all get? A bundle of bananas? What y'all get? A bushel?
We don't wait in line for the government. You can't even fathom it, can you?
Hey, Mr. Bracey, they wait for the helicopter to drop that box. They wait for the helicopter to drop the box.
Crazy. And they got some nerve, and he got some nerve to be trying to talk. It's wild. To hear how so many unestablished men try to talk as if they are established or they have some kind of authority. It's wild. This is why I'm saying that majority of men, they are attempting to move with power. This is why they have failed relationships, whereas with a woman or whereas in life or whether that's with a job. This is why, because they try to use power. They have this idea of a power dynamic in their head that they never achieved. This is the problem.
And calluses are his tennis shoes, Sharon.
It's crazy. It's insane. And none of the men want to check it. They just act like it's okay.
Taiba just said that her man is more powerful than her. So how do you square that up?
Right, but what that has to do? Okay, but what does that have to do with you? Nothing. You don't have no power whatsoever.
And I'm confused because an American woman being in a relationship with you would make her more powerful than you.
What?
Okay, I'll say it again. An American woman being in a relationship with you would be the one more powerful than you. Her country is the one that is more powerful.
She makes more money than you.
She makes more money than you. She makes more money than you.
It doesn't matter if she's a billionaire. If she gets with me, I am the top dog. It has to go that way.
What makes you the top dog? What makes you the top dog?
It's his penis. I keep telling y'all, they worship their penis.
I'm the man. I'm the strong one. I'm the wise one. I'm the leader. So that's how it has to be.
What makes you wise? Do you have a degree? Do you have a degree? Do you have a degree?
Oprah's husband.
Do you have a degree?
Oprah's husband. Oprah's husband.
Do you Oprah's husband? Do you have a degree?
Why don't you care? Does he have a degree?
We're not talking about Oprah's husband. We're talking about you. Do you have
are
a
we talking
degree? You
about?
said you were the
What do you
intelligent
have a
one.
degree?
You said you were the yeah. I have a degree. You said you were the intelligent one. Do you
In
have a
what?
degree?
In what?
IT.
Let's hear about you.
IT.
In what?
IT.
In IT, what did you create?
I didn't create
What
anything.
app did you
I'm an
build?
analyst. I'm an
What
analyst.
platform did you build?
I'm an
You,
analyst.
what?
I'm an
Oh
analyst.
yeah,
Yeah. So, what,
you're
do you
an
have a
analyst.
degree? No, you don't have a degree. What
No,
makes
no, I
you the
do not have a
intelligent one?
degree.
I'm about to go to the nail shop,
Because
y'all.
So,
an American woman is going to have a degree.
I'm about to use these
degrees
food
equals
stamps to pay
intelligence now.
me.
What did you create, IT boy?
An American woman
Zuckerberg
is
doesn't
going
have
to
a
have a
degree. As
degree.
far as I know.
And you know,
An American woman is
Zuckerberg
going to have a
doesn't have a
degree.
government
degree.
destroyed the black community.
Why are you getting
Zuckerberg doesn't
emotional
have a
about it,
degree.
Cash Kid?
He's using his platform.
Why are you getting
Zuckerberg doesn't have a
emotional?
degree. You have a degree.
Here's
Why
the
don't you
problem.
create a black platform for us, Mr.
Cash
AR
Kid.
IT man?
So right, you
Why
trying
don't you
to
analyze the
I just
black
said I'm an
platform for us?
analyst.
hold on, Cash Kid. So you trying
Why
to
don't you analyze the black platform for us?
Cash Kid. Why
He's emotional.
you giving him a argument that he's not making? He ain't saying nothing about making no platforms or anything like that. So why are you trying to make him argue something that he didn't say?
And I don't say nothing about degrees. So why is he talking about degrees?
You said intelligence.
Because you are saying that you said you are the strong one when you're about 120 pounds soaking wet. You said you are the wise one when you don't have no proof of being wise. You can't even articulate a point. So this is why he's questioning you. So can you articulate how tall you are because you are so powerful, how much you weigh, what evidence that you have of being intelligent and wise one? Give us some examples of any of those things. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm strong enough to beat your ass, Sharon. So that's how strong I am. Okay. I'm wise enough to know that AR is
Violence
an
is
idiot
masculinity
because he
now.
posted it. Yeah, it is actually. In case you didn't know, it is part of masculinity, violence. We love that shit. You're fair because we love that shit. Punching each other, headlocks. We love that shit.
So you saying that
in case you didn't
That's
know.
not masculinity. That's just testosterone, sir.
So you saying you like to wrestle with,
you think it's femininity?
Cash Kid, you like to wrestle with other men, huh?
Yeah, but not the same way you do. I know, Sharon. I know what you play for.
Pause. We don't need no mud pies, right?
Oh, Lord have mercy. So, but that's all we were talking about is that like every time somebody comes spewing some nonsense, a lot of times they cannot back anything up. They just literally regurgitating information that they heard from somewhere else. It's sad to see that so many men are willing to be this way. So many men is trying to display power. This is why they're not understanding that they need to work on some characteristic skills. They need to work on their soft skills. Man, there's so many things that men can work on to be better human beings. However, they keep getting stuck with this remedial rhetoric of the red pill instant of manosphere space, and they really believe these statistics. They really believe that men, because they coochie fell out, that they supposed to have some goddamn power, and they just be dworking in these goddamn chats. It's crazy to me.
You know, Sharon, we have an uphill battle
Mm.
because how is it possible a person that lives in Africa is trying to shame an American woman about food stamps, bro? I can't. I don't understand it. He literally tried to shame me for food stamps, and I'm a homeowner. I make over $90,000 a year. Like, what? He don't even know me, but he's using the red. We have a battle. We have a battle of the minds, and I don't think that these conversations on these panels is going to do it. I think we need to just keep them niggas in the chat. Don't let them come up.
It's weird. It's definitely weird. I don't know why so many men want to. I don't know. They feel like they're defending their daddy, their uncle, or themselves. I'm not really sure. Sometimes I'm thinking that they feel like they defended their daddy. That's what I think it is. Because even though their daddy wasn't in their life, they still think he was a good man. It was because what my mama did. That's why he left. It's because your daddy he ain't shit. That's all.
But then I want to ask these men that, these men are living with these women, right?
Mm.
And they're supposedly getting food stamps, right?
Mm.
What food are they eating?
Damn.
Because she's cooking all the food.
Mm.
But then you shame a woman for having food stamps, but you're getting nourished by food stamps food, right?
Mm.
None of these men are in these homes starving.
Supposedly. Well, I don't know. I've seen some of them, so.
They're eating hot Cheetos and juices and anyways, you guys, I only came up because of the bullshit. So
yeah, I appreciate you. Thank you.
He dipped out, man. It's crazy.
Yo.
Yeah, but anyway, you got most black women treat good black men like shit, and these new age women.
Shut up.
Who is this?
Shut up.
No, you shut up.
You a good black man? Are you a good black man?
Yo, who is this?
Are you a good black man?
Yo, Sharon, who is this?
Are you a good black man?
See somebody that's asked you a question. Why you can't answer it?
Right. What type of question
Because
is that, man?
all the black men in my life ain't getting treated like shit. My mother and father was married for 44 years. She treated them well. My brothers are married. Their wives treat them well, and they're good black men. Are you a good black man?
I don't treat women like crap, bro.
No. You made a statement, Negro. You said
I'm a what?
All good black men, black women treat black men, good black men bad. You a Negro void. You are a degenerate Negro. That's what you are.
No degenerate, bitch.
Yeah, your mama's a bitch. Your mama's a bitch.
Shut the hell up.
Shut your dumb ass up, nigga. You a dumbass nigga.
Bitch,
that's what you are.
Jalen,
your daddy's a bitch.
Jalen, why you out here calling people?
You ain't got no dick to suck, you little dick bitch. This is why you gonna suck your dick. Your dick too little to suck, nigga. And you uncircumcised. You not even circumcised, you ugly fat ass nigga. You dumb ass nigga. Are you a good black man? Are you a good black man? Then you should be treated right, right?
Aye.
Right?
Jalen, calm down. That's right, Jalen.
And Jalen, why you look at what you started, man?
God damn it.
Man, I just said something to this, and this bitch got sense.
Shut your dusty ass up. Go wash your asshole, nigga.
Go suck some dick, bitch.
Go wash your ass, nigga.
Go suck some dick.
Go get a haircut, nigga. Oh, you can't afford that shit.
What that got to do with my hair, bro?
Hair's a touchy subject.
Jalen, this is not. Y'all crazy as hell. Oh man.
They always want to try to shame black women in their comments. Women are tired of that shit. Just have a conversation. Why you gotta bring black women in it? Oh, black women treat good black men like shit. Nigga, are you a good black man?
No, he's
I don't give a fuck about his disability.
Man, I don't live on disability, dog. Alright, man. Jeez.
Oh, damn. Get your ass cooked up. You gotta watch what you say.
Yeah. It's called CCW, nigga.
Man, I just say what I want to say, Sharon.
If he was in my face, I would have blew him a whole new one. Like, get the fuck out of here. These weak ass niggas. These weak ass niggas would never survive in a third world country. They too weak. They too weak. CCW for you, nigga.
Oh man.
You ain't gonna do nothing to me.
Yeah,
okay. You know what's interesting to me, AR, is that anytime a woman is like, she have an excited voice and she's going back and forth, they'll say they want to know if she's with somebody. Where do y'all believe that men want some docile, non-verbal women? Where is this? Majority of men do not want a non-verbal, docile woman. That's just not a thing.
But it goes into their sexism.
On the panels, these are our real personalities. They truly believe that this is my personality with my man who pinning me down, hitting it from the back. Because they not getting no cutty, right? They assume that all the women that get on here, we out here dry as a Sierra Desert. No, nigga, that's just you.
Damn. Go ahead, Jack. So Jack Devine said, "I want a docile woman." What the f you mean? That's a lie. Every time we see a docile woman in these places, you see that they get abused. They do not get revered. They get to tell shut up and this that they get abused the most. So this is
No,
not
we
it.
give the man what he needs in the moment.
That's a
There are
good point.
times where we don't have to be docile. Sometimes we have to be strategic out here. It's dangerous out here. When I'm in my home, I'm docile. He's getting, you know what I'm saying? But outside the home, I can't be docile and just oblivious and no situation awareness like Jalen dumbass. That's why he stay in the house.
Damn.
Man, why you mention my name for?
So I
God
wonder
dang.
if anybody in the chat gonna ask Jack, is he married? Do he got a girlfriend? Because I don't know. It's people like Jack, when they start talking, I don't know if they telling the truth. I'd like to hear Jack actually have a conversation. Hit the link, Jack. Let me see if Jack would be
I'm gonna drop it because I don't want nobody try to bully me on the panel.
And so like AR, do you think your girlfriend is docile? AR?
No,
And,
she's not.
and we ask most men if their wife is docile, their girlfriend docile. Most of them would say no. So I don't know where they be getting this talking point from. It's so stupid.
I think I think that if you have a docile woman, it's not for everybody, but the ones that talk like this, I think that because the woman is docile and she's going to be, less talkative, less combative and stuff, it helps them feel like a leader that they're not. And so if you can get a docile woman that doesn't, contradict what you're saying, you say the sky is red, and she's just like, okay, I guess. They're like, yeah, I'm a leader now.
Yeah, they said I couldn't do it.
If you talk to a woman, and this isn't necessarily knocking women that don't have an accomplishment, but usually if a woman has an accomplishment, she's going to have more of an opinion about things because she has achieved something, and she's not going to, her ego is not going to be like, it's not going to just let her roll over and be like, I didn't just accomplish all these things to be talked down to like I ain't shit. And so a lot of the women that have accomplished things, they're going to be more likely to be combative because they feel like, rightly so, that they've accomplished things and it's taught them things and they have answers to things that you might not have. You are saying a wrong thing, and they don't like that, and so they don't go after women like that. I mean, Cash Kid is a perfect example. This dude said he was a bricklayer. He won't give us his average salary. He won't give us his your what?
A brick maker, and then I'm an entrepreneur, bro. I don't get
he won't give us his average salary. So the best we can do is look it up. 1 Tanzanian shilling is 0.000371 of a US dollar. So not 3 cents, not, you got to move the decimal point 2 more times to get to where 1 Tanzanian shilling is. And he won't give us his average salary so that we can calculate it. So that we can calculate that in USD.
So throw me them dollars, bro.
You make 10 million.
I'm saying so. Yeah. So, yo, guys, you should throw me them dollars because I'm gonna make.
And now he's on here groveling. He's on here groveling.
So how much? You
sound like if I went down to downtown Raleigh right now, I could find 10 of you asking for money on the street.
So hold on. So $10 million in your money is what? $20 an hours? What is it?
No, it's like I think it's like 4,000 or something.
Okay.
So thousands in the
7,400.
$1 is 2,300. $1 is like 2,500 shillings.
Now he got Flintstone feet. That's funny. All right, so you make $7,000 a year. That's good for you, I guess.
I made what?
So you saying you make $7,000 a year?
I'm gonna give you a link and you can see
we're not clicking no links. What is your salary? Just tell us your salary. We don't need a link about other people or anything else. What is your salary?
Pencil neck. I don't get salary. I'm an entrepreneur.
What is your hourly wage? How much money do you guys have to file tax returns?
Okay, so now I'm with IRS here now. So, dude, you couldn't create a black platform.
How much money did you make last? How much money did you make last year? No, not wait. Answer the question. How much money did you make? How much money did you make last year?
White man boy.
How much money did you make last year?
Ask me questions like you're the IRS. bro. So
Yeah,
who
I'm
are
IRS.
you?
Hold on. Cash kid. Would you be able to tell us how much roughly you made last year
Give us a range.
in US dollars?
I definitely would not want to tell any of you anything like that. Why would I?
The point is that because the women that aren't the women that you talk about
Why
are the only
would
ones
I?
that you can
Is a
get.
question.
That is the point. Is that you? If you were in a lineup with other men, you were at the bottom of the list. Have you ever watched Pop the Balloon?
Damn.
AR actually thinks that his money is what makes him a man. That's why he's talking about salary. He's a pencil neck who never got girls in school and thought, hey, I'm going to go to school, get a degree, get a high paying salary job. And you know what? All the girls are going to come for me. But he noticed that,
I got a woman. I got a partner. So my way worked. My way worked. I got my degree. I got a high paying job, and I have a woman. What have you done?
She got you, you sucker.
That's fine.
You
She's got me.
sucker.
That's
She
fine.
got you.
I'm fine with that. She got me. That's cool. What have you got?
So
what I did, whether I got her, whether she got me, or whether we got each other, either I got her, I was attracted to her.
There's no how about it. There's no
either way
about it.
Either way, she saw all the other men out there, and what I did put me in the same qualification as them. That's what she. So either way, I was still chosen. So I was still chosen amongst I was chosen amongst a bunch of options. You haven't been chosen. That's the issue.
Here's a pencil net that I'm gonna push around. That he's gonna put me on the pedestal every time, and I'm just gonna, if I threaten
I'm gonna put my girl on a pedestal every single time.
All right, hold on one second. Hold on one. Okay, hold on. So shout out to the Cash App. My usual tip, and your mic is lower than everyone else's. Let me turn it up. God damn it! It's because it automatically adjusts, and sometimes I'll be screaming too goddamn hard. So I'll be cursing people out too much sometimes. God damn it! I apologize. And so my mic it turns down to protect itself. And hey, it's all right, Cash Kid. You're one of those failed people in life that uses these manosphere talking points, and it's okay.
Like you said earlier, he looks up to men. He has a picture of Black Panther. He looks up to U.S. men, actually. He has a picture of Black Panther. All of his talking points are going to be...
The Black Panther is American. Okay.
Yes, it was created in the U. You don't even know... Was Black Panther created in the U.S., yes or no?
Is Black Panther American?
Okay. He was created in the U.S., which means that you look up to a U.S. character. Okay, so everything, our culture gets exported. Unfortunately, the good and the bad of our culture gets exported, and you have people like Cash Kid who latch on to the different things that they make it personalized. And so with Black Panther, it was exported from the U.S., and he likes it.
Wow.
Even though it wasn't written for Africans. It was written in the U.S. for Americans, specifically Black Americans.
Why? So why talk about Africa?
He latched on that because he can personalize it. He's like, oh, Black Panther's African. Therefore, that's similar to me. I can rock with it. Then he hears rap lyrics, or he hears these people on the podcast talking a certain way, Americans talking a certain way, and again, he internalizes it. He looks up to these men. It doesn't matter, fictional podcast men, whatever it is. That's fine. I don't even know what you just said.
Have white boy voice. So that's what you're talking about is projection. You have white boy voice.
Okay,
you don't know what
sure, I have white boy.
I have to explain that to you.
Proving my point.
Okay, let me explain what white boy voice is.
Also a point.
Let me explain it to you. White boy voice is what you're doing.
Because I said I don't care what white boy voice is. I don't have to combat it. It's irrelevant.
Oh, you know.
That's true. I have white boy voice. It doesn't affect me.
Okay, now we can move on. That you have accepted it.
We can move on. You make like $2,000 a year, and I'm arguing with you.
You ain't shit.
Money. You're not.
You are entertainment. You are entertainment.
Are you a billionaire? What?
No, I'm not. It's about that you're below me.
How much you make?
It doesn't. We don't have to talk about money. We can talk about education too. Education attainment. We don't have to. We can get off of the money. That's fine. You're sensitive about it. That's fine. We don't have to talk about the money. We can talk about every other aspect. We can talk about every other aspect. That's fine. That's fine. We don't have to talk about money. I make more than $2,000. I make more than $2,000 a month. So
how much
that's
money
the
do you
point.
get paid
That's the point. You
to
keep on saying
shove
it's my
your
entire
head up your
personality,
own
and
face?
it's not. We can talk about all these other things that you don't want to talk about. We can talk about educational attainment. We can talk about having a partner.
First of
We can
all,
talk about having a
let's
partner that
finish.
accomplishes
How do
things.
you have education? You're trying to skip the points. Let's finish, then
Okay.
we can talk about education. First, let's finish. How much money do you
Okay.
make? You've asked me that question. So how much money?
I
You've
make
looked me up
six
on
figures. I make USD 6 figures, not Tanzanian shillings.
what 6 figures? That's a lot of numbers, though. A lot
Yeah.
of digits can go in there. How much
Yeah,
you
I know
make?
it's just tough for you to calculate. I'm not going to give my exact amount. I
From
make 6 figures.
100,000 to 900,000 is a huge range.
I make between
You
one.
IT
You're
guy,
right.
you're a math guy.
I make between 100 and
You're a
150.
math guy.
I make between 100 and 150.
And that's congratulations to you. But that
Thank you.
doesn't
All right.
make you
Let's
not
move on. Let's move
alone.
on. You're right. It doesn't. So let's move on to the other attributes that I have and that you don't have. So let's talk about educational attainment. What do you have?
What do I have that you don't have? Is that what
What
you're asking?
educational? What we're talking about, because you talk down about women. You say women's only power is what's between their legs. And the point that I'm making is that the women that you mess with, that might be their only power, because the women that have the women that have more than that don't look at you as a qualified mate. They don't look at you as a qualified partner. And so I'm bringing up all these things that women talk about.
Thank you for bringing it back to that.
So
thank you for bringing it.
That is the whole point. It's not about money. It's just about certain things. You're a bum.
Thank you for bringing
You're
it
a
back
bum,
to
and
that.
you asked me to tell you how you're a bum, and so I'm telling you how you're a bum.
I got you, but I'm a bum. You make 6 figures. Oh, big guy here.
No, it's again, it's about the money. Take the money. We can make the same amount. How about this? I make between 150. I make between 100. I make between 100 and 150. You make in USD. You make between 150 and 200 USD. That's fine. That's fine. You make more than me. That's cool. That doesn't change the fact that you're a bum. Bum is not just about a financial situation. It's about a personality.
Go get him. I don't know where he stay at, but go get him. Okay, now let's talk about the actual issue that you're butthurt about. Okay?
I'm not butthurt.
You're butthurt. You're butthurt that I said that your ass is in pain because I said that women's power is between their sexuality. I don't know why that is so negative to say that sexuality is a power. I don't get it. Let's start there. Why is it so bad to say that women have? I never said it's their only thing. I said in a relationship dynamics. If you're a math guy, you this dynamics. I'm saying the women, their power is in sexual axis. The man's power is in the relationship axis. The man asks the woman to marry him. He controls whether the woman gets married or not. The woman is the guy is always trying to get laid. The woman is the one who says, "Nah, I'm not giving you today some sex because you didn't take out the trash." Somehow that we started there, then it went to my mud bricks, which is better than your cocaine bricks, and better than you talking shit on the internet. I actually build civilization. Then it went into how much I make. So let's bring it back to that. I said that in a relationship dynamics, women's power is in their sexuality, while the men, their power is in the relationship axis. Back in the days, men would go out for a pack of cigarettes and never come back. That's their power. The power of women is saying, "Nah, I'm going to give this guy the pussy, not give it to him." So where do you disagree in that? And where do I reduce women to just their vaginas, as you've claimed?
Okay, you could have just stuck with that last sentence that you said instead of rambling. The issue was that when you said it, we questioned you on it, and then you just said it again. We said that we felt like that's what you were saying, or that's what it was giving off. And instead of saying, "Oh no, that's not all I'm saying," I'm just saying like women have this power, but they also have other powers. You never specify what other powers they have.
I'm saying in relationship dynamics. I said it twice, 3 times, 4 times. In a relationship dynamics, the woman's power.
I'll let you ramble.
Okay, but stick to the point.
Do you want to have a discussion? I am sticking to the point. You asked me why we had the issue with it, and I'm telling you. So you said it, and you never gave any other examples of women having power in the relationship or otherwise. A woman came on here, and she said she had a problem with what you said. You didn't correct yourself. You didn't say, "Oh, my bad. That's not what I meant by that." Let me rephrase it. I asked you a second time. I was like, "Here, we'll give him the shovel to bury himself." Cash Kid, do you believe that women only have the power of sexuality? And then you started rambling again and talked about how women have the power of sexuality. So you didn't even correct yourself when you were given the ample opportunities to do so. That is why we believe that.
Correct myself. What?
So what
I
other
never said anything
power?
wrong.
What other? Okay, the issue isn't saying that women have the power of sexuality, as in amongst their other powers, they also have this power. But that's not how you phrased it. And when you were given the opportunity to rephrase it, to properly say the other powers that women have alongside the sexuality thing, you didn't do it.
Because they don't matter. We're talking relationships. Again, I said we're not talking about president. Women can be president.
Okay, yeah,
you get it.
yeah. We're talking about in the relationship as well. Kashka, we're also talking about in the relationship, and I think that's the problem. Is that you think that women in a relationship only have that power, and we're saying it's not the only power they have in a relationship.
Okay, let me ask you this, AR. You have a girlfriend, right? Or are you married?
Yeah. No, I'm not married. I have a girlfriend.
Okay. Your girlfriend. Okay.
Mhm.
First time you saw her, did you just meet her like face to face, or did you look her up online, or where did you meet? I have a point with this.
We talked. I think I saw her on Instagram or something, and slid in the DMs, and then we ended up meeting up.
Okay. And when you saw her, did you see her degrees and her qualifications on there? Is that what attracted you to her, or what was
That
it?
was a part of it. It was a part of it. Yeah.
It was a part of it.
Yeah.
What's the other part?
It's okay. Hold on. Let me just. Hey, it's okay to say, "Damn, I thought I had a point, and it broke apart." You thought he was saying because she looked good, she had a fat ass, and all these other bullshit ass remedial rhetoric talking.
Is he saying that's not part of it? Because he's saying it's a part.
Hold on, you are not as smart as you think. And majority of you men that try to have these conversations, you are not as smart as you think. Majority
so AR, you didn't like how she looked, huh?
Is that majority of you men, right, that think that it's all about vagina, you are the single ones, and the ones that are in relationships, they do not look at women that way. It's okay. And that's why you are failing at relationships, you are failing at life. It's because you are following the ideology of failed men.
Sharon, stop preaching. I asked him. I don't
understand. I don't understand. Like, why y'all never talk to what I'm saying? I don't
get what drew him.
Kashka, his point is that originally you said what's between a woman's legs, her sexuality, that's what inspires a man. That's what makes them attractive to a man.
What qualifications are in Instagram?
I was attracted to her before I was ever inside of her. So that had nothing what was between her legs didn't necessarily have. So I'm not disagreeing. I don't think anybody's disagreeing with you that men find women attractive, and that's going to play a part into who they go after.
What about women do we find attractive? That's the question here. What is it about women that we find attractive? I'm saying the question is, what is it about women that men find attractive? I think that is at the heart of this discussion. I'm telling you, degrees are nice and all that.
Okay, before AR explains to you why he's a heterosexual man, which is crazy to me that that's even a question. What is it about a man that attracts you to them? Why are you so attracted to men?
Stop projecting, Sharon. We're waiting for you to come out of that closet. We'll be waiting here with balloons.
How can you say I'm going to come out of a closet when you are literally?
Exactly. What? Nothing to say, huh? Okay, we'll wait for the party. But again,
oh my God! Because look, you don't have no body attached to you. You know that you are the one that is most likely gay.
And that's what you guys called beards do, because you can't, you don't want to be seen that way, so you get a woman just to hide it.
So now you're saying, okay, I'm glad that you said that. So I'm glad that you said that. So you're saying a man that actually has a wife and children, I have a beard, but a man that is literally all he do is talk about how good he is for a man, how women don't have no value other than vagina. You think that you sound like a straight man?
Repeat that. I'm going to give you the chance to repeat that and hear what you said.
Yeah. All right. If you say so, I'm not, you know what? Listen, a lot of you men, hey, you know what's crazy about it? KT to go. They released all of the pictures of P. Diddy's sexual escorts.
There's a lot of niggas, huh?
Huh?
There's a lot of niggas, huh?
Yo, KT, it was not one. It was only one female.
Yeah, I believe that. That's a frisky ass nigga. That
It
nigga's
was only
untrustworthy.
one female, and this is the problem that a lot of these men don't understand. This is what I be trying to tell
Sharon
KT.
so
You
hard
gotta
he
be
wasn't
careful.
invited.
Hey MJ, how you doing? I be trying to tell KT you gotta be careful about who he like. Hey, listen, these men are trying to trick you out of your booty hole, man.
Nah, that's a
Sharon, you're so
trustworthy
upset
assessment.
you weren't invited. Like, why did we even invite you?
This is why they keep always trying to get it back on me. Like, this is a man. You do realize we don't know what you are. You're in another country with your dirty foot making bricks with your feet. No woman to represent you, even though you're in a place where it is much cheaper to get a woman, and you still can't get a woman. That says a lot about you, sir.
Cheaper to get a woman. Okay, explain that, Sharon. What does that mean?
I
Are
don't know
women
why.
for
I
sale?
do not know why you in mud
Are
huts
women for sale, huh?
without
Cheaper
no
to get
baby.
a woman in Africa. Okay. We see what you do, Sharon. So that's how you think, huh? Hey, Sharon thinks women are for sale, everyone. And he thinks in Africa women are cheaper here. That's what Sharon thinks. Somebody clip that.
Okay. He actually think he got a point. It's crazy to me. But KT to go. What's good, sir? What's your thoughts?
Welcome back, KT.
I ain't gonna cap. Welcome back, y'all. Yeah, this nigga tripping though. Like I ain't gonna lie. Kid, I was
Yeah,
kind of
that's
helping
true.
you earlier, but I gotta tell you now, bro. You just gotta let it go sometimes. You feel me? Shut up. It ain't nothing wrong with learning
And was like, oh shit, they was right. Hold on now.
Nah, don't get me started there. We ain't gonna go back there because y'all niggas was wrong, and I don't want to do that though. We not gonna spend this whole show doing that. I really would say though, what was supposed to be the actual show topic? Can we get to that?
The show
I
topic
keep
was
bringing it back.
the show topic was about love and duty. And I was bringing out the fact that a lot of these men, like Cash Kid, they don't want to deal with love or duty.
You know what? I'll agree with that. I think for most people, men specifically, for sure. I mean, look, usually I'm like, well, a little bit here and there. For once, I'm gonna give you this. For sure, men, I think they're very afraid of making that commitment because, like, experiences sometimes for those who don't have experience, they gonna go off what they see on the internet. No offense, Cash Kid. I'm agree with you. I feel like what you talking a lot of that shit. Like, no offense, you ain't getting no cheeks. You feel me? I don't know what type of motion you got going on. And you talking wild. You feel me? And it's all right to say like you looking for somebody to really guide you in a manner to figure out how to get the cheeks. But that shit, you talking anti-cheekage. Like,
What did I talk was anti-chickish, and we had Nightmare here
like
phoning over me.
it's just your
Actually, you
logic to slide
certain
with it.
hoes, bro.
Nah, yeah,
That's
for
what we're trying to
sure.
tell
I
you.
don't know if you know who like
I'm saying the
Danny
whole
Brown is. You know who Danny Brown is?
the
He
musician, no?
a rapper dude. It's a rapper dude named Danny Brown. He got an album called Scaring the
Yeah,
Hoes.
weird guy. Yeah,
Like that
I don't
might be
listen
your
to
whole
this.
vibe.
That's your vibe. What you talking about? You see the projection that I'm dealing with on this panel, though. That's your
It's
guy.
not.
You brought him up. You
I
listen
literally
to
got a
what we
wife
It's
and
heard.
okay.
4
It's
kids.
okay.
My
It's okay.
wife's pregnant right now.
It's okay. So let's get back
How?
to.
Wait.
It's okay.
Since when is
I
wife?
don't. I don't want
All
to be.
men know that.
Hold on, you damn mudslinger. So
Oh shit. Oh shit.
so KT, you agree that a lot. So you believe is they experience because they got heartbroken or what they perceive as heartbroken. This is why they are afraid of relationships now.
Yeah, I ain't even gonna say it's perceived as heartbroken because heartbreak is based on you yourself. Heartbreak is one of those emotional things, period. It's not no definite. It may be an underlying thing like this is what happens when your heart breaks, but only you can determine what breaks your heart. So if a person gets in a relationship and they feel like they've invested a lot of emotion or money, whatever, in their opinion, they may think that that's love in their mind. Now, is that appropriate love? No. I will agree with that, but I think most of us don't know what appropriate love is. Yes, Elohim.
And
Hey.
so, who suffers more heartache, men or women?
Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second.
What you think?
Simps.
Simps. Okay, so you believe simps suffer heartbreak more than anybody else. How
Ask
old?
AR. Yeah,
And
he got
how
a few
old?
stories on
And
here.
Cash Kid, how old was you when you had your first heartbreak?
Hold on. Let me answer it real quick now. But damn, I forgot what you were saying. The very last part is what about the heartbreak? Do you think men or women get it
Suffer
more?
heartbreak, yeah.
I don't know. I'm not going to deny that. I don't know because I feel we're in like
Simps.
a day and age where nobody can really show their emotions.
Okay.
Like I understand, like, and I don't want nobody to take this as a bad, but when I say like I understand women that went through this whole, or even in a place where they be feeling a lot of times, yeah, fuck a nigga. Cause you done watched your mother sometimes go without having a man. Sometimes you done have to do a lot of shit on your own. And on the men's side, like y'all was saying earlier, or not y'all, but Cyber Dreams is saying, niggas is definitely cuddly with your bitch. I don't care if you're a real killer in the streets. Like when you get home, you mwah, mwah, mwah. Come here, babe. You know what I'm saying? Come here, cuddle with me. But nah, it's nothing wrong with that. It's just knowing where, it's a time and place for everything. It's knowing when to properly do that. But if we going off of people, no offense, but I got to use you as an example because you're up here, Cash Kid. But off the shit that it feel like Cash Kid going on, that's what's going to happen because you don't have those experiences. So now you going off of what the next man tell you because you trust that he's had that experience.
And so
What is going on here?
So you believe
It's
that
an intervention.
So you believe that it's men keeping other men single out of fear?
No, I don't think it's men keeping other men. I know somewhat it is, but I don't think it's just as simple as that. Like I said, I do think that experience or lack thereof does play. Because I think for most men, they do have some experience. I don't think it's a lot of experience, but I do think it's some experience. Like I think most niggas done got coochie.
Okay, all right. So AR, the mental gymnastics that be stressing my head is it's crazy. It's okay.
I just step away real quick. What happened?
1 minute he says he think that it's men with heartbreak experience telling other men that did not experience it yet about their heartbreak, and those men that did not have the heartbreak, they go ahead and live their life like they had that experience. And so I asked him, so it is other men keeping other men single throughout fear? He said no. I'm like, what the fuck?
No, I said, yeah, it do play a part somewhat. I'm just pointing out that I think most men have had experience. I don't think it's a lot of experience, which now tends to lead to, and I'm not going to deny, I just don't think it's like most men, but I do think it's a very large group of men who don't consistently get cheeks. So they looking at some dude and they say, oh, he look like or act like he get coochie. You know what I'm saying? Let me follow what he's saying. Because they don't really have that much experience. I think that's where the problem comes in. And I'm just saying it's a little bit more.
And you referenced me in this.
Yes, because
because you're one of them.
I mean, that's Mick Jam.
Am I the guy leading other people?
No, you not. But listen to me. I'm gonna be honest with you.
All right, okay. That's sad, man. That's all I got to say.
Yo, AR.
Oh shit.
I ain't say nothing.
What's up?
Cause you know why? Cause sorry. I'll let you talk. Sorry.
Oh, I kind of want to. Jalen, what's up, man?
But anyway, women love to be lied to, so it's just what it is.
Thank you.
Yeah, is that from your experience?
Yes, that's from my experience, sir.
Wow.
All right. Yeah.
Don't you dare.
So what did you lie about, Jalen?
Absolutely not. Welcome to the show, MJ.
Y'all really be letting retards. Y'all be letting retards off the hook, and I just don't.
I do not want to.
Oh no, I'm a
right
retard.
now.
Okay. Go ahead with the name.
Okay. All right. Welcome to the show, MJ. Good day, beautiful. How you doing today?
Hey, what's going on? Been a long, busy day for me. What is the topic actually about?
The topic was about love and duty, love versus duty. I was having a conversation about that, and I'm starting to believe that men do not cherish love or duty in relationships. They are very confused.
I think some men, not all men, right? But I do think that a lot of men believe that love is shown through duty, right? They use it interchangeable. So they feel like if they accomplish their duty, what more than being consistent is not showing, love to a said individual? Because we see many times men are, when they don't care about an individual, they're very inconsistent. They give the runaround, they give, excuses and all the stuff like that. So they believe if they are being consistent, that is their way of expressing their love because they feel dutiful to you. And this is, like I said, this is for some, not for all. And it also depends on what they feel they're being dutiful about, right? Like we see a lot of men say that, as long as they're taking care of the household, paying bills, things of that sort, that is duty. That's something that they don't want to do, but there's something that they're very consistent with every single day. They feel like they are completing what their duty is, said to family, said to wife, however,
Mm-hmm.
But then others, they will include, hey, if they have that more emotional side to them, also being emotionally supportive as well as paying the bills and taking care and protecting, that to them is being dutiful. So it's going to look different in every man. And that's the great thing about everybody's relationship, is going to look different. So you have to literally find out what is the relationship for you and make it work. And I think one of the biggest problem is that there's so many different experiences of how people have relationships, and they come on a panel, and because it works for them, they think that this is something that can collectively work for everyone. And it's not going to happen because we're not a monolith. Not every man is the same. Not every man's wants and needs are the same. And also their financial dynamic or how they stand in the world is not going to be the same, right? And this is why women have the option to choose which type of man suits them, right? So you have women who wants a certain man who has a certain title, certain type of money, whatever. Not for other women, that is not the case. That is not like their priority. They want one who is kind, who has good character, someone to have, raise children with, to be a great father. Like those might be the priorities for her. So relationships are going to look different. And, we can't say which is right or wrong. I guess to me, it would be better to find out, if it's working. If it's working, then that's the effect.
Proving our point. What did you say, Cash Kid?
I told her to shut up, woman. And every woman needs that. They need a guy in their life who will tell them when they're running.
Okay, so listen, let me tell you something. Number one, you don't know me. Don't you ever tell me to fucking shut up in your fucking life, okay? I don't know who the fuck you are, but do not come on the fucking panel acting like you know me. I'm not your bitch. I'm not your mama. I am nothing to you. You take that raggedy ass personality to somebody else who wants to deal with that, okay? Talk to your mama that way. Don't talk to me that way.
That was crazy.
The audacity
I
to
don't know
ask
who the fuck he think he is. This is what you have. This is the problem with these goofy ass people, because here I am speaking logic. Here I am keeping him calm. And because he thinks this is why they want women to be submissive. This is why they want women to be docile, right? So they can sit up there and disrespect you, and he feels like he can be big man on campus when I was just always overhearing you for 30 minutes and getting clowned on by another woman and another man. You are not big man on fucking campus on this fucking panel at all. Don't fucking push up your fucking chest to me. I'm the wrong one.
It's crazy.
I've been calling this dude a bum and interrupting him all day. He didn't tell me to shut up not one time.
That's crazy, right?
I was about to say that, though. That's literally why I unmuted. I was about to see kid. I really don't like throwing people in boxes, but that's why I kept pointing out like you the example. You anti pussy, bro.
And he
You're
wondered
not
why
giving no
you
pussy
bringing
in
my
the
name
body.
up.
Like, that's insane. Like, you was acting mad fucking submissive on this fucking panel for 30, 45 fucking minutes, and here I come with calm, and now you want to fucking big up your fucking chest to me. Be a punk, stay a punk.
You're
Don't
a woman.
fucking play
You're
with
a
me.
woman, though.
I don't give a fuck, and you ain't a man.
That sounds
You
crazy.
ain't a man. You know what you are? You know what you are? You're a little boy. You're a boy who needs attention, who needs someone to validate you. I'm not your girl. You get your validation when you find a chick. I'm not it.
And this is just so crazy to me. Shout out to Night.
Application
Yeah,
open.
shout out to Night is talking crazy in the chat. I'm pretty sure he'll never hit the link and substantiate his point neither. For whatever reason, I tried to hit his channel earlier, but he's already asleep. So I'm pretty sure he'll never hit this link and have a conversation about what we're talking about. And it's just I think it's starting to come out that hey, a lot of these men, they ain't really about no relationship. They ain't really about loving on women. They don't even have a duty towards women. They just want to talk. They just want to go panel hop to panel as many will accept them, it seems like, and they just want the attention of other men. They don't
And you
really
know what? And those men, those type of people are going to continue to be left behind. So like all the crying in the world that they're doing on the fucking panels and shit like that is not going to change your fucking reality. You're insufferable. No fucking woman want to deal with you. So yeah, you might think you went in that moment because you're able to tap fucking ass, but you're gonna still continue to keep crying when you don't get it as frequently as possible. And you're also gonna keep crying because every single time when you do get a chance to tap it, you're fucking coming out your pockets. That's your fucking destiny. That's your lifestyle. Deal with it.
Yeah. And if they keep on following these same men, they're just gonna keep them single and having a goddamn triple X video subscription up. You know what I'm saying? This is why OnlyFans is moving in a direction is 80% of men are on OnlyFans. So I mean it is more subscribers than it is content creators. It is what it is. And it's vastly men. It's something really wrong with a lot of you men that is following these ideologies. Y'all just not realizing. This is the reason why those little pocket vaginas sales went up. Y'all don't even care where y'all put y'all thing in.
Listen, in the US alone, the Pew Research new study came out that by 2030, 50% of the women in the United States will be childless and single.
Damn.
So guess what? Y'all motherfuckers got 5 years. Good luck.
And the weirdest thing about it, most of these men, right, they would complain that, you know, about sex, but majority of the men, they don't even like before it was one thing that they were saying, hey, men, they want the sex, but they don't want the relationship. But now we kind of understand, like, as we let these men talk, they don't want the sex or the relationship. Because when a woman have sex with a man, they look down on that and say, hey, that woman, every time a man enters a woman, it devalues her. According to these goddamn talking
They just want
points.
control.
That's the
That's
power.
what they want. It's the
Not for
control.
me.
It's
And
the
so-
belief.
Speak
It's the
for yourself.
belief. It's the belief control that they think they have. Right. That's what it is. Because it's not real control.
Right, and that's why we had the conversation about the whole power situation, right? And a lot of these, and this is how it turned into the conversation about power. A lot of men, they want to lead, their relationship through power. And I was saying that leadership, it doesn't have anything to do with power whatsoever. This is how we got into that conversation. And this is why I was saying that power is going to lead most men into failed relationships, failed life, failed careers, and all those things, because leadership doesn't really actually have anything to do with power. Actually, leadership, you got to give power to other people. You got to trust them to delegate things and all these other things. So power is a very negative thing, especially when we're talking about within a relationship, in my opinion. I don't see no reason why you should ever use power, and why, if you had to use power on your mate, I don't think it's a good
The
thing.
power to protect her, the power to defend her. the power to provide for her.
And so this is when we know that these men are not being genuine with the conversation, right? They say stupid stuff like that. You gotta lift weights so you can have power to open up a can bottle and lift up the groceries. You gotta have power. Shut up. That's not what I'm talking about, literally. And who I got? I got PWI Willie. You know you gotta send a $20 Cash App or a PayPal or Zelle so your ass could come up here and curse people out. We're gonna have to start forcing something.
I don't understand. $250 a year. What's the issue with throwing a 20? Because you brag about how much you make. You're not even making points when you talk about how much you make. It's not like you talking to someone like Cash Kid, who's a bum, and you're trying to explain to them why they attract a certain type of person around them.
Okay, pencil.
And so you bring up income or whatever. You just randomly shout, "Oh, I make so and so." Like,
okay, pencil neck.
Send the $20.
I bet your neck looks like your avatar.
Okay, we have
your neck is like that eye.
Is that an insult?
Tanzania. That was a term of an insult. And I know my guy PWI Willie, he's gonna do it because it's my man's in them. I know he could do it. I know he could send $20 somewhere.
Some of this faith you put in bums is crazy to me.
Oh shit, that was crazy. But yeah, so and that's why I had an issue with the whole power dynamic, and I was giving examples of how Puff he used power to lead his relationship, and that's why he is failing in his relationship. We have Chris Brown. He was attempting to use his power in all of his relationships. This is why he had failed relationship and how he had to put hands on multiple women. And we could keep going down the list of Eric Benet and Halle Berry. He tried to use his power over Halle Berry. And so, and what I want to get men to understand is that when you are dealing with just leadership is going to give you a clear vision of what you see for your relationship. And that's going to change the dynamic that you have with your partner. And for some reason, man,
you never mentioned power, bro.
And people just try not to understand what I was explaining.
Do women not have any power?
Well, Cash Kid understands. He actually is or that thinks you should use power.
I'm asking for real. I mean, all the examples there
also have power, because what he's hearing is basically you saying that men only have all the power or whatever. But then he's like, well, women also have power. So he's not even arguing against the fact that power shouldn't be used in a relationship. Like that shouldn't be the foundation of a relationship. He's just arguing that they both have power, therefore they can both use it.
Yeah,
against each other.
Right, we went over that. Yeah, we went over that.
Went back on it because this dude's goofy.
Yeah, so because he's just not intelligent enough to understand what the conversation is about. This is why they try to like pick out one word and try to focus on one word instead of the overarching point of what I'm trying to say and what I'm communicating to the people. And they don't want to really be held accountable. That's the problem, because
you're just talking about abuse, Sharon.
Leadership.
And you're not talking about the women.
I know. That's why y'all keep trying to bring in the word abuse. I don't have to bring the word abuse into the conversation at all. I don't. You do. Because you're not
women. Okay, talk about instances of women using power.
Right. So you could go on your channel, and if you want to discuss that, you can do that. Right now, I'm having a conversation about a certain thing, and if you cannot hold the conversation, that's one thing to say. I'm not equipped to have this conversation. The only kind of conversation I can have is bullshit. No, you are the one that's actually deflecting. I'm talking about something. You tell me to talk about something else.
It's the same thing. I just say talk about the women.
I'm talking about something, and you came here to talk to me about the conversation that I am having. So therefore, you either could stick to the conversation so we can move forward, so maybe somebody can learn something, or you cannot have the conversation. And that is okay as well if you're just not equipped to have the conversation. So leadership fosters collaboration, right? That's what it fosters, right? It's encouraging people to grow rather than just to obey. Power is talking about obey. This is the problem, that I keep substantiating what I'm saying, but y'all just want to talk, but y'all don't have no points to what y'all saying. Because great leaders, what they do, they persuade, right? They inspire. They don't force outcomes. They lead by example. They do not demand.
Like you're doing.
Right, and
Bro, you're misusing your power right now,
so
muting me. But
this is
okay,
right, because I'm trying to lead you somewhere to have a conversation.
so you use power. You
No, that's not power. This is how y'all not
muted me.
y'all try to use everything. So this is y'all try to use everything into one situation. This is decorum. I'm trying to explain something to you. I'm trying to have a conversation. I'm trying to teach you how to have a conversation because clearly you don't know how to.
If I was your kid, you would whoop me, wouldn't you?
No, I
Yeah,
don't.
yeah.
I never put my hands on my children. So this is, so out of all my children, I never beat my children. So it's crazy. That's how y'all think.
Were you whooped as a kid, Cash Kid?
So,
I mean, why's your name Cash Kid?
Because he don't want to. Nobody could pronounce his real name. That's why.
He manifesting his dreams. Chill, bro.
He's trying, but it doesn't seem to be working.
Trying, bro.
Why are you referring to yourself as a
I really
kid?
don't care enough about Cash Kid to try to make fun of him. Because he cannot actually have a conversation towards the topic, and most of these men can't. And Cash Kid and KT to go both prove that it's very difficult for them to have.
Don't bring me into this because KT kept that conversation going for hours because he know how to carry the conversation even if he disagrees.
Right, and that's the sad part. He think he was carrying the conversation, and we had to get stuck on the context of what we was trying to say, even though I was trying to move forward. And sometimes it's draining that they want to be stuck on.
I understand. I agree.
Be stuck on the definition of a word, and then even when I bring the definition to them, they still don't understand how I was able
Ryan,
to.
You literally are defining that definition.
I did define it, and I did not just define it. I also explained how I was putting it in context of like how I'm doing right now, how I was attempting to explain leadership versus power. I was just now doing the difference between leadership and power. I was just now doing it, but y'all cannot comprehend. Y'all cannot follow the conversation. It is what it is. I just got to realize that a lot of y'all cannot follow.
Overstand thing, I guess. Then maybe I just overstand you because I mean, if we being very frank, like I said, power comes with leadership.
No,
regardless of what you're saying.
Okay. Again, now we can go back to that again. I'm giving you examples how leadership has nothing to do with power. I literally was just talking and giving you things. I'm giving you tangible things that you can do within your relationship that has nothing to do with power. And I'll explain to you how it got everything to do with leadership. Now, since you interrupt me, explain to me your position.
Yeah, the power will be your the woman that you're with, giving you the ability to follow whatever you're doing, asking her to do or do of.
Yeah, that's not power.
Yes, it is. She grants you the power. If she follows the communication, if you say, "Hey, babe," like they were saying earlier, let's get away from here.
So
if she just get up and follow you,
the problem is you want to talk about opinion of what a power is, and I'm going by what a definition and how I'm supposed.
You're lying. This is why we brought up the definition.
Before we get down the power rabbit hole, do we want to talk about the standard?
So like I'm talking about something completely different than what you are talking about, KT.
No, you're trying to make it like that's what I'm saying.
This is what you're doing, Sharon.
So I'm confused on how you think that giving somebody a clear vision of what you're trying to do is the same thing as power.
No, like I said, when that person follows that, though, you can give anybody a vision, but when that person follows that, they're giving you power. They're literally saying.
That's what I'm trying to explain. I'm trying to get to the understanding. How is that power?
Yeah,
don't go out tonight.
Somebody to do something.
Getting somebody.
Like, are you now saying Martin Luther King didn't have power? Malcolm X didn't have power? Like that's all I'm saying. If you sit there and say something and people follow your words, they've given you influence. That influence is important because it is power. It literally equals people following.
So this is what I'm saying, that too many men, like when we are having a very direct conversation, right? I understand people try to throw that word in there. oh, he had too much. That's you see how Malcolm X made all those men turn around. That's too much power for one nigga. We get that's what he said.
I didn't even say that. What the fuck? I'm saying this is an example of power.
Right,
That's
and I'm
literal
trying to
power.
explain to you that is not right. We use that word and say that is power, just like we say, "Oh shit, that is a hot outfit." That doesn't mean that the temperature of the outfit is actually hot. We use the word power in those examples. Malcolm X, he had too much power because he was able to influence all these black folks, but that ain't had shit to do it. That's leadership.
Just say force then. Physical force.
Listen, this is from Oxford Dictionary. This is from Oxford Dictionary. It says the first definition is the ability to do something or act in a particular way, especially as a faculty or quality. Number 2 is the capacity or ability to direct or influence the behavior of others or the course of events. This is literally what we're talking about. You talking about leadership is separate from power. It is literally not. Like
it is. Because
maybe it's a slight variation. I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm just pointing out it comes with that.
Okay, so why you pointing it out? So that means that you could use it in different contexts, correct?
No, it's the fact that you're saying that they're separate.
It is because it's a different context, correct? Right? You just gave two different examples of how power is used in two different contexts, correct?
No, that was two different definitions. That's the definitions. That's not two different. That's just the definitions.
Okay, and they mean two different things, correct?
No, it's just going with two different ways. One is talking about like how I can apply just to a singular or maybe a small group, and the second one is just explaining the fact there that if you have influence, period, to make people do something.
Okay, so therefore, you could use it in two different contexts, correct?
And it's still the same word. But that's the thing I'm talking here. You brought up that when you're doing leadership, it doesn't involve power. I'm going to
ask you a question again and see if you can answer it. So that means it's two different contexts to the word, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so therefore, what I'm talking about, right, is different from what you are trying to put into the conversations when I'm trying to explain to you.
No, it's different because you're talking about leadership and saying leadership doesn't involve power. I just went over the definitions of power, either or, neither nor. Okay, both definitions involve.
So you agree again. So let me get this understanding. You agree that those two different definitions, you could put them in two different types of contexts, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so the context that I'm putting it in, you cannot add those two examples into the conversation is what I'm trying to say.
Again, we have to when you bring up leadership.
No.
When you now say leadership is whenever you act in leadership, you're not having power.
So if I'm talking about one specifically part of power, right? You're saying that there's other contexts you could use this word, correct? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, so if I'm talking about a very specific one, why are you adding other ones into it? That is
you added leadership.
Hold on. You are taking it out of context at that point.
What you added leadership. Sharon, this is all I'm pointing out. I really don't even want to argue about it. It's wild. It's wild. It's wild.
Understand. So you do understand I could say chicken, that means money, right?
Yes.
Okay, so now if you start saying, but Sharon, that also means poultry. Don't you understand you are taking it out of context?
Yeah, that's possible. But that's not what's happening here.
That is exactly what's happening.
It's not.
Yeah, it is.
Did he not just literally say when you have leadership, it doesn't involve power?
No, the problem is that we already defined what he means, the coercive part. He means it in a particular way. So we're trying to use his definition. It doesn't matter, man. If he's saying abusive, there doesn't need to go over the 10 different levels of power. He's talking about one version of it. And that's what we're talking about.
Listen, and now he's saying when you do leadership, listen, Ambassador, am I tripping? So if he says leadership doesn't involve power, is this now not saying?
If it does, he's talking about something that doesn't involve coercive power. That's the whole point. Leadership without coercive power.
He's not even talking about coercive power. He says anything involving power is not actual leadership. That's what I'm saying. This is what the point he's literally saying and arguing. That if you're using leadership, you don't use any type of power. Okay?
Now you got me confused. No.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. I don't know how y'all not. Maybe that's why I said maybe it's me overstanding the situation.
Hold on. So again, so it's very simple. I gave you examples of how you could lead without power. And every time I do that, you try to redefine what power is.
No, I didn't.
You did. Okay, so I'm gonna give. Okay, so I'm gonna give it to you. Okay, so I'm gonna do it again. So to me, this is not power, right? A leader, right? He creates a clear vision. He motivates others to achieve things, right? To inspire things, not just uses authority. But you would say that is a version of power. That's what you would say.
No, ambassador. Listen, at the beginning of what he said, in my opinion, this is what leadership is. And I'm saying, go to the definition.
Hold on. So that's what I just said, right? What I just said, you would not consider that power.
You said what?
Creating a clear vision and to motivate, right? So I can achieve what I want for my family without using my authority. Would you consider that power?
Yes.
That's the problem that we have. And I'm giving you a clear difference of what I am explaining, what is leadership versus what is power. And you just don't want to concede to the difference of that. And that's
again, so do y'all not see? It's a definition. I just gave the definitions. He's now saying that this has nothing to do with leadership. And that's all I'm saying. I don't know if y'all don't see that.
KT,
it's not that.
KT, can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question, KT? What is the difference between a dictator and a leader to you?
Nothing.
There you go. There's your answer, Sharon. I'm out. Talk to you later.
So a dictator isn't a type of leader?
So
a dictator isn't a type of leader, y'all.
No, you just
do we want to look up the word and definition of a leader?
No,
see now y'all putting y'all emotional instead of using the word.
Because I disagree with how he used it as well. But the thing is like when you're reading people's arguments, a lot of times they spend a whole chapter defining what they mean when they use these words.
Correct.
Now he's defined what he meant. So from that point on, when you read this person's argument, you are to use the definitions he has laid out. Other than that, I mean, you're just going to fail understanding the argument, and you're not passing.
Don't you understand that would be something we call improper communication? Like if I sit here and told you, listen, if I told you I'm gonna call North Carolina Timbuktu and tell you got to accept that because that's what I'm saying. You do understand that because it's a literal defined thing. We can literally see what the fuck North Carolina means. If I keep just because I keep saying, well, what I mean is Timbuktu, so y'all need to start calling it Timbuktu. That's not how that's bad communication. We can just literally have good communication by sticking to the words that are defined. They're already set for us.
You're attaching yourself to what the word is. Communication is communication. If I say up is ooh and down is ooh, you understand what I mean when I say ooh. Okay. Right. Or you're choosing not to, well, I don't want to agree with that. Well, so be it. You don't have to agree with it being ooh, but to everyone else who wants to understand the argument, they understand what ooh means. Now you can argue about it, but we're just arguing semantics. Or you want me to say ooh instead? That's the argument right now.
No,
that's why we're saying like I get it, but I don't particularly agree with it.
Is it hard for me to say don't say ooh, say up and down because it's up or down?
Well, now you're telling me how I'm going to form my argument, and at that point, it's like why argue?
That's what I'm saying. Y'all making this about the argument. I'm just talking about the words. The words we're using.
I don't. That's what we're saying. We want to talk about the argument. We don't want to argue about the particular words. Like I'm trying to understand what this man is trying to communicate to me. So once I understood what he's trying to communicate,
do y'all not get that?
No, you're the one that's not. No, you're not understanding the overarching conversation. You want to get stuck on one word.
Yeah. Again, the man just said, "Let's turn up and down in the ooh."
Correct.
But all right,
fuck it. You code, right?
Yep.
And you use variables.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you have a global variable and you define it at the beginning of the code, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And what is the purpose of that?
to put it in a certain place, make sure it goes to a certain area, does a certain thing.
Yeah, and you can also have, and I don't remember what they're called, but not like the non-global variable. So you have a portion of code, but you want to have a variable only for that context.
Yeah.
And so it's not going to be a global variable. It's just going to be for that specific block of code. You want this variable to, let's say x equals 2, because every single time you put x in this specific context, you want it to equal 2.
Yeah.
And then you have another portion of the code where you might have x equal 4. And that's exactly what they're doing right now. You're talking about like a global variable thing, and they're trying to tell you in the context, we're defining power. So in the context, power is the variable, we're defining it. Power equals 2.
I will accept that. And in the programming sense, my problem is that, like you said, for us to make the program itself, we have to go by the actual numbers. You know what I'm saying? I can make a separate thing, but it's all even based off the actual thing. So I'm just saying I would like to do the actual thing. But thank you, because that was a good breakdown for me. That made me help me understand it. All right. You got it. I'm done. I digress.
We're gonna get there, man. Don't even worry about it. Baby steps.
Yeah.
I always bring up the academic part when it comes to this. I think this is why black men should be more into like teaching and stuff like that. Because when you're dealing with with younger people, or you're just teaching math in general, a lot of teaching, that's why it's really stressful, because you have to figure out how. See, JR was able to speak his language, into something he'll accept. And a lot of times that's what's stressful about teaching. But you have to practice that. I think when we're talking about leadership and communication, that's one of those things too. That's why I say you should tutor. I don't care if you're good at math or you're good at English. Just go out there and volunteer tutoring, because you're forced in a situation where you have to articulate it to them in a way that they will understand. So that's just adding to your leadership thing.
Yeah, no, I agree with all that. But I believe we need correct leadership. And don't get me wrong, I just accepted what AR said. I know what y'all was saying. He really said the same thing in a different manner. I'm just saying it in terms of, all right, bro, I get it. Y'all going to treat me like I'm tripping. It is what it is. We know common sensely wise, though, nobody's going to sit here and go to school, and when your kid come back and tell you up and down is Google Gaga, and niggas is like, well, that's how the teacher was teaching you, so that's how we taught them. And we just gonna be like, oh yeah, that's good work. Nah, but it is what it is. If this is the path we're going down, I will allow it. But regardless, I really do believe what you're saying is very important. The communication is key. Like how we teach each other, how we even come across with each other. That's why I try my best really not to ever like insult y'all, call y'all names, do none of that shit. Because I really want y'all to understand I'm never really coming from no place of like, oh, I hate you and I think you on some bullshit. Unless it's white folk. I ain't gonna cap. I do kind of I don't like them. Yeah, you heard me. I'm gonna just keep it a bit. Like in this space, I ain't talking about in overall, like just in the world, but I'm talking about in this space. Nah, yeah, I ain't gonna lie. A cracker I done seen out here in this space, they really out here for the tap dancing and on some weird shit. So like I ain't seen one white person.
Here's the problem, KT. Like you don't realize how much all over the place you are. Shit. Fuck.
Hey, yo.
Talking about the leadership skills, and he was just talking about leadership skills, whatever. Fuck it. You're right.
Fuck. Shit. Damn.
Bad leadership. He's showing public disdain, sir.
The fuck? Man.
It's all right, KT. We'll get you there, man. I got you, man.
Oh, nah, trust me. I'm not trying to go back to where y'all are.
What? Back?
Yeah, hell yeah.
No, Sharon, man, you all right?
I'm not stuck to my opinion. I accept all y'all opinion and everybody's opinion. And I'm not gonna fault you, talk down on you because you disagree with me, or nor I disagree with you. Yeah, that's a back progress.
No, the problem is that you are not willing to understanding beyond what your definition of something is.
No, I understand what literal definitions are. I understand you can make up whatever. I understand people can also agree to agree with
hold
whatever
on,
you
hold
made
on,
up.
hold on. Do you use slang?
Yes.
Okay, so therefore you are able to adapt to what somebody context is of why they are using a word. Literally.
Yeah, I've created no slang. And now you're saying if that's what you're trying to introduce this as, well, we're making new slang. Well, this is the first time it's been introduced. I think you kind of got to break it down.
I've been
They
breaking
did.
it down.
That was the whole point. They said that they broke it down, and you were like, no. Just
Yeah, because when you sit here and
doesn't mean I
start
need to be
saying now it's
following it
power
or using it
and
like that.
leadership, you're getting two different words. Do y'all understand how difficult that is to get? You're talking about two different words, and then you're also saying this one word has nothing to do with this word when this word, by definition, is influencing people.
Because I'm defining it. I
No,
define it. So if I say I'm going to get some chicken, I'm going to hustle and go get some chicken. What am I talking about?
What?
I picked you up to see you.
Oh, you're poking my back.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, Daddy better heard you playing, my brother.
It's crazy.
Look, man, the thing is, I get it, and I'm not gonna end on this because put the kid to sleep. But I get it, because like I said, when I first heard it, I didn't like it. I tell you, I still kind of, I get it because I'm used to reading some of the philosophy stuff. I just wouldn't use the word choice when describing, so I just wouldn't argue about word choice because mine would probably be a lot longer and not as straight to the point. It sounded a little bit more complicated. So I'm just kind of, I'm kind of getting, I get where you're going with it, but I still don't like the word choice, but I get where I get it, so, and in that sense, I do agree, like power in that sense, put in a relationship is, it is ridiculous. And I don't even like it in the marriage space because, when people are talking about things in marriage spaces and you're trying to get to the bottom of relationship stuff. And these people have a totally different abusive relationship dynamic and they're trying to influence people who can actually talk about their issues in an adult fashion. I don't even like it how it affects everyone else around it who has to deal with being in community with those people. So I end you on that, man. Great show, good argument. I'm out of here.
Thank you. I appreciate it,
Have a good day, sir.
And maybe that's why I have a problem sometimes. AR is that I do read a lot, and so like philosophy, I understand that and this is at the same time I don't understand because I'm being very clear of substantiating why I'm using this word, this terminology, just like even with the Rim Brothers thing, right? They say, but it means it's something sexual. And I'm like, no, I'm saying that it's an acronym for red pill incel ministry. They're like, but that's not what it means. I'm like, I'm literally telling you that it means red pill incel ministry. And they be like, no, it don't mean that. It really means this.
I mean, you do have to understand in language. This is all I'm gonna say. In language, you do understand if it's already defined meaning, even if you change the meaning, give it some slang, it's still somewhat near what it's probably the actual meaning of.
That's crazy.
So when you say, like how you say a lot of times, well, you don't have to say those exact words for that to be what you said. It's crazy that you kind of say those exact words and then still will be like, well, that's not what I said. Even if you're saying that's not what I mean by it, it is like somebody will see the word, not know the definition, just instantly be like, gay niggas on gay shit.
So what I'm saying is that I literally, right, after we read the definition of power, I gave the reason why I used the word power in the context that I was using it in. I even used the exact literal definition of why I translated that into why using power as your way to lead your relationship is not a good thing. Literally, that's what I did.
And I gave examples where
it says, shout out to the cash. It says for your patience. Thank you so much.
And I just want to say, but when you did say that, I gave you literal defined to the definition things, and you said that's not power. This is where again,
right?
it's back to the
right, because when you Again, I'm giving you a definition, clear what I'm trying to explain to you. Leadership, right? You create a clear vision, right? You create a clear vision so you can motivate others. So that other is your partner. So you can motivate your partner to achieve things, right? Through inspiration, not just your authority. That is my definition of being a leader in a relationship. I think when you are dealing with a relationship and you go with leadership over power, leadership is going to force you to collaborate with your partner. It's going to encourage your partner to grow, not just obey you. I think when you are being a great leader within your relationship, you are going to persuade and inspire rather than you force your partner to rather than force your partner to do outcomes. So you lead them by example. You're not demanding the person. So you be prioritizing helping your mate, right? Instead of accumulating things, accumulating power from your personal gain through the relationship. So like power, for example, if that example is a woman having a man as food, so she's using her power to just get food out. So she's getting it for personal gain. She don't have nothing to do. So this is what I'm saying. So you got to have a servitude mentality in leadership. Power does not have a servitude leadership. It doesn't have a servitude mentality. In my opinion, I think when you are dealing with your relationship with leadership, it earns respect from your partner. This is what AR was talking about earlier. If he goes to his girlfriend's, his wife, soon to be wife, celebration, company party, right? He's going to have respect for her organically. She is not forcing no obedience through fear. Saying you better act straight or I'm going to fuck you up when I get home. She's not doing that. And I think
it's implied.
She is from Brooklyn. So you know what I'm saying? I believe that like even when you do with workspace, relationship space, parent space, when you're a leader, you invest in the people and you invest in the culture, you invest in the system that you are creating. That's what leadership does. Power doesn't do that. And like when you are a leader in relationships, all types of relationships, you have self-awareness, you have accountability, you have ethical decision making, and where power alone, it can be reckless. So that is what I am talking about: leadership versus power. So those are all the leadership, different qualities of leadership that I'm talking about within a relationship.
I will accept that, and I guess the only thing I can say, in my definition of leadership, it would have to include power.
Right. So now, when we go with the power, so power allows the other person to dictate decisions through fear and coercion. That's my idea of power within a relationship. It's through threats, manipulation, domination. Right? Is this by any means necessary type of situation? This relationship is going to work by any means necessary. However, I got to dominate you, manipulate you, or threaten you. We're going to make this relationship work. That is not a dynamic that you want to be living your relationship through.
But that ain't what having power in. That's all I'm saying. This all say we on the boat. We on the same boat.
So many people, I think they seek power, right? They're not looking to lead anybody.
No, because I think most people don't even. I mean, like
it
in this day and age,
this is not what's
most
happening.
people don't even
I'm
look at
giving you
power.
examples of it, right? And like you could try to, you know what? Go ahead. You just want to talk. Yeah.
Ain't nobody just talking. I mean, I chilled. I ain't saying nothing for a good minute. I'm just pointing out, bro. It comes with power. When you sit here and say, "This is this not dictatorship either." You can literally go to your partner and say, like I said, "Babe, I'm gonna go grab this money out of the bank account." The trust in the power comes when she not even asking you.
So therefore, you're proving my point. So you're not dictating anything. So if you was dictating it, then that would be you using your power within a relationship.
No, because it doesn't say power
I'm
has
telling you what I'm
dictatorship.
finding at. You want to try to change my definition of it, fine. But you are not doing a good job of describing what's your idea of power. You cannot do it.
The literal definition.
All you're doing is just disagreeing with me.
No, the literal definition. It's not just disagreeing.
Disagreeing. That's the problem that I'm having. Like you are not able to substantiate it on the other side.
I'm literally saying what I'm substantiating is the literal definition. Sharon, you telling me you've made a word. I have to accept your made up word, your made up definition of a real word that has a definition. What the fuck? How am I the crazy one? You know what I'm saying? This is dramatic. It's crazy. And this is why we cannot really progress if this is what it's going to be. Because everyone has to understand. I get what he's saying. For some reason, he doesn't seem to be able to.
It's not a made up. It's not a made up definition.
He literally is telling you it is.
No,
he's literally
it's power. The way power is used in a relationship.
AR. Does it say dictatorship is anywhere in any definition of power?
No, that's an example of people wielding their power.
No, he literally said only if you use and dictate. Did you hear what I said? I said, bro, if I influence my lady to do something, he said, well, that ain't power. Power is when you dictating somebody. That's not that. I'm not saying that can't be a type of power, but that's not what power is. So you can't just sit there and say, oh, you only using power if you do this. Like literally just influencing your lady to do something is power.
Prove it.
Look at the definition. Here's the link right here.
The definition of power has nothing to do with influencing at all.
It literally says the let me read it again. Here, I'll read it for you because it's still up on my thing. The ability to do something or act in a particular way, especially as a faculty or quality. Number 2, the capacity or ability to direct or influence the behavior of others.
Hold on. The first one you read, what did that have to do with influence? Did that have anything to do with influence?
No.
Okay. So
well, I don't know because it says the ability to do something in a particular way.
Not understanding. Like I don't get it.
I mean, the ability to do something in a particular way. Can you just walk up in your job?
Have you ever heard power used in a most commonly do you hear power in the context of relationship used in a negative way or a positive way? Like if someone says, I have all the power in the relationship, what does that mean?
I don't hear most people say that in a relationship.
Yeah, because most people aren't being, power hungry in a relationship, I guess you would say. Right? But let's say someone did say, let's say I said in my relationship, I have all the power in my relationship. What's that mean? Hello?
Probably got a phone call.
Maybe. That's your cousin though.
It's crazy. It's literally crazy to me. Hey, y'all, people just
Yeah, we just skipped the dictionary. I believe that's crazy to me, also. But
okay, so if I told you I have all the power in my, welcome back. If I told you I have all the power in my relationship, what does that mean to you?
Oh, you didn't hear me then? I said, well, that's a bad thing. It's a bad thing because that means that person's trying to flaunt it. But as you said just yourself, most people don't do that. And bringing me back to the main topic of what we was even on about this whole power shit, he was saying this is what most people do in relationships. Most people do not try to, in a negative way. I'm not saying some relationships don't. Majority of relationships do not have a man or even the woman trying to exhort power in a bad way.
Yeah, but before I head out because I gotta go do something. You're not going to hear power used that much in a relationship because everybody knows it has a negative connotation to it. So even if someone is being abusive in the relationship, they're not going to say, I have all the power in this relationship, because they know people that hear that are going to know or think that they're controlling the relationship, that they force their partner to do whatever they want or manipulate their partner in some way, shape, or another to get the way that they want, which is only their self-interest in mind, not the interest of the relationship as a whole, which is why you don't hear power being used because it has such a negative connotation.
Yeah, I just don't think it's a thing. I don't think it, even if it's good or negative. Like, I don't think you
say,
pick groceries up and somebody's like, "Ooh, look at the power."
Hold on. You saying you don't think it's a thing when you hear a man come up here, Cash Kid, talking what he was saying. You're a woman. You need to shut up.
Well, as I said, it is still people, but I'm saying that's not the majority.
Right. And what I'm trying to explain to you is that like it's more men saying that than the opposite. Like we literally had a man that is famous in these spaces. His name is BGS. He said the same thing. We got people that's named Mr. Fantastic, the Prince of the Manosphere. He say the same thing. We can go from panel to panel, man to man on these conversations. Your man, Wall Street Willie, he said it in the chat today. So you keep saying that. I don't believe that is most men saying these things. But however, when we keep allowing men to talk, majority of the men said they are the leader because they have the power. They usually saying because they are stronger and they provide and they protect. This is what they say. So again, I'm going by what people have been communicating with me and what I've seen people communicate. This is not me just throwing shit out into the wind. This is literally men. Jalen himself that never been in a relationship would say the same thing. So this idea, and this is why it's so dangerous for men like you to just ignore it. You have daughters and you allowing men to be raised up to be thinking that same bullshit.
Nah, if I'm being very honest, it'd be more dangerous for somebody like you.
Yep, Saran, you right. You right.
Because you just really say this is my ideology, accept my ideology.
All right, I gotta step away. I appreciate you having me, Sharon. Y'all have a great rest of your day. Be safe.
So I'm expressing my ideology.
And then saying forcefully, like all the things you know what I'm saying, it's just it's a weird.
No, but you are not giving me your ideology.
The definition in the dictionary is my literal ideology because that's what the word is defined.
Because I showed you how you are wrong and you are using the wrong definition from what I am using. You literally would give me two different definitions, and then you admitted that you can use it in different contexts, and I'm giving you the context that I am using it in. Then you keep trying to use
both terms and agree with influence. You literally it said the first one is you to do something in a particular way. Right. You cannot walk into your job that you don't own and just say, "Hey, I'm not going to work today, but I'm on the clock and I'm the manager." Right. So, like, in order to do that, you have to have the.
Right. I express what I'm talking about. Now you're trying to bring it into something that I'm not talking about. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, and what I'm saying is you were never talking about that. That's what you're agreeing with me. That's what I think you are, because you're literally saying you're not using that word or you're using the word incorrectly.
No, you are using the word incorrectly. You don't know you don't know.
It literally says to influence somebody's decisions or a course of actions. I don't know. Is that not a part of leadership? You know, you leading people. Are you not literally influencing their course of actions?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I'm saying. What the hell?
So why are you saying
the first one?
I don't understand why you're saying it. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand. Why are you saying that?
Because that's the literal definition, and you're saying that's not
another literal definition.
It's
also another literal.
And it says do something in a particular way.
Right. I'm trying to go with what you are using. Right. Okay. So all right. So that's that. But the fact of the matter is power in real definition is by using strength or force and vigor, right? We had that one as well. So it's 3 literal definitions. Okay, so I'm using it in a certain context. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. And you keep trying to go to the one that you are talking about. And I'm telling you, no, that's not how I'm using the word. I'm using it in this part of the definition. And you keep saying, well, it also has this. No, in each context, it's going to mean something else.
Agreed.
Okay, so why do you keep on? All right, so that's what we're talking about. So I'm just adding the context to why I'm using the word, but you keep taking the context out of how I'm using the word and say the literal definition is this. That's the issue that we are having.
No, Okay, when you say leadership does not involve power, that's where the problem comes. It's just that simple.
And let's not forget lust too. Let's add that to the conversation.
This is
KT to go.
insane to me.
But also, Sharon, did you know about feminism was created by the CIA program led by Gloria Steinem?
Thank you.
And yeah, vigor means effort, strength, or good health. So it's still that's all I'm saying. Like I understand you saying it could be used as force. I'm just pointing out when you're saying leadership, regardless, no matter all three definitions we use that involved influence. When you're saying leadership doesn't involve power, I'm just pointing out
it doesn't. I'm explaining to you why it doesn't.
Okay. I mean, can we go
How
just?
you don't understand that? I'm confused.
I guess because we're just like actually avoiding what the word means or something.
Because you maybe you're confused about what influence means. Maybe that's the problem.
No, I know what influence means.
Right, because I said dictate decisions or dictate influence, right? And you having a problem because you seen the word influence in the definition.
No.
And that's the problem that you have.
I'm having a problem because you're saying when you exert your leadership, you don't exert power. That's all I'm saying. It's not.
And why is that such a big problem for you?
Because that's not true.
How is it not true?
Because when you're being a leader, do you literally not influence somebody's actions or the set course that they're on?
Yes.
Okay. That's all I'm saying.
So are you forcing somebody to do it?
No.
Okay, so therefore that's why it's not power.
Where does it say you have to force?
Because you got to use your strength and your vigor. You got to dictate. I'll keep
vigor is effort.
Right. So when I'm using my leadership, I just went through a whole thing of leadership of how I'm doing it through I'm leading through my example. So I go to the gym, therefore my wife go to the gym. I didn't grab her by the and say, "You're gonna do this fucking gym, bitch."
Nah, but your effort did, right?
No.
Your effort is what?
No. I'm leading by example.
Is that not your effort? Your effort is your example.
My effort is for me.
No, it doesn't matter who it's for.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Because power is used in a negative way.
So that's how influence works, sir?
Huh?
Is that how influence works?
I'm talking about, this is what I'm saying. I'm talking about power. Now you want to go into influence. If you want to talk
that's
about
what we're talking about is in the literal definition of influence.
We're talking about using power, and now you're trying to turn it into influence. This is
the
why
literal definition of power is to use your influence.
You keep having this double-mindedness. I don't understand. I keep explaining it to you. This is insane to me. Like I'm literally having a conversation about your power, then now you want to tell me about influence. I literally just broke it down and you agreed with it, and then now you want to disagree with it again.
Yeah, again, I don't really even want to keep doing this. It's wild. It's nasty work. The literal definition says is the power is the ability to literally influence somebody. So yeah, right, when you say
that's one definition.
Yeah, and the other definition also says it in the first one. This first one also says.
Why you keep defaulting to that definition?
Because they all involve influence.
Yeah, but you got to pay attention to the context that I'm using the word.
Yes, I do.
Okay, so why you keep taking my word that I'm using out of context?
Because you keep talking about leadership.
Okay, so I defined that. I also gave you examples of why I define leadership a certain way and why I define power a certain way and why one is negative and why another one is productive. I didn't just say the word. I gave a definition of why I'm using that word. So therefore, there go to context.
Yeah, that still doesn't change the definition. That's all I can say.
It changed what I am expressing. Because it's context to what I'm saying. Just like you could turn money into something else. You could say Skrilla, paper. Money can literally, you can say paper, that means money. You can say it means coin. People say, I'm just out there collecting that coin. People say a whole bunch of different things to change the context of a word. Literally, that's what people do on a day-to-day basis. At one point, twerking was not even a word. And now we all use it.
I apologize. I had to tend to the wife real quick. But yeah, it is what it is. Fuck it. We can
No,
agree
it's
to
not.
this.
It is what it is. You got to be able to substantiate.
I've literally done it. You're the person not doing this, Sean. My substantiation was the literal definition in dictionary. You're saying
I proved to you that I said no. I gave you context.
Yeah, the context changes the word or something, right?
Did I give you context to what I'm saying?
Yes.
Okay, so why you keep going back to a literal conversation?
Because you literally are changing a separate word. You're bringing in the word power. Okay, you're talking about leadership. Listen to me. You're talking about leadership, right?
This is insane to me. This is crazy. How is this possible? You think when somebody said, if shoot for the moon, so even if you miss, you're amongst the stars, you think they literally mean to go to space? When somebody says have a leap of faith, do you think they actually mean go jump off a building? Do you think when they say don't piss on me and call it rain, you really think they literally means piss on me? And I gotta stop. But every time I try to move the conversation, somehow it gets back into a literal concept because you don't want to be just genuine about what I'm saying. It's weird. And this is why I think that I don't believe, even when the information is good, even though he mainly agrees with what I'm saying, he just don't agree that I'm using the technical word, the literal word. Like, but do you disagree with what I'm saying? Do you disagree with what I'm saying?
Yes.
What is it that you disagree? You think that you should use
power is involved in leadership.
So you think you should forcibly make your partner do what you want them to do?
Does not mean you have to force somebody.
Okay, so I'm saying that's what I'm asking you, right? So therefore, you don't agree with that. People should be using physical force against their partner, correct?
I 100% agree.
Okay, so why are you disagreeing with me then?
Because what you're explaining isn't like that's what I'm saying. What you're explaining just isn't correct.
Right. So you're saying that is a good version of power and a bad version of power is what you're saying.
I've said that from the beginning. What you're talking about is abuse of power.
Right. And so this is the problem with double-mindedness. AR actually, when people are using the word power in the sense of a relationship, you said majority of them is saying it in a negative way.
No, I didn't.
You did.
I said majority are not. Majority are not abusing power or authority or anything that majority of people in
You are
relationships.
adding abuse. I didn't add abuse.
Okay, let's stick to your word. Majority of people are not forcing people into relationships,
What
Ron.
I'm
They're not
asking
forcing
you,
people to stay in a relationship.
no. This is the problem now having. When AR asked you, when somebody says, I have all the power in my relationship, is that in a negative
I
sense?
said it's negative, yes.
Okay, so therefore you believe the same thing I'm saying.
And I'm saying most people don't do that.
Power, people that use power in a relationship is usually in a negative sense. So why are you fighting me about the word power?
Because most people, everybody, when you come in a relationship, you have power. Both of you have power.
Okay,
you
so
already
now
both come to the table with
how
power.
is that? Why are you so double-minded? You just literally said that people that use the word power in a relationship is negative, correct?
No, I said in a instance. That does not mean in totality. This is what I'm saying. You make this weird ass thing where you try to make it say like
nobody. I understand that. We just said literally.
No, you're trying to add in the majority. I never agreed the majority. I literally said I kept saying the majority do not abuse their power.
Majority of people that says I have all the power in a relationship, the majority.
They are probably abusing their authority, but most people in relationships are not doing that.
You a
Very
question.
simple.
Just listen. Majority of people that says I have all the power in my relationship, is that
yes, they are abusing their authority.
I'm not asking you about abuse. Is that a good or bad thing?
It's bad.
Okay, so why are you trying to tell me about the minority of the people that's using power?
Most people don't do that.
Most people don't do what?
They don't abuse their power authority. They don't do it for bad. You just said literally said majority of people do bad.
KT,
majority of people, majority of men, they abusing the power in their relationships. KT, this is what you've been screaming up here for weeks.
I never put it on either gender. Again, I just asked you just now. People that saying I have the power in a relationship, is that in a negative sense in majority minority? You said majority of the people that says that it's in a negative sense.
Yes. Okay, the majority of people are not doing it.
Okay, so if that is the case, that majority of human beings, whether that's a male or female, are saying they have the power in their relationship is negative, why are you talking to me about the minority?
The majority is the people who literally are not doing that. You're speaking about the minority. The minority of people are saying I'm abusing my authority in a relationship. Your words.
No, it's not my words. You said I asked you.
Your words are forced, was it not?
No. I just asked you. In majority of relationships, they say I have the power in my relationship. Is that looked as negative or positive? You said majority of them is what?
Negative. I mean, yeah, negative.
Okay, so you just said it out your own mouth. Majority of people that said they have the power in their relationship is negative.
No, that make that comment. Is AR said, if somebody comes out and says, I have the power, like I have the power, the authority in my relationship.
That's what I just
that
said.
person, but most people are not even going to say that.
So, okay, again, let's try this again. Majority of the people that say I have the power in my relationship, that is negative, correct?
Yes.
So what are you arguing me about? It's literally your words.
I'm going to say it for the 9th time. Most people don't do that. So to talk about this is talking about the minority itself. Because most people are not sitting here saying,
okay,
I got the authority in my relationship.
Okay, so now we could substitute
bad way.
Okay, so now we can substitute that. Majority of men, when they are having these conversations about being the leader of the relationship and having the final word in something, who is saying it? They say, me, the man, have the final say, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's not in a bad, forceful manner.
What these men are saying.
That's not in a bad, forceful manner. This is what you said. That's what the word consists of. That's what you're saying power has to consist of. Because remember, power is bad. Okay, so it's to make power bad. Now you have to include it being bad and forced. That's not what's happening in most relationships.
Yes, because once a man says, I have the final say, no matter what she says, right? That is forcing.
No, it's not. The woman that is I've been to, we've been.
That's what we have a disagreement.
As Cyber was just saying up here, you can give your man the ability to lead.
So now when a man says, I have final say, I don't care what she says.
See how you throw this forceful stipulation in though to make it a thing.
I'm telling you what these men are saying.
Because in actuality, not most people.
I'm telling you what men are saying.
Yeah, some, but it's not the majority.
The problem that we are having is that I'm going by what the majority of men are saying.
No, the problem you having is you saying this. I'm gonna say this.
You do not have been saying these other things that you are saying. Show me, all right, point me in a direction. Send me a clip or anything where it's men saying that I do not have the final say.
Thank you. I like that's where we started. Okay. The point I was about to make is I feel you're too simple-minded in terms of you looking in and being stuck in this space and logic and thought.
That's your question.
Like, these people, whoever you talking about online, guess what? Majority of people in the world are not online. Hold on. They're not on panels. They're not sitting here running shows.
Hold on. You cannot make it seem like I'm not talking about what I'm talking about.
No, I'm saying we can talk about reality.
You're changing it to something else. I'm not
reality, actuality. Does that scare you, Sharon?
I'm not talking about what you're thinking about. I'm talking about something very specific that I laid out information for. I said, this is the and you said, well, even though you said all those things and those things are true, I'm talking about this.
I didn't say they were true. You keep just trying to say they're true.
I'm telling you, I'm talking about something. You cannot just say, hey, but what I'm talking about, my friend across the street, he don't do that.
That's not what we're doing.
You are doing that.
Right to where you are.
You are not.
And then you're implying that somehow I'm changing it up.
Again, I'm telling you who I'm talking about, where I see them talk about. I'm substantiating how I see it, why I see it that way.
We can further substantiate that. Who's the biggest person you watch?
Why you not talking about what I'm talking about? You're talking about something
I'm on
else.
the same thing. Who's the biggest person you could think of in this space?
Why are you asking me that?
You talking about substantiating?
All right.
Who's the biggest creator in the space?
So substantiate.
Yeah. Who's the biggest person in the manosphere gender war thing? I'm asking you.
Don't ask me. Substantiate. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, would you say Angry Man is pretty big in the space?
Don't ask me no questions. Substantiate.
I mean, I have to in order to substantiate to make sure that you understand.
To substantiate what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm making sure you're understanding because you don't.
No, you got to substantiate first, and I'll let you know if I don't understand.
Yeah, okay. So he has over 1 million followers. He's one of the bigger people in this space. So 1 million people in the world are we now going to say because this person has 1 million people that most people in the world think like that when it's literal billions of people in the world? That's a wild fallacy to do. The people you're talking about are people with 10,000 subs. Fuck it, 50,000 subs.
Mm-hmm.
50,000 people. We're in a literal word of billions. In America alone, we're like we say, us black folk are 40 plus million.
Mm-hmm.
We're not even talking about a third of that. Most people in this space do not have above 1 million subscribers.
Mm-hmm. So the problem
so in totality, when you talk about things that these creators put out, we're not talking about what most people do. We're just talking about what you watch mostly, and then you're applying that to everything else.
Okay, so the reason why you are 100% wrong because statistics don't work the way how you say. No statistic in America is done with everybody being a part of statistics, right? So you can have a sample size of what you are seeing, and so when you have that sample size and you see that majority of the people are moving in a certain direction, then now you can apply it to the general population. That's how statistics works, and that's how I'm going off of what my thoughts are, is because I'm having a conversation and the majority of certain type of people are saying the same things over and over. It doesn't matter if they on the internet or they are not on the internet. I'm having a conversation. They say the same thing. This is why some people get put in a box of the Rim Brothers, even if they never even heard a Red Pill talk about it, because they still say and spew out the same remedial rhetoric.
That would go back to your
Even
thinking
though they
point because
never
of what
heard
y'all watch and
somebody say
digest.
it. It doesn't matter if you say you subscribe to that, but you're saying the same thing. So therefore, we can have a deduction. That's what statistics does.
No, that's I forgot what the word is, but it's basically forcing a thought on the path on them. Like that's just like a lot of women have even came up here and said, yeah, they be talking bullshit. They may say something good, well, a little piece of it good, but let's not take. So that's the point. You saying something that most people would say. A lot of people, red pill, blue pill, whatever this shit is. You know what I'm saying? I've just guessed the girl side be blue pill. But anyway, whatever we do in this space, right, or however people are moving in this space, a lot of us are only paying attention to this space. Like this is all you watch. This is what you digest. So that's when you start to believe that this is what
it's not just this space. I'm trying to show it goes beyond this space. It goes outside of your door. It goes into religious men. It goes into Muslim. It goes into the East, all the way outside of this country, where it's a bunch of Arab men and all that. They think the same way. So again, I'm not going strictly off of just this sector. I'm going by how men communicate on a day-to-day basis. We see Shannon Sharp, he's communicating it the same way. We see Paul Pierce, he's communicating it the same exact way. We see a plethora of men saying the same things that even somebody like you has said, and I'm pretty sure y'all never had no cross paths with each other.
For sure. Okay. And the problem that you're leaving out, or I guess I'll point out what you skipping there, is you naming these people, but you could probably name 4 people around them that's not doing that. Shannon Sharp, he works on TV shows. Most of his cohorts aren't doing this, and they're mostly males. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what I'm talking about. We can point. I know you can point out examples. We can all point out examples because nothing's absolute, as we always say. That doesn't make that the majority.
Yeah, but
and we have,
it makes it the majority. It makes it the majority when we have Shannon Sharp, we have Angry Man, we have you. We have Israel Mill. We have Jalen the Speaker.
They got you more than me.
We have Cash the Kid that's all the way in another country. So this is going way beyond these small aspects. We are seeing it when I walk outside the house and I go talk to people. They saying some of the same remedial rhetoric. It's all over the place. When we watch Oprah, it's on there. When we watch Ricky Lake, it's on there. When we go 20 years back in the day, we see men saying the same thing as well. So therefore, it is a big sample size of men saying the same bullshit for a very long time. So it's not just this small.
I mean, what you would say is bullshit.
I am substantiating how it's not just these 5 people that you are trying to make it out to be.
I'm not. That's what you're doing. You're saying this is what's happening because look at Shannon Sharp and look at this guy. And I'm just saying it's literally all of these people we're naming are famous people work around a bunch of famous men. The famous men are not doing that. A lot of them are not doing it.
I gave you other examples that are not famous.
Who? What?
I said Israel Mills. I said KT the GOAT. I said Jalen.
That's what I'm saying. This is just you throwing bullshit.
What I'm trying to tell you that y'all are not famous, and y'all saying the same thing as the famous people. Also, the Bible would say the same thing. The Bible.
I ain't never tell no white bitch I want to make you myself.
The Bible would say the same thing as a lot of these men saying, and a lot of people follow the Bible and they follow it in the wrong way. So again, this is way bigger than this small demographic that you keep trying to make it to be, and I'm substantiating it.
Hey, bitch, you're lying.
How
you're not substantiating. You literally just named niggas and said, because I said that's what you're doing. That's what you're doing. Like I said, you ain't heard. I've said it many times. You done got mad about me saying that. I ain't never fucked no white woman. So you ain't. Shannon Sharp is talking about fucking white women and making them his slaves. I've never done no shit like that.
Hold on.
I don't know what you're talking about. He's saying it. You saying it.
Hold on. We're not talking about having sex with white women. So I don't know why you bringing up white women in this conversation.
Because you're talking about what we talking about the same, man. It's not. You just lump everybody in the same category.
We are not having a conversation about having sex with white women. Because white men are doing the same thing as you. They say the same bullshit that you are saying as well. So it doesn't have anything to do with who is having sex with who. And this is when we know you're not being genuine in the conversation.
Yeah, I'm the only one being genuine here. I'm not coming with any point of this is my logic and thought process that you have to accept. Besides, hey, it's some truths that let's not argue about these things. We can literally like words.
So you saying
let's not
that
make up definition because it's literal.
You should have conversation with nobody because you cannot stand on anything.
I stand on everything. Everything I mean, everything I say. There's nothing I came up here and y'all all sit on.
If you stand on everything, then you're not standing on anything.
I said I stand on everything I say.
But you're not
anything
saying,
I came up here and said.
You're not pointing out the position that you are standing in.
I literally have. You just now argued it, which I could accept that, but that don't mean it's.
What is your position? That everything.
Yeah, again, it's lit. We can look at this whole space. There's not million subscriber people, period. And you're now saying, well, I'm going off of stats. No stats are there. It's no, you have no statistics. No company has taken statistics. You're just saying, well, this happens, so this is how we can equate that. But that's not actuality. The actuality we can look at is the actual numbers of subscribers, and then even look at the viewers on that subscriber count. So let's be real. Angry Man got 1 million+ subs. When the fuck have you ever seen this nigga live with 1 million+ views? It's not fucking happening. He don't even really get 1 million+ views on most of his videos.
Oh my God. KT, I don't know why you cannot stick to the conversation. You know we're not talking about Angry Man subs, right?
No, you asked me to substantiate. I'm saying where you keep saying that this is what most men are doing. The people that you're swearing to God because it's these people here. This is how we know most men are doing it.
Okay, you're not
those people aren't even big.
You're not substantiating. So again,
so the numbers wouldn't substantiate the fact whether or not most people are doing it.
So do you agree?
No, I want to know would the numbers not literally substantiate most people? Because, we have a calculation of how many people are in America, the world, you know what I'm saying? So if I can literally look at, that's why I say Mr. Beast is the biggest YouTuber in the world, because we understand numbers and correlation.
This is not about numbers.
Yes, you're talking about statistics. That's what your argument literally was.
My argument is that majority of men think a certain way. Do you disagree with that?
On some things they do, yeah.
I'm talking about in relationship. Majority of men are thinking in the same way. This is why.
No.
So you think majority of men think like me?
No.
You think majority of men think like you?
No.
So this is why I'm talking about you don't stand on anything.
No, this is where we talk about actuality, because most people, we're not fucking robots. Everybody not copy and paste, nigga. Stop doing that. So that's what I'm saying. You'll lead a bad flock before I ever would, because you'll be very disingenuous on the basis of listen, everybody different out here.
Hold on. So nobody agrees with nobody. Everybody's just their own.
No, it's some things we agree on, but most things we don't. Let's be very frank about that.
So that's why we know you are not being genuine. Damn near the whole country voted red, bro.
No, they didn't. 77 million people voted for Trump. You know how many people are in America? 300 million. The fuck are you talking about? Can you do math?
The people that voted, right? So the people that voted, they literally voted a certain way.
Yeah, okay, but that's not the country. That's what I'm saying. That's still the country.
The country that voted, right? Yeah. So
it matters more than the actually people in the country who didn't vote. Millions, tens of millions.
You never get majority of the people to vote anyway.
Further verifying what I'm saying, though, those people still exist. That you can't exclude those numbers.
Again. This is wild to me.
Because you're the one who just said half of the country did it. And then you changed the world, voted, the ones who voted.
So why do you have conversations?
To see clarity.
How are you being clear and you on both sides of the fence?
I'm not on both sides of the fence. Some things are just, again, because I'm an adult.
You are not being clear on the position that you are upholding.
Yeah, what position are you asking? Let's start there.
I have a position. That's why you are disagreeing, but you do not have a position. You agree with me and you don't agree with me at the same goddamn position.
No, I don't. What are you talking about? If I disagree with you, it wasn't agree and disagree. It's may agree to a part of it. Do you not understand how that works? Like how you saying, can you use your power for force? Yes. Nobody can deny that. Do most people use their power for force? Hell yeah, they do. That's where you're being disingenuous.
So give me an example of it.
I've literally just said every day you're going to show examples of power in a relationship by influencing your partner to do something, male or female. Everyone does it. It's just every day.
Power. That's literally influence. That's not power. It's literally influence is its own thing. Power is its own thing.
Here you go, Melanie. Have fun, my brother. You're welcome.
So yeah, so power is its own thing, influence is its own thing.
Yeah, but influence involves power.
It doesn't.
It does. Like that's what I'm saying. I don't want to argue about that because I get what you're coming from, but it's a literal definition. I'm saying that's the basis I'm gonna use. The definition.
Only so therefore you're not gonna say that, therefore you're not gonna say that girl is hot anymore.
What?
Right. So you're gonna everything's gonna start using everything's gonna be in the literal sense of if it got 3 parts to a definition, you're gonna use all 3 parts of the definition.
No, I will use established things. Like now, that's what I'm saying. If you're now sitting here saying this is your new invention of it, well, okay.
Right, I'm using I'm using a very specific part of the word, and you keep trying to change it out and say no, but it also means this when it doesn't.
No, it doesn't. That's literally what the word means. But also,
no,
furthermore,
but it literally means something else as well.
When we make slang, we have to be in agreement.
No, literally,
or the word dies.
Literally, the word power has a couple of definitions, correct?
More importantly, it kind of got to have sense. Yeah,
it has a couple of definitions, correct?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And so each definition is used in different contexts, correct?
Yes.
All right. So the context that I'm using it, why are you taking my context out and putting your version in?
I'm not, because every single definition involves influence, does it not?
But we literally ran through it. It doesn't.
It literally does.
No, only one of them does.
No, all 3 of them do. One definition was explained in the other 2 with a couple extra words or a change of words. One definition is exactly what I said.
Let me read the first one, the Oxford one, yours. The ability to do something or act in a particular way, especially as a faculty of or quality.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, where's influence at?
Where you have the ability to do something in a particular way. Because as I pointed out earlier, it literally is. Because can you go on your job and just say, I'm a regular worker today, I'm not going to work? I'm not going to work and be a manager. I'm going to be a manager.
Okay, so influence means the capacity to have an effect on the character, development, or behavior of something.
So thank you.
What you mean?
You don't think that agrees with what that definition is?
No.
So if you so you saying if could you read that one more time?
This is insane to me. The ability to do something or act in a particular way, especially as of quality or faculty.
No, I was saying the leadership definition.
I wasn't reading leadership.
You just read a whole different.
I never read leadership. I never read the word leadership.
What was the definition you were just reading prior? It wasn't the same one. Influence. Okay, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Influence. So that doesn't. That's what I'm saying. Read influence.
To have effect on the character, on the development, or behavior of someone. So where is that?
So if you can go in there and do something in a particular way, you don't have to go in there and literally say, "Hey, y'all, I'm gonna do this way."
That's not influence. Again, it's the capacity to have effect on something.
If you literally go in there and say, "Hey, I'm not working today. I'm just chilling." That's not influencing something.
No. So
that's not taking effect on something.
So doing something in a particular way. If I am doing it slow, that's doing something in a particular way. Correct? Correct? If I'm doing if I'm doing a task slowly, is that doing it a certain way?
Yes.
Okay. Does me doing it slow has an effect on character or behavior?
No.
Okay.
Well, possibly. It depends.
All right. So now, so this is what I'm saying. You're not standing on anything, even when we go by literal definitions. Even when we go by a literal definition, you don't. It's crazy. That's insane, bro.
Yeah, the last part you left out was effect of itself. So yeah, that's the thing. Influence involves effect of itself, just the particular situation. Now, tell me,
Hey, ladies, I'm sorry. This is what y'all got to deal with on a day-to-day basis. This is crazy. This is crazy. I'm sorry for all the niggas that got to deal with this shit. Like, even when we go by the literal definition, he's still. This shit is crazy. Shout out to the cash app. It said, go get some rest. You know what? I'm going to have to take my baby girl advice. Because that was insane. And hey, listen, I have my position on power. I have my position on leadership. And all I got to
don't get mad at me, nigga. I'm here telling the truth. If somebody else should have told you this.